is just like driving and he just like wants to debate someone. Like I can't. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23?
Do you think that high body count should matter for women but not for men?
No, I think pineapple should go on pizza.
At least give a better take if you're gonna like do that, you know? At least give a better take. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
35.
Do you think that a high body count should matter for women but not for men?
Yeah,
Oh, why so?
I do. Because when it comes to the sex and female and male difference, from a male's perspective, getting having sex, you're dominating, you're controlling, you're taking that from a woman who is ultimately giving it up. A woman is giving a part of themselves up to the man whenever they have intercourse. So
I have
if
a
a
question.
man,
Is a man giving it up to them?
um, they can,
What do you
but it
mean?
is
They
not.
can. Every single time they're giving it up. What are you talking about? Next, also, if it is the case that a woman is dominating a man, should it then only matter for the man?
Mm, I don't know. I, huh.
Appreciate the paper crane. Thank you so much, Epic Vibes.
I'm guessing. I'm sorry. I'm trying to connect all these dots, thinking in my head. Higher body count should be more for the man, for the male, because the male is the dominant species, or supposed to be anyway, and he is conquering the
I have a question.
female.
The male is the dominant
Is
species. Do you think males and females are different species?
nah. Sorry, that came out wrong. Not dominant species. Um, I'm sorry, you caught me off track. I'm trying to pick up my son from school. I'll come back to you.
Sure. All right. Have a good day, Jeff. Good talking to you, man. Only send a guest request if you disagree. We are just looking for some debates. Everyone, keep tapping that screen. Let's try to get to 100,000 likes. If you want to help get it out to more people, share the live, everyone. Let's try to get to 100 shares. We're going to go into the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo,
Oh,
what
you're
up?
driving. You can't drive on the live. TikTok rules. You can't drive, everyone. TikTok rules. Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. I saw a fake live of you earlier, Parker. What do you mean fake live of me? Like, are you talking about Dean? Or are you talking about like are you talking about um speaking of Dean, Dean's in the chat. Are you talking about Dean or are you talking about like actually me? Yeah, I saw that too. What do you mean? Yeah, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Someone literally streaming my live? Can someone like add it to me? I want to look it up. Actually, someone was like streaming my live. What the fuck? I was literally so like I felt terrible earlier. I was like I was questioning whether or not I was able to go live the full time today. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, what's up, Parker? I'm 29.
Yeah, do you think that a high body count should matter women or matter for women but not for men?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit different. But yeah, first, I guess I would like to ask you a couple before we jump in.
Yeah, should
Do
probably
you would you agree
connect
that
to
men are?
your Wi-Fi is not doing very
Oh,
well,
hello,
man.
hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, man. You should
Can
probably
you hear me?
update your internet service provider past Spectrum.
Can you hear me better now?
I hear you. Yeah.
Okay. Do you would you agree that men are typically the ones that are pursuing?
What do you mean by pursuing?
Like men are the ones who approach women, and men are the ones who court women.
I don't know what you mean by court, but men are more likely to approach women. Sure.
Okay. So if we agree on that, then a high body count for a man speaks more to a skill set, whereas for a woman, it's not typically the same if you're being approached.
Okay, so if it is the case that a particular woman, every single time she engaged in intercourse with someone, right, had to like go up to them, right, and showed off them mad skills, right? Is it the case that her body count matters less?
Sorry, repeat that.
Yeah, if it is the case that every single time a woman engaged in intercourse showed off her mad skills by going up to the man, right, and showing off that skill set, right, to be able to pick everyone up, right, is it then the case that her body count doesn't matter?
Yeah, so if we were in a culture where men and women approached each other equally,
No, no, I'm
um,
not talking about culture. I'm saying in our current society, if a particular woman engaged in this particular behavior, what would it be considered by you?
like if a woman was doing the same thing as a man approaching women, and
Yeah,
like
yeah,
she,
let's say that every single time she slept with someone, she slept with a celebrity, right? And she had to try to get with that individual.
I don't know because I haven't seen a lot of women that are like that. But I don't know. I guess like my feeling on it would be that um, I guess like I wouldn't like put too much judgment on it. I guess like here, just to give you like some context about the way I feel about like body counts is that it doesn't super matter to me
Wait,
how
wait, 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 wait.
like
What was my question? Do we remember? Because I kind of forgot.
oh yeah, so I just said that like in that scenario that you just said that I guess I wouldn't care too much about it. Like I wouldn't really judge the woman too much on that.
So it
So
wouldn't
I
matter
just
for
wanted
her.
uh not exactly the same. Like it's like I guess it'd be different if you're like the pursuer versus the receiver. You know what I mean? I'd just like to give you a little bit more
Okay,
context
so since I
on
don't pursue anyone, you think that my body count matters more?
it doesn't it does your body count doesn't speak to a skill set that you have is what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying is like the difference.
I don't think that body count in general would necessarily relate to like a skill set outside of the context of just like someone engaging in intercourse, right? And even
It
then,
do,
it might not be expressing of that.
it
So
does if you're the
I don't think it necessarily shows like a skill set.
it does if you're the pursuer because if you're the pursuer
How?
I need so well yeah I'll tell you. So if you're pursuing somebody then you need to be charming, you need to have a good understanding of body language and communication.
Not
You need
necessarily.
to be You need to, if you are going to have a high body count as a pursuer, yeah, you do.
No, not necessarily.
Because
It is the case that that like it's really not necessarily like hard to engage in intercourse with a bunch of people over an extended period of time, right? People can engage in intercourse. There are people that are considerably what people would say in society less attractive and still have thousands of bodies, right? So I don't think just having a particular number would indicate that you have some crazy knowledge or skill set when it relates to like being able to especially maintain a relationship, right? I don't think it shows that. So if you're talking about body count mattering in the context of a relationship, this wouldn't make any sense to go off of. Maybe the fact that someone got into multiple relationships would be a better
okay,
standard than just like seeing if they slept with people. I don't understand what you're talking about really.
okay, so well, the idea of maintaining a relationship versus like pursuing people sexually is completely different. But if you're pursuing people as a woman or a man, like uh in order for you to succeed in that as someone that is approaching people, you need to have certain skills in order for you to be able to, um, get people to like you, to create an environment in, which you can lead into sex and whatnot.
I mean, you can show that just with like a few bodies. You don't need to show that with like a bunch of bodies. I don't understand how that makes any sense.
Uh,
So especially in the context of like looking for a relationship, I just don't even see how these types of things would be relevant.
no, all right. So if it's a few bodies, like that could just speak to luck or chance. But if you're able to
Luck
consist,
or
if
chance?
you're
What does that
if
even mean?
well here well like let me explain. Um, so if you're able to consistently demonstrate results, then that speaks to a skill. If it's
Wait. So
something
I have a
that
question. So like
yeah, yeah,
it would be it's considered a positive thing for men because they're pursuing. Is that your
yeah.
idea?
Well, generally, since we agreed that men tend to be the ones who are approaching women at the start of this,
I asked if it
then
was positive, yes or no.
and then yeah, so like because of with that context in mind, yes, it would be positive.
Okay, yes, it's positive. Okay, so would it be positive when a woman does it?
Yeah, I would say it would be,
So
but that's
you'd rather be with someone who was a woman who has a high body count that pursues people than someone that does not.
okay. So I was going to give you a little bit more context with this. For me, I wouldn't necessarily prefer the pursuer. But when it comes to women, I prefer a woman that has more like experience on her side. Like I'm not like out here trying to like look for brand new women that, I got to teach shit to.
So a high body count doesn't matter for women, more for men? And what do you mean brand new?
Okay, so here let's rewind it back because I think I'm confusing you a bit.
Could we just answer my questions, please?
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Go ahead.
Did you not hear my questions?
Yeah, just repeat it for me, please.
Okay. Brand new woman. What do you mean by that?
Like someone like who's a virgin or whatever.
So why do you refer to that as like brand new?
Because they have no experience, so it'd be brand new.
Okay. Okay, all right. So when it relates to this, you're saying that you'd prefer someone that has a higher body count.
Personally, I would prefer a woman that has more like experience, so that uh, I guess, don't have to teach them things. That's like personally what I'm attracted
So
to.
you don't think it should matter more for women comparative to men?
I don't think it always does, at least for me personally. But I guess I'm trying to explain
I'm not asking
why
if
it
it
why it
does.
does matter.
No, I'm saying, do you think it should? I'm not asking does. I don't think my question has the word does in it. It has the word should, right?
Yeah, okay, so for me, I think it would matter up to like a certain point. So
Do you
I
think
guess
it
like for
should
me,
matter for women and not for men?
uh, I think generally yes. Um, I guess the way I would look at it is that what matters to me more isn't necessarily the amount of bodies, but like how much you got within a certain period of time. So like for example, if you had like 50 bodies over five
No,
years
I'm
versus
asking you why should it matter differently for men and women here? Because that could be the same thing for men.
the reason it would matter differently for men and women is because men are the pursuers and women are the receivers typically.
So, okay, again, you would prefer someone who pursues rather than someone who receives.
Uh, No, I no no. I'm those are like two
So
different
pursuing
things.
isn't
You're
a more desirable characteristic.
not inherently. Like for me, I would prefer someone that receives, but with that in mind, body count matters more for someone who receives than someone who pursues.
Okay, I don't like this language of receive and pursue, right? But like, because like again, it
Is
is the
there
case
is
that
there is there a different terminology that I could use that would make more sense for you?
yeah, two people like come together and consentfully engage in intercourse or not.
Okay, that happens, but there's still someone who initiates that interaction, right?
Both initiate the interaction, right? It is the case that the interaction will not initiate if both parties are not involved. What is an interaction?
Okay, yeah, both parties are involved, but someone needs to approach first, right?
Approach. So why does the approaching matter?
Because if someone doesn't take initiative, then the interaction doesn't happen, period.
Both of them are taking initiative.
How?
They both engage in the interaction. An interaction is between two parties, right?
Okay, if I like how does the conversation start?
I don't know.
One person probably comes up and introduces themselves. Yes.
So if the woman introduces themselves to the man, right, would it then be the case that they were pursuing?
Sure. Yeah.
So if they did that every single time they slept with someone, their body count doesn't matter as much.
No.
No?
No.
So if a man does pursue less, right, his body count matters more.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
So a man, so for example, right, I don't pursue people, right? My body count matters more than you who does pursue people.
Yeah, the reason being because it wouldn't speak to skill set.
Again, what specific skill set?
This the skill set of like being able to charm somebody, make them feel good, trusted, setting a vibe, uh, planning a date, etc. Like those all like speak to a skill that
Thank you
you
for the
have,
autumn
and
leaves. I
then
appreciate it. Thank you so much, Cam Cam. By the way, sleeping with people doesn't indicate that you can do those things at all.
if you're able to successfully sleep with a lot of people as someone who pursues, then yes, it does.
How?
But like, but this is
How?
like,
Just let
but
me, actually,
like,
please let me know. How?
how? Because in order for you to get results, you need to have a skill that can consistently get you those results.
Right, but like, what are you talking about in relation to? Like, the results that you're referencing are literally not relevant to whether or not someone is going to be a good partner in a relationship.
Okay, but I'm not talking about relationships. Those are a different thing.
Wait, you're not talking about relationship? So,
No.
what does it matter in context of?
What does it matter in context of?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
uh, okay, well, if you're talking about bodies, uh, like, or sorry, I'm like a little bit confused right now. Are we talking about bodies or you being a good partner?
We're talking about bodies, right? But generally, someone only cares about bodies in the context of a relationship.
Okay, well, like your amount of bodies doesn't always necessarily speak to your ability to be a good partner. But having a certain amount of bodies could also speak to a level of trust issues or emotional baggage that you could be carrying with you. So I guess in that context of a
Wait.
relationship,
A
it would
high, a
matter.
high amount of bodies indicates trust issues.
It could
How? I actually,
because
dude, that is like a what? Appreciate the hand art.
because
Thank you.
no, because if you've interacted with a lot of people and you've had a lot of people in your life, that could speak to the fact of like you like having been let down, betrayed, used, abused,
Wait.
etc.
Why does
So
it indicate those things?
it doesn't always indicate those things. But if I'm looking at someone for a relationship and I'm prospecting that, and
So,
then
and of
they
course,
have a lot.
you look at it now. You look at it as like in the context of a relationship. And secondly, right? Couldn't you say the same thing about men?
Oh yeah, of course you could.
Okay, so this isn't a distinction between men and women. So you're
Not no,
saying
not
so here's that's
necessarily.
one, and then two, you're saying that because someone has gone through quote unquote more trauma or something like that, that would be indicative of the fact that they have more likely to have trust issues.
Uh, yes, if you've experienced
So not
trauma
all
by like
trauma is indicative of trust issues. I don't understand that association.
it's no, it's not, but that's like something that's in the back of my mind that if you've experienced multiple interactions with people in that kind of intimate area, then uh, you could potentially have more trauma, more trust issues, and more things that could be red flags.
Okay. I would dispute that necessarily to the degree that you're referencing, right? But if you're saying same is true for both men and women, right? The point that I want to get to here is that how do you make a distinction between them?
Uh, I guess like the main distinction that I'm drawing is kind of what we talked about at the beginning is that men are generally the ones who are approaching women, and then women are not always approaching men.
No, but you said okay, so you said bodies aren't relevant in the context of a relationship, right?
No, they're relevant just to the sense of like accruing more bodies could speak to more emotional baggage.
And that's same for men and women, right?
It could be. It depends on if you're the pursuer or the receiver.
How?
Because if you're, I don't know, let's say you're just like a piece of shit guy, right? And you are pursuing women and you're just trying to, like, you say what they want to hear, you do what they want to see, and then as soon as you're able to have sex with them, then you leave. Well, I'm leaving with, like, no emotional baggage from that situation, but meanwhile, I've left the woman with a lot of emotional baggage, like maybe she was looking for a relationship or
So
whatnot.
because men
But
are more likely to victimize women, women are at fault of that? Women have to take more
uh,
responsibility because they're victimized?
that's no, that's not what I'm saying.
I, that's exactly what I heard.
Okay, but that's not what I said.
And then what'd you say?
What I said is that uh, as a receiver, that could speak more to your emotional baggage by accruing bodies.
It could speak to more of you having emotional baggage because of higher body. Like again, I asked for the distinction between the quote unquote pursuer and the pursuee.
Uh, like, could you be more specific? I feel like I've given you that already.
What was it? Tell me then.
Well, I mean, I guess the distinction between the pursuer and the pursuee is that their approach to relationships is completely different.
You're just restating there's a difference. Can you give me like the specific difference?
Like, I don't think I've said that a pursuer is always a man or a receiver is always a woman. Like,
Did
I'm not exact.
what was
Sorry,
my
I'm just,
what was the question I just asked you? If you can't answer, I'm gonna go on to the next person because I have asked you so many questions and you just like don't even like engage with it at all.
well, no, I'm trying to engage with you, Parker, but I guess I'm
Then what
not
did I just say?
100% sure. I'm
Then
just
what did I just
not
say?
100%. I'm not 100% sure what you're asking me right now.
You don't know the question I just asked.
Could you repeat it?
How, okay, bro, come on, man. Like you didn't listen to it. Just be real. Don't lie.
I'm not lying to you, Parker. Like you asked me what's the distinction between the pursuer and the pursuee. I'm not exactly sure how to answer that question for
The
you.
relevant distinction between them that means that it matters for one and not the other as much. I don't understand how that's confusing. Appreciate the hands up. Thank you so much. What's confusing about that? Appreciate the lock and key.
Uh Okay, like the distinction between the pursuer and the pursuee is that
in terms
if
of
I'm
baggage.
sorry?
In terms of baggage, I appreciate the hand heart. Thank you. You said that there's more
Oh,
emotional baggage with the pursuee.
yeah, there's more emotional baggage with the receiver. And sorry, like I just want to check, are you okay with that terminology? I don't want to like,
Dude, I don't think it makes any sense, but just say what you're saying.
okay. Well, yeah, so with the receiver, um, if you could be like a victim to being, I guess, set up by the pursuer. The same doesn't necessarily happen the other way around. And
Wait,
I'll agree.
can't the pursuee, like the person who's being pursued, right? Can't they also screw someone over? Like, I just don't see why it's only related to one time or one side.
Oh, like no, of course you can. I'm not saying that these are necessarily absolutes. Uh, but yeah, like that
So how
can,
do you say
of course,
one's
that
more
can
likely
happen.
than the other? If anything, the person who's
How's one more likely
pursuing
than
is
the
more
other?
likely to be
Because
rejected. So aren't they more likely to go through more emotional baggage at least
uh,
because they've gone through more rejection?
well, no, the blowback that you receive from being rejected is not equal, and it's not as deep to like, I don't know, say if you were like seeing somebody for a few weeks or a few months and then you fuck them over versus I just like go up to you, say, "Hey, what's up?" and then you tell me, "Oh, I'm not interested." I
Appreciate
can
the
kind of
highlights.
like
Thank you so
keep
much.
it pushing
How do
it,
you know
you
that's
know?
more likely to happen with women comparative to men?
Uh, I didn't say that what
Appreciate the hand lights. Thank you so much. Yeah, you did because you're making a claim that there's a relevant distinction between men and women. So you have to make a claim that this is more likely to happen amongst women, right? Or the people who are considerably, like under your view, being pursued more.
Okay. Well, I guess I guess like that more emotional baggage would happen to women because they're getting victimized by pursuers.
Oh, okay. So it's the fault of women because they're getting victimized. That's exactly. So you just
It's
said
not
exactly
no.
what I literally just I characterized your view as that. You said that's not what I said, and then you just restated it.
Well, I'm not saying that it's necessarily their fault. It's the
No, you
fault of
literally are.
the
You're saying it
pursuer.
matters more, or they need to take more responsibility because they are victimized by men.
I'm not saying that that's their fault though, Parker. That would be
That's
the
literally what
fault
you're
of
saying.
that would be the
If
fault
it
of
matters
the
more for
pursuer.
them, they need to take more responsibility for this body count, right? That would indicate that they are responsible for being at a greater likelihood of being victimized. Appreciate the galaxy. Thank you
They're
so
not.
much.
No, Parker. No one is responsible for what somebody else does to them.
Oh, okay. So this does not put them at a greater likelihood of it mattering more. Okay. So they aren't held to a greater level of responsibility. Okay.
All right. Uh, take care, bro.
Do you want to acknowledge that at least?
No, I don't feel like you're giving me a fair shake here.
I'm
But
not giving you a fair shake.
no.
I've literally give. How am I fair?
Well, I think you're twisting my words a little bit.
How did I twist your
I
words?
don't think I don't think you're necessarily always letting me explain my points thoroughly before talking over me. But listen, man. At the end of the day, I'm a big fan of your cast.
No, I
I
want you to adjust
appreciate.
this. I've literally let you speak a lot. I don't know what you're fucking talking about, right? I'm asking you just to justify your position, and you're somehow like saying that I'm not like characterize. How am I characterizing you unfairly?
Okay, well, I mean, just like at the end there, me implying that I'm saying that it's women's fault for um, being victimized. That's not what I'm doing at all. I'm not victim blaming.
That's literally what you
I
did. I
said,
explained why. So why are you not
I,
doing that if I just
Park,
explained why you did that and you just said that?
Parker, I literally said that it would be the pursuer's fault for taking advantage of a receiver.
Okay, so then it would not matter more for women,
Like,
like because of that
like
reason.
like I said, for me, like a body count is not like I don't care about it that much. I'm talking more about like why it does matter societally. And I'm like trying to like give you some examples of things that you could look at for how it could matter.
For how it could matter more? No, I'm asking you, can you give me why do you consider that it should matter more for women comparative to men? Because of this
Okay.
reason, right? And you think it should matter more for women comparative to men because they're at a greater likelihood of being victimized, right?
Sorry, repeat that again, just so that I
You
could
you
digest
think
that.
you think that a high body count should matter more for women comparative to men because they are at a greater likelihood of being victimized, right?
Okay. Sure.
Doesn't that indicate that they are held to a greater level of responsibility because they're at a greater likelihood of being victimized? So the victimization is what they are responsible for here.
I'm not saying that they're. I'm not saying that they.
Hello, you're lagging out, bruv. Or is that me lagging out, chat? Parker, you are rewording everything he said. I do not. I'm not rewording anything. I'm literally saying exactly what he said. It's like literally exactly what he said. But yeah, in the meantime, tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 250,000 likes. If you want to help get out to more people, share the live, everyone. Let's try to get to 500 shares, y'all. Should I go into the next person, everyone? I think he just left.
I'm still here.
You're still here? Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know if I have too much more to say. You're free to go to the next guest if you want.
All right, for sure. Appreciate you coming
All right,
on.
take care, man.
Going on to the next person again. If you like my content, follow me if you're ready. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's go on to the next person though. Again, only send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. For some reason, it's not accepting this person. We're gonna try the next person again. Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. What is going on, chat? Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Again, only send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay. I don't know why people are just like sending requests not to be here, y'all. I'm trying to get someone up. Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. Keep tapping that screen, everyone. You already know the deal. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 33.
Do you think that a high body count should matter for women but not for men?
I do.
Why so?
So we can look back through the timeline of life and statistics and see that women go through pair bonding every time that they sleep with someone. So the more that they sleep with somebody, the less likely they are to pair bond in the future with someone that would be a future mate for making children.
I have a few questions, right? What do you consider to be a pair bond?
uh, the emotional connection between that person and the other individual that they are trying to mate with.
Only between an individual that they're trying to mate with? So you
Well,
don't think that you can pair bond with friends?
if you're having sexual relationships with somebody, there's typically an emotional connection there at some degree, which would consist of a partial or a full pair bonding. When they find out that that's not really the person that they were actually interested in, that pair bond breaks or it gets lengthened out for a time and then end up breaking, and then they'll move on to another individual that they
So
attempt to
by
pair
pair
bond.
bond, you just mean like emotional connection.
Uh, yes, and the more that you have sex with another individual, the less likely you are to incorporate as much emotion into your future relationships.
Okay. All right.
This was actually done at the
So
National Survey of Family Growth, so it's not just throwing information out.
no, what'd you just say? Say that again. I couldn't hear you.
It was the National Survey of Family Growth. It was roughly 10,000 women between the ages of 15 and 44, and this was the statistical analysis that they came up
What
with.
was the title?
It was the National Survey of Family Growth.
Yeah, that's like the survey. That's not the title
Yeah.
of the survey.
Well, I mean, I can't give you the exact lining
Title?
and name of the person that put it out or
I'm
anything.
not asking for the name. I'm just
Yeah,
asking for the title,
that's what
dude.
I'm saying is I can't give you every last detail of that specified document that they put
I
out.
did never ask for every detail. I asked for a title.
Okay, I gave you National Survey of Family Growth. Just
That's not
Google
a
it.
title.
We'll try Googling it. It might come up
That
with something
doesn't
that
that
you're
will
looking
give
for.
me something that doesn't even relate to a particular study that they've done or a survey.
It was research from Medical Institution of Sexual Health. If you want to
So
look that up.
yeah, so this doesn't tell me the specific study that they conducted or the specific survey. I'm asking for the specific survey. If you have looked at a specific survey, you would have the title. Like, that's ridiculous for you to tell me that you don't have a title.
You're not really giving an
Because
exact.
I looked this up. I look at CDC. This doesn't tell me that.
The CDC is what puts out most of this information in the first place.
Yeah.
If
So
you look
is
through,
it current contraceptive status amongst women aged 15 through 49? Is it fertility in men and women aged 15 through 49? Is it sexual activity and contraception use amongst teenagers 15 through 19? Is it demographic, healthcare, and fertility related characteristics of adults aged 18 through 44 who have never been in foster care? No, it's none of those, right? So what you just told me to look up doesn't even relate to anything that you just referenced. So can you give me a particular like title?
no, I can't. I can't give you
Okay.
the exact title of where the document came from.
Okay. So this is what's called the trust me, bro.
No, when you're actually on the CDC, like you were just showing on your phone, you could probably be able to find that same information on there.
Yeah, I looked at it and none of them related to the information that you just referenced.
Yeah, well, with enough time, I'm sure I could probably find the exact research that was put forward on it.
You could go for it if you'd like, right? But at the end of the day, right, if you're just relating to like some type of emotional connection, right? I can relate to the idea that if a woman doesn't have an emotional connection when engaging in intercourse with someone, right, every single time she engages in intercourse, does that mean her body count doesn't matter?
No, it still means that her body count matters.
Does it matter any differently?
Yes,
It does matter differently. How much differently? Like way less or
based off
as
of
much as
genetics and
men?
based off of how human culture has been since the beginning of time, women have been the emotional creature that actually ties directly to something, where men have been something that have been to multiple procreate with multiple women. Just because things have changed in a societal norm to now doesn't change how our genetics has actually been since the beginning of time.
Can you prove that like in our genetics men are polyamorous and that women are monogamous?
I
Appreciate the
can prove
superpower. Thank you.
if you look up the genetic reason on why the shape of the head of the penis is what it is, it's actually shaped the way it is to pull out another man's semen so our semen could inseminate a woman.
Yeah, so women who were with other men and other men nut in, right, would then, so you're just making an argument for women being polyamorous, by the way.
No, actually, that's
Actually,
saying
no, you
that
literally just made an argument that just made that because it would be that you're pulling out sperm from other men that she engaged in intercourse with. So you just made an argument that justifies that women should be polyamorous, not men. That's
no, the
wild.
original genetic build of the penis, not nowadays society. We're not talking about the penis was just created within the last decade. The
No
way that
shit.
our body grew back in the original caveman times was for that type of reason. Your
Yeah, but
penis
that doesn't
didn't just,
indicate that men would be polyamorous. That indicates that women would be. Because
no,
women, in that sense, would have engaged in intercourse with two partners there, right? Because the man is pulling the semen of the other man out.
women didn't
So
have the
the woman
opportunity to
slept with
choose
another
partners.
man.
Women didn't have the opportunity to choose partners at that point in time.
So then it wouldn't be relevant. That characteristic wouldn't be relevant. It would have no function.
At that
Because
point,
again, hold up, listen for 1 second, right? It wouldn't be pulling anything out. That function could only exist if you're pulling stuff out. Does that make
yeah,
sense?
yes, because back in the
So
earlier
so so
days,
that's referencing women being polyamorous.
no,
You
it's
literally
referencing men just going and taking what they want to take at that time and time
taking
and
what they want. You
history.
mean grape?
Yes, that's kind of how it
So so
worked back
so
in
so
history.
men graped women, right? Multiple men graped a particular woman, right? How does that relate to men being polyamorous?
because of the fact that women not being polyamorous
Wait,
would
wait,
make
wait, wait. And by the way, if you're saying that this demonstrates that we ought to be polyamorous, wouldn't this demonstrate that you then ought to
this
engage
doesn't
in grape?
demonstrate us to be polyamorous. This is just showing that historically, back in caveman days, that was
And
how it
historically,
was.
there was grape. What's your point?
And there's still grape nowadays.
Yeah, yeah.
Still doesn't change the
But
fact.
like what you're referencing, historically speaking, was referencing assault.
Yeah, it is assault, but it wasn't the woman going out having
So are
fun
you
and
saying that
being
that's
open.
justified then?
No, none of that's
No.
justified.
So then why are we using this to justify what we ought to do?
We're not justifying as what we ought to do. It's showing
Yeah,
that
you were.
men, it's showing that men genetically have always been to go out with multiple people. Women have not. Women have been the nurturers and the carers. They have been the emotional
No,
connection
you're just saying
to
what
raise
happened
a
to
family.
occur. This is called the naturalistic fallacy. Just because it has been a particular way throughout society does not mean it should be this way.
And we're not saying that anything's different from then to now.
What do you mean? You don't think anything's different?
Other than the caveman statistic of lines of how things were, yeah, things are different than that. Grape is not a natural thing that just kind of occurs.
What do you mean? What do you mean by natural?
It's not just men going around bonking somebody over the head and doing what they please.
That literally is what it was. What are you talking about?
Was not now.
You understand that still happens, right?
Yes, it does. Does that make it okay that it does?
No, I'm saying it. You're making the argument that because it is this way, it means it ought to be this way, and I'm saying that's terrible reasoning. It's called a naturalistic fallacy. So how could
No,
you say that I was using that reasoning when you're the only one that's made that argument?
I made the original argument that women will pair bond with a man and then they have an emotional connection. Men don't want somebody that has consistently pair bond and broken that pair bonding ability to be able to properly raise a family.
Okay, couldn't the same thing be the other way around as well, right? It is the case that both men and women would have those quote unquote emotional connections, right? Again, if it is the case that a woman does not have an emotional connection when she engaged in intercourse with a bunch of men, does her body count not matter as much?
Her body count still matters at that point. Men were not genetically
Oh, okay. So
men were not
regardless of whether or not there's an
genetically
emotional
built down
connection, it
to
still
only stick with
matters.
one. Men did not genetically be created, well, born to stick with one. We were created to procreate.
So were women, right? But again,
Women were
regardless,
created to no, women were created to
or no,
have
hold up,
a
listen,
child
listen, listen, listen.
and hold the child
Regardless of
for
whether or not
9
there's an
months and
emotional
then give
connection,
birth to the child.
oh my God, he just keeps,
Men have
yo.
the ability to create consistent.
Okay, so regardless of whether or not there's an emotional connection, it still is the case that it is not going to that you don't care whether or not it I mean not care. You still think it matters the same, right? So if you think it matters the same regardless of whether or not there's an emotional connection, you can't bring up the emotional connection as a basis for why it would matter more for women comparative to men, right? Secondly, you're saying that we're like created to be polyamorous. Please justify that.
No, men are supposed to procreate as much as possible. Women do not have that same ability. They are able to give birth once every 9 months. Is that incorrect?
Okay, so why would we relate to whether or not someone can be polyamorous or monogamous would relate to pregnancy when most times when people engage in intercourse, it doesn't lead to reproduction?
Because
Only
I said
5% of the
something
time it
about
leads to
pair bonding, did
reproduction.
I not? Pair bonding, the ability to create and sustain, maintain a family. So men do
You
not
didn't say
want
that
a
was relevant.
family.
You said that was completely irrelevant.
No, that is completely relevant. That's the whole
No, you
entire
didn't. I
argument that I
brought it
just
up. I
said.
literally brought that up.
Women,
Dude, did you hear my point?
I think that you're bypassing what I've originally said from the first start of the
Yeah,
argument, and
because
that
I made an argument against it already.
women's body count matters because of the pair bonding process. So if
Oh
women
my
can no
God.
longer
This
pair bond properly, they can no longer sustain and maintain a family, a household full family, correct?
Yeah, so it is the case. You're just when you're saying pair bond, that you're referring to emotional connection. And I've already brought up within this conversation that if a woman ceases to have emotional connection when she engages in intercourse with a bunch of men, it still is the case that her body count matters under your view. So if it still matters, regardless of the emotional connection, that means the emotional connection is not relevant to whether or not how much it matters.
You're talking on a minority of people that lose the ability to pair bond with people and don't want to have a family. The majority of people, both men and women, are looking to, at some point in time, create a family that is a
No, I'm
long-term
still talking about
thing.
someone that is at some point wanting to do that, but I'm saying
Yeah.
prior, when they engaged in intercourse with people, they didn't have any emotional connection. Is it the case in that particular scenario, this individual circumstance, that their body count doesn't matter?
You're talking about something in a situation of like the girls just want to have fun or guys just want to be out and doing things, right?
Yeah, they just engage in intercourse
The
without any
short,
emotional
yeah, the
connection.
short term, yeah, the short term situation that they're not looking at the long term of the irreparable damage that they're doing to their own mental psyche to where they can't
So
future
you
have
think it
something
does
long term.
damage? You think it does the same damage regardless of whether or not there's an emotional connection. So if it still does that damage regardless of that, the emotional connection again is not relevant to your calculation here.
No, when you're younger, you're still going to have those emotional connections.
Not in
People
this
go through
particular
them.
scenario. Remember, we evaded that. We said in this particular scenario, they have no emotional connection, right, between any individual they engage in intercourse with. Does their
Okay,
body
so we're
count not
playing
matter?
hypothetical. We're playing a hypothetical instead of actually going through a statistical reality of how life works.
What do you mean? You understand that
You're going,
hypotheticals.
you're doing the snap of finger and removing emotion from all situation in this.
Yeah,
That's
I am. That's
that's
exactly what a
how life
hypothetical is
works.
meant to do. People who don't understand hypotheticals have a huge issue with being able to understand concepts in general. And this is a huge limitation that many people have. If you can't understand the helpfulness of hypotheticals in demonstrating concepts, right, there's a really big issue with whether or not you're going to be able to understand any concept in a debate. Okay? Right? Hypotheticals are very important to tell us what we should do and what we shouldn't do. For example, in the context of there being a school unaliver, right, that goes to school unalive people, right, we want to think about different hypothetical scenarios, how they can come into the classrooms to be able to protect children in the event that they do get into the classrooms, right? So hypotheticals are relevant to tell us what we should do. Okay, so why are you shunning hypotheticals? Why are you not understanding hypotheticals when clearly they develop or they are very very clear in their use value?
Because it's a real life situation that can happen where the snap and removal of emotion is not a typical norm of what would go
Wait,
on.
but it does happen in reality. And it's not a typical norm that people get school unalived, but it's still something relevant to talk about.
Actually, in
Okay?
America, it
So if
seems
a
to be a typical
hypothetical,
norm.
it's not a norm. Right? You saying it's a norm is ridiculous. Okay? Sure it does happen, but to say it's a norm is ridiculous because it happens 0.00 something percent of the time. Okay? That's wild for you to make that claim. You have no clue what a norm means at all.
Okay.
Okay. Um yeah, so do you want to like so again, regardless of whether or not there's an emotional connection, you still think it matters. So the emotional connection is not relevant.
Yeah, so body count continually moving on farther than that. Yeah, we can still say that the body count does matter. Um, let's go off of the ease of access, and it's going to sound weird to say it that way. It sounds off. Who has an easier opportunity to have sex? Which gender?
Women, on average, do have more opportunities than men. If I were to
Yeah.
bring up a particular scenario where a man has more opportunities than the average woman, would his body count matter more than the average woman, given it's the same?
If you would be pandering to the minority, sure, it could view in a way to some people, but
No, I'm
based
asking
on
to you. I'm asking to you. Do you think that it should matter more for that particular man, right, given that he has more opportunities and that's easier in terms of access to him comparative to the average woman?
comparatively based off of how the ease of access for both genders, I believe that the male would have had to work a lot harder to get a higher number than the female would have.
Not in this scenario, because we're talking about ease of access as he has more opportunities.
What ease of access does he have over something such as a dating site like Tinder?
So do you just? I appreciate Sam. Thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. Like I'll give you a particular example. Vinny Hacker, right? Tens of millions of followers, right? Has lots of opportunities when it relates to engaging in intercourse, right? Should his body count matter more than the average woman, given it being the same? Say they both have a 10 body count. Should his body count matter more?
No.
No. Okay, even though he has more opportunities.
I
So
understand,
opportunities and ease of access doesn't matter to you.
but you're talking about a minority of individuals.
What I'm
Based
showing is
off
that it doesn't matter to you.
No, it absolutely does still matter because it's not
It
a
clearly
norm.
didn't in the example I
You're talking
provided.
about a very finite ability of something. If you take the majority of people, women have a much easier ability to be able to find sex. So it is a much easier thing at that point where a woman can just go onto a dating app and will get 100, 200 swipes per day, but a man will get less. Is that correct?
I don't think that any average woman would get 100, 200. That's wild, right? Secondly, when it relates to this,
You like playing
you're
hypotheticals, so
saying,
in a
hey
hypothetical.
man, hey man, you're saying that it doesn't matter when applied to men, right? But it applies when it goes to women. Because
I'm saying if it's an ease of access.
I brought up a scenario where a man has a greater level of access. It's way easier access, right, for him. Yet it didn't matter more in that context, given them having the same body count. So ease of access does not matter when it relates to men, but it matters when it relates to women.
You're talking about a 1% minority versus a
It
100%
still disproves your
majority for
point.
women. Say that again.
It still disproves your point.
It doesn't. You're using
No,
a
conceptually,
minority.
it shows that you don't
The
apply it when it relates to
minority,
men, but you do apply it when it relates to women.
the minority does not prove a fact. The majority does. So if the
You're not
majority of
understanding what
a
I'm saying at all. You're saying you're making a claim that ease of access is the relevant distinction between women and men. That means that it matters for women, but not for men. I applied that exact same reasoning, ease of access, to a scenario in which a man has a greater ease of access, and you didn't apply it then. So why do you reject the reasoning when it relates to men, but you accept it when it relates to women?
because of the totality, you are talking minority over majority. I'm not
That
going
doesn't
to
answer my
nitpick
question at all in this
I'm
individual
not going to
circumstance.
because I'm not going to nitpick one individual over the majority that is a factual position. I can't say, oh,
What
Brad
I'm
Pitt
saying
has the
isn't like
ability
not
to pay
factual.
for
What I'm saying is still
100,000 people.
factual. You're just not willing to apply it on an individual circumstance because you know that you don't want to apply it to men.
Because you're trying to use it for a minority to a
It
standpoint.
doesn't matter
It
how
does.
prevalent it is.
It does
All it's
matter.
meant to demonstrate is that you don't apply the reasoning when it relates to men. That's all my claim is. I'm not saying that a minority of people means this is how it is for the majority. That's not what I said. That's not my claim at all. If you think that's my claim, then your IQ must be below room temp calculated in Celsius. It's clearly not the claim that
Your
I made.
title says, but not for men, not for that one man that has 10,000 followers. We are talking about a statistic norm here. Your claim here is that body count doesn't matter for women versus men. We are not talking about your one guy with 10,000 subscribers. We are talking about the
10,000, you
statistical
mean
norm.
15 million. Okay, so
15 million, that's
yes,
fine.
yes, we
What's
are
100
talking about
million?
that because it's about demonstrating the concept. If you can't understand that we're demonstrating a concept here, well, then there's nothing that you're going to be able to take from this conversation. Do you understand the
Because
concept?
your
That's
statement, because your titled statement is for majority. It is for the basic norm.
Yeah, that doesn't
Not
mean
the
the only thing we
1%
bring up
body.
is in a majority circumstance. For example, right, if I was to make a claim that in like general, right, humans have 10 fingers, right? That doesn't mean that there aren't circumstances in which people do not have those things. So we can talk about a circumstance and say, right, well, there it is the case that someone could have 11 fingers or 9 fingers. But it is the case in most circumstances that people have 10 fingers. Okay. So we can
Correct.
acknowledge the individual circumstances and we can say, if someone made a claim that in order to have, right, in order to be human, you have to have 10 fingers. And I said, that's wrong. There are some humans that have 9 fingers. Could you just say, oh, that's only just a minority of circumstances, therefore it doesn't matter?
No, I could say
No,
the
you see how it's still
majority of
relevant even
people,
though it's a small percentage of people?
I could say that the majority of people have that, and that would be a anomaly. So your 15 million subscriber guy would be an anomaly to something that would not be
Yeah,
classified
I
in
never said
your
he wasn't an
title.
anomaly. What I said is that it demonstrates a concept. I showed you the concept that it demonstrates in another scenario. What did you understand it?
Yeah, I fully get that. But you're
Okay, so
talking
then at
about a
least understand
statistic,
that
not the
even if
anomaly.
it's not prevalent, right? Even if it's uncommon, it is still the case that that this will demonstrate the concept.
Okay, and a concept is not a full production view of something. It is a side skirt of something that never really comes to full fruition. You are still going off of a minority of something. Your
Okay,
title is
okay, so
all
let's
about
let's
the
go back
norm.
to the analogy that I just brought up.
Yeah,
Someone makes the claim, someone makes the claim that in order to be human, you have to have 10 fingers. I bring up a scenario where a human does not have 10 fingers, right? Are they not human? And you say, "Oh, that's a minority of circumstances."
So yeah, that
Does that
person
make
is
sense to
still
you?
a human. That person is still a human, but they
Oh,
fall into
clearly they're
the
still human. Clearly they're
anomaly.
still human. But you reject.
Exactly.
Your argument would essentially be akin to you rejecting the notion that they're human just because it's a small percentage of circumstances.
No, because your title is all about the basic norms of how this situation is. And I'm telling you, the norm is that women have an easier access to do it, which makes it less acceptable. You're telling me, oh, well, this guy has 15 million followers, so he can obviously get sex just as easy as a girl can. I
More,
don't.
easier, right? And you're
Yes,
not saying it's less acceptable for him under your worldview. So again, level of
because we're
opportunities and
not going
ease
off
of
of.
access in terms of engaging intercourse does not mean that it should matter more for a particular group or a particular individual.
And do you believe that women would look at that guy with 15 million followers and be like, oh man, he's had sex with over 1,000 people. He is so hot to me.
No, someone would probably look at the 1,000 and be like, okay, that's a bit much for me. Most people would probably say that,
Yeah,
regardless of whether or not
absolutely.
it's a man or a woman.
Absolutely. So one abnormality person would probably be looked at the same way that you would look at women. Well, that's kind of weird that you would have that kind of a body count when it's so easy to do it. It seems like you're preying on people.
Yeah, so do you think
So
that it
that
should be
person,
viewed in a more negative connotation than the average woman because he has
he
a more ease of access?
he wouldn't represent all of men.
I like how you just like don't answer my question. Can you restate my question?
No, I can't.
You can't because you didn't listen.
You're absolutely right. I wasn't listening to that because you're trying to undermine and tone down the situation that women have an ease of access to something.
I
So if
never I
I'm
never toned that
expecting,
down. I actually acknowledged that and I addressed that and I've said that multiple times. You didn't
but
listen
you
because you
but
don't
you
want to
went to an
actually challenge
abnormality.
yourself.
You went
Hey,
to an
hey, hey, hey,
abnormality.
Hiroshima, listen, okay? You don't actually want to challenge your own worldview, and that's why you're not willing to listen to the questions that I'm asking you.
No,
Okay?
because you're picking abnormalities
It's
to,
you. I
show.
literally just gave you an analogy and a hypothetical to show you how using a circumstance, even if it's uncommon, is still relevant in demonstrating a concept.
Yeah,
Did you understand my point?
you're showing me that somebody born without 10 fingers is still a human. That's fine.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
is
And you
still
would say
something that
your
we can
response
work with.
would be akin to saying that this individual is not human because it's a minority of circumstances.
No, that would be a situational thing that you would have to determine at that point in time.
Okay, in this particular circumstance, you say they're clearly human. In this particular circumstance, right, should it matter for Vinny Hacker more than the average woman, given that they have the same body count? And you said no, right? That tells me that you reject the reasoning when it relates to a man, right? But you accept it when it relates to women.
You are still talking about a minority. We're going to stay on that same exact spot because you're not going to talk about a norm.
Dude, I mean, how many times do we have to go over the same point, bro? Like what was my response to this? JJ, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much.
Your response is still the same exact thing because
You
he
want to
has
know what? You want to know what?
body
Because
count
you
of
just said the
general.
exact same thing, right? It's like you gave me no response to what I said. You just restate the original claim. I gave you a response to what you said. You just restate the original claim. That doesn't respond to anything I just said.
Because you're not sticking with the norms. You're trying to play an
I don't need to stick
abnormality
with the
with it.
norms. Remember, I
Your
don't need to
title
stick with the
says
norms.
your title does not say special abnormality situations.
That doesn't
You
have
are
to do
talking
that. You
about
just don't understand
generalities.
hypotheticals because your IQ is low, right? That's literally the
No, because
view.
we're talking about generalities here.
No, I'm not joking, dude.
You're
If you
trying
have
to
an
change
issue
it
with
off
understanding
something.
hypotheticals and how they can demonstrate concepts, I'm not joking. It is actually a sign of low IQ. I'm not joking. It is actually dead serious. This is something that it's not just referenced by me. It's referenced by many individuals. I appreciate the subscription.
I'm
Thank you so
good.
much.
Can you
I'm not
actually
saying this
pull
in a
up?
light sense. You literally won't
Can
acknowledge this
you
at all. Either you're willfully doing it or it's some issue that you have that you can't control.
can you pull up
Which one
a
is it? Are you
can you pull
responsible
up a
for it or
statistical
is it
proof
something that
of
you
that?
can't control? Let me know.
Can you pull up a statistical proof that saying that not understanding hypotheticals would cause me to have a low IQ? Show me that. I
Yeah.
would love it. I would love it.
Yeah, I got you. Thank you for the hand tower. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I want to see if there is anything. We'll see. We'll see.
Because right now we're just playing the trust me bro, aren't we?
Actually, well, I could just relate to like the experiences that I have with individuals in terms of if you don't have the ability
So
to actually
anecdotal
like, hold
information and
on,
not
listen,
statistical
because I mean,
information.
hold up, I'm gonna give you something. I want to, right? But what I'm showing here, what I'm trying to demonstrate to you is that if you have a lack of an ability to understand hypotheticals and analogies, right, you're not going to be able to understand the field of statistics. You're not going to be able to understand anything that requires the use of hypotheticals, like any type of scientific method, right, in terms of comparing different hypotheses. You won't be able to understand anything like that. You won't be able to understand the circumstance when it relates to whether or not we need to do policy with school unalivings, because you can't think about different type of hypothetical realities, given the fact that there is some type of policy, right? There would just be huge issues when it relates to that, right? I can send you something that relates to what is stupid people's conception of unintelligent behavior. It's from sciencedirect.com if you want to look it up right now.
Sure, give me a link.
I just told you the title. I appreciate the
Science.
galaxy. Thank you so much. What is stupid? Question mark. People's conception of an unintelligent behavior. It's from Science Direct, and it relates to things when it relates to like the idea to like engage with different types of hypotheticals and possible realities, things like that, in terms of one's ability to have like a higher IQ, because it would relate to like your ability to like adapt to different types of circumstances to understand. That's one of the claims that at least it says.
So
Um,
claims, anecdotal information.
no, this isn't anecdotal. These are many different studies. These are conclusions formed from the studies. Appreciate the Swan. Thank you so much, Tired AF. I appreciate it. And like, I'm not even using this in a vague sense. I don't want to just like come on and say shit like that, but like, I'm actually dead serious. What I'm talking about right now is not done. It's really easy to understand. Appreciate the cap. Thank you so much. It's just a basic hypothetical, and what you're not understanding is that you can use hypotheticals like this to demonstrate concepts. And the concept that I'm demonstrating is that you apply this reasoning in terms of your argument to men, but you don't apply them to women. And your only response to me saying that is saying, "Oh, this is a minority of circumstances." That doesn't respond to any of the points that I've made. Appreciate the cat. Thank you so much.
So because of one issue with your hypothetical, that one hypothetical that you've given, where I have a problem with that hypothetical, you're saying it has the same premises of me having a learning disability or so.
No, I never said you have a learning disability.
A
What I
low
just said is
IQ?
that, yeah, what I said is that likely speaking, it
You
can
would
be
intentionally
indicative
just
of a low IQ, right? Because of the fact that you don't have the ability to understand a hypothetical or how we can demonstrate a concept here.
or that one hypothetical because I don't feel that one places a good position because you're picking one person when we're generally talking about an overall.
So in this circumstance, I'm demonstrating a concept. I don't need to refer to the general to be able to do that. Okay. Not everything has to be in relation to the general concept when it here, right? Because you take individual circumstances, concepts from these individual circumstances to say, what should we do in general? For example, right? What happened in different types of school unalivings? What did school unalivers do in these different circumstances? To then say what we should do on a countrywide basis within schools to ensure that less children die. Right? So you take the individual circumstance, what was relevant in terms of the concepts there, and then you apply that to the overall standpoint, right? But we have to talk about the individual circumstances and these different hypotheticals to then be able to apply that in the first place.
But your hypothetical would be built off of multiple scenarios happening that they would then go and create a policy that goes directly around multiple times of something happening. Not a one time, not one guy with 15 million bodies or 15 million followers. You would have to go and look at multiple times that somebody has gone to a school and done unaliving. You can't look at it one time and go and create a whole entire
No.
policy.
Here, so again, right? We could actually just look at one time, right? If you made a claim that no school unalivers are mentally ill, right? And I bring up one circumstance in which there is a mentally ill individual who was a school unaliver, that would disprove your original standard, right?
Yes. But you are talking
Okay.
about a one-time situation.
If
If
you're
only
saying
if
that the
only
reason why a higher body count matters, right, for women is because there's an ease of access when it relates to engaging in intercourse, if I apply that same standard to a man, right, would it be the case that the body count matters more, all else constant?
But you are applying
And
it
you
to
said no.
one man.
So that's
You are
exactly
applying
the
it to one.
that's exactly the contradiction, by the way.
You are applying it to just one. If you applied it to
I just wait, in the scenario I just brought up where I just applied it to one scenario, where did I do something wrong? Before, not the one I just referenced, the one I referenced way before.
So if we use the school unaliver situation, if there was only one school unaliver, and I said, well, obviously school unalivers do this, but that was the only one, and then we had one more, and you said, well, this one didn't. That's a 1-for-1 trade. You're showing me one.
No. You misunderstood my point. Okay, I literally broke it down. Okay. Oh my gosh, bro. I don't know how I can go over the same point over and over again, and it's like it's still so unclear to you. I really don't get it. Sorry. Just say what you just said at the end part. I want to clarify.
Okay, so you are doing one school unaliver with a 1-for-1 comparison off of that. There is
So you make a claim about school unalivers. You say none of them have mental illness. Okay. I give you a single circumstance in which one does have a mental illness.
Yes.
Was your original standard wrong?
That is a 50-50 split. There is no data to back anything up at that point.
Oh my god. So that doesn't disprove the original standard?
It does disprove that standard.
It does, even though there's only one circumstance, right?
But the original standard is not a standard.
Wait, Hiroshima, even though there's only one circumstance.
Only one circumstance does not put empirical data into place.
No, I'm not saying it puts empirical data into like not taken into account, right? What are you talking about, right? You were saying that a high body count matters more for women because there's an ease of access when it relates to engaging intercourse. I applaud that ease of access when it relates to engaging intercourse to the scenario in which there is a man who has an easier time engaging intercourse and it doesn't matter more for him. So when you make the claim that it matters more because of ease of access and you don't apply it to that circumstance, I give you one circumstance and it disproves the original point because your point was applicable to all circumstances. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm picking up what you're putting down.
All right, so restate what I just said.
So what you're saying is the fact that I'm making claims that women have an ease of access, but you are saying, well, this one guy has ease of access, meaning that he has just the same access as women. His body count should matter just the same as women.
No, he has more access. His body count should matter more given that they have the same body count, right?
Yes, ease of access.
So the original standard, because you responded with, oh, no, it doesn't matter more, right? The original standard would have been disproven. It is now not the case that just because someone has an ease of access that is to a greater extent, that means that they are then looked at in a more negative connotation. Or it matters more for them.
You are going off of a minority. That one man can.
You see how we made the same fucking point after we just went through so long of describing how you can use individual circumstances to be able to derive concepts from them. Literally just went through how fucking long of describing these concepts to him, and he pushes down the exact same fucking point.
The minorities versus majorities. One person cannot change the whole entire premise of how the whole system works. I don't know how you're not understanding.
That's not what I'm saying, bro. That's not what I'm saying. Hey, in the scenario with the school unaliver. Hey, in the scenario with the school unaliver, right? Did the individual circumstance, would you reject that individual circumstance disproving the original point because it's just a minority of cases?
If there was 10,000 school unalivers and only one of them had a mental health disability, yes, I would say
mental health. No, just mentally ill, right? If just one was mentally ill, would it still would the original statement? Hold up, would the original statement that there are no school unalivers that are mentally ill, is that wrong?
If the original statement was there are no school unalivers that have a mental issue, none, but only one popped up, we would not use that data for empirical data. Correct?
Okay, so then if you think that you can accept both of these conclusions, you end with a contradiction. You can, oh my God, right? There's no one who's a school unaliver that has mental illness, and there is one person that has a school unaliver with mental illness. That is a contradiction. You can't say no and one simultaneously. We're not even talking about empirical data right now. What are you talking about, dude?
We're talking about that one person does not make the rule for the majority.
I never said one person makes a rule. I'm never saying it establishes a rule. I'm saying it disproves the original standard that says that there were none. Okay? Because 0 does not equal 1.
And I'm not saying that no man that sleeps with a billion women, that their body count cannot matter. I am talking about a generality, a basic norm that women have much easier access to it. So if they are able to and they are actively seeking it, then yes, theirs does matter more because it's so much easier to do it. Did you
Okay,
know
so
that?
does it matter more for Vinny Hacker, right? Again, because he has a greater level of access, right? And given the exact same body count, would it matter more?
To some people, I'm sure it would.
No, no, to you.
I don't care about Vinny Hacker.
Oh my
So why
god.
would it matter to
Oh my
me?
god. It's like you
I'm
contradict the
not the
original
person
standard
trying,
that you just laid out.
I'm not the person trying to sleep with Vinny Hacker. So it doesn't matter to me. We're not talking about Vinny Hacker. We're talking about the statistic norm for men and women. I don't care about
So
Vinny Hacker's
women that you're never going to be with, their body
That's
counts don't matter?
their body counts still matter to someone. Anybody that's
Wait,
going
wait,
to
wait. Wait. So
approach
Vinny Hacker's body count still should matter to people the same as it matters if it was the case in which a woman has the
to the one
exact same
person
level of
that wants
opportunities.
to the 1 or 2 or his 15 million subscribers, sure, it could matter to them. But the statistical norm
No, no, no.
is
I'm
that it
saying, what do you
matters
think
to
it should
men
matter?
versus women.
In connotation to
Men
those
versus
individuals,
women.
hey, in connotation to those individuals, or in context to those individuals, would you say that it should matter more for Vinny comparative to what it would be for a particular average woman with the exact same body count?
To any woman that is proactively seeking Vinny, yes, it would probably matter to them.
No,
But for the
no,
statistical
no, no, no.
norm,
Answer my question. Should it matter more to them comparative to the average woman?
yes,
Yes, you do think it
yes,
should.
yes, to
Okay.
the norm. To the norm, if somebody has an excessive high body count, absolutely. But because of ease of access
Wait.
for
If
that,
a man has that exact same body count but has less ease of access, should it
no, no,
matter the
no, no,
same
no.
for
Vinny
that
has the
woman?
same. Vinny has the same or greater ease of access that women have.
So he should
Correct?
be looked at in a more negative connotation than me if I had the same body count as Vinny Hacker.
Do you have the same ease of access as Vinny?
I have less ease of access, right?
Okay, so less ease of access. That means you've worked much harder for that same type of situation, have you not?
I don't think it's working hard, right? I think this is really dumb, but like, yeah, like
Typically, a lot of
the
women
idea is that
have.
there's less opportunities, right, for me compared to Vinny Hacker, right? So should I be looked at in a more positive connotation for the same body count as Vinny Hacker?
Go over that one more time.
Should
I
I
want to
be
make sure
looked
I
at
pick
in a
up
more
all that.
positive connotation than Vinny Hacker, right, given the exact same body count?
Yes.
I should. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So you do think in any case in which there's an individual that has a greater ease of access, that they should be looked at in a more negative connotation. So my next question is that, do you think that attractive people's body counts should matter more?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So do you think that okay, so do you think that if you have more opportunities than a particular woman, that your body count should matter more than hers?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So what do you mean by matter? Let's clarify this.
What do you mean by matter? Matter is exactly what it is.
Appreciate the
It's a
confetti, thank
judgmental
you.
situation based off of how that gender versus another gender is able to access something. If women can overall
No, no,
have
no.
an
I'm asking you to clarify what you mean by matter.
it means something. That would be matter.
It means something.
Yes. If something matters to you, it probably means something to you.
Sure. Clearly,
Yeah.
right? But
Yeah. So if you
so
had
okay,
100 body count
bro.
and the guy next to you had a 10 body count, a woman that's going to choose between you two would look at one or the other and be like, well, that probably matters more because of multiple different situations that may have arose that put you in that situation. You're a very promiscuous person. You have a high body count. You probably mistreat people. You may just use people, or you're some celebrity situation which women just flock to you and you just are promiscuous. Yeah, you have the means to get the woman easier than the person that's next to you, and women will look at you as if that matters.
Okay, so here I have a question, right? Do you think that women who are less selective, right, are considerably it matters more for them?
Probably so.
Okay. So for example, right, if someone has a greater level of opportunities and has 10 bodies comparative to another person who has a lower level of opportunities and has 10 bodies, right, they had a greater level of opportunities and selected less of those opportunities. So they were less selective than the other individual in which has less opportunities in them, right? So would it then also be the case that since women are more selective than men, that their body counts would matter less?
Are women more selective?
Yes. Do you think that women are more selective on average?
I think women are picking and choosing males or other individuals that are typically dating up situations more than dating down situations. I
That doesn't answer the question. Do you think that women are more selective than men on average?
Depending on their mentality at points. Women like to go through, and as terrible as it sounds, a hoe phase. Men also typically go
By
through
the way,
that
you
hoe
can't say
phase but
that,
have
and I don't know what you mean by that, bro. But like, again, so I'm asking like very specifically, right? Do women have greater level of selection, right, than men, right? Do they are they more selective on
I honestly
average?
couldn't answer that because I don't have any documentation to prove either side of that. So
Yeah,
I
I could
I can
send you
openly
stuff
say
that
I
relates to
don't
that.
know
I
that.
think it's already pretty clear, but I could send you stuff that relates to that. For example, right? Women have more opportunities when it relates to engaging intercourse with people, right?
Mhm.
Women, their median body count 4.3, man's median body count 6.3. So if they have a
Where are you
lower
getting
body
that
count and
data?
they have more opportunities, that tells you they're more selective.
Where are you getting that data showing that it's
I can
lower?
send that to you right now. You can just look at median body count men and women. It's the first one that comes up. I can send it to you though. Yeah, it's literally like the first one that comes up. It's from the CDC.
Because Iowa University did a study showing that only 1 in 3 men between the ages of 18 and 24 are actively having sex.
Okay, so this is still true. It's still the case that the CDC shows that the median number of sexual partners for men was 4.3 and 6.3 for women.
Oh, so what you're saying is the median for women is higher because you said it reverse. You originally said it reverse. So the
Wait, no,
median
no,
for
no.
men is
It's no, it's 6.3 for men and 5.4
no,
4.3 for
absolutely
women.
not. I would love to
I
turn
said
my
it wrong.
camera
I
on
said it
and
wrong.
point it at my screen right now.
I literally just said it wrong, bro. I literally just said it wrong, man.
Yeah.
Look. Holy fuck, dude. He's so annoying, dude.
Dude, I would love to turn my camera on and show you my screen right now.
Look, read.
I'm reading yours, but I'm seeing it the exact opposite on my screen.
This is from the CDC. That are you looking from the very this one? Because they wrote it wrong. That's what it is. So if you actually go scroll down to the CDC, the stat from the CDC, right? It shows this. So they typed it in wrong. Fuck hell, dude.
But if you go down even farther than that, you'll see the document that shows that one partner 17.7 for women between 25 and 49, but only 11.2
What is
for
that
men
for? You
between
don't even know what
25
that's
and
in
49.
accordance with.
Scroll down, you'll see it. It's on the CDC.
Yeah, what no, what that's not even talking about the same thing we're talking about.
Percentage distribution
Of what? Percentage distribution of
of
what?
men and women between the ages 25 to
Of
49.
what?
Of men and women from the ages
No, it says
25
one
to
partner
49.
in 17. I don't even know what that's in relation to. Again, all I
Percentage
was
distribution of
referencing,
sexual
dude,
experience, women and men.
that's not talking about body. What are you talking about? This is a percentage distribution. This is saying how many women, 17% of women have one partner, 29% of women have 2 to 4, 28% have 5 to 9, 11% have 10 to 14, and 12.9% have 15. 28% have 15 or more when it relates to men, 12.5% 10 to 14, 25% 5 to 9, 22% 2 to 4, and then 11% 1. So you're just misunderstanding the data, bro. You're so like, oh my god. Read this. 4.3 for women, 6.3 for men. That tells you that women are literally more selective than men on average because they have more opportunities and they have lower median body count.
Okay, and I'm going to accept that data, and I won't rebut that. I will accept that as 100% accurate.
Yeah, it's literally from the CDC, bro.
Okay, yeah, and I'm not going to argue that.
Okay.
I mean, you're sitting there like I'm about to fight and argue over that. Look,
You did. You literally just did. You
no, I
literally just
just
did.
saw
You
data.
were disputing. You were said 17.7 for women. What you didn't realize is that this percentage of people who have one partner who are women. You didn't read anything, and you literally, instead of acknowledging the point that I was making, you decided to like go try to argue that. That literally, you just misunderstood.
No, I tried to implement more data into your argument other than just a basic 4.3, 4 point this.
And
Like
that's
you're
not even
not.
relevant. You just misunderstood. It was not even
No,
relevant.
because your original claim was one number for men, one number for women. You said the first thing that pops up. I look at the first thing that pops up, and it had the exact opposite data of what you're showing. So of
No,
course
it
I'm
didn't have
going
the
to
opposite
push you to
data.
say, yeah,
It didn't
it
have the
had them
opposite
putting
data
them in
because it
both of them.
literally sources the claim. It just wrote it wrong because it was a fucking article. It wrote it wrong. It had the same source. It sourced the CDC.
Yes, but the data was backwards. So
Yeah,
you
no.
told
The data was not backwards, right? Them typing it out was backwards.
yes, that means the
No, and
data
that's
was
not the
backwards
CDC.
off
That
of
was
their
some
part of
random
it.
article.
That sources the CDC.
Yeah, and so they read it wrong, not the CDC's data. The data was not wrong. The data was the same.
I don't know how you're not understanding the fact that I'm literally sitting here telling you that I saw it one way versus what you told me until we went directly to the CDC's document. You told me the first one and you told me men was 6.3, but that article was showing me
Yeah, because
4.3.
I didn't realize the first one. I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. The article mentioned it wrong because I've looked at the CDC study before, right? It's literally just a typo, dude. Like, there's no way you're
Okay,
arguing
that's
this
fine
much
with
into
the
a
typo.
fucking typo.
No,
Like,
I'm
there's no
saying it's
way,
fine
dude.
that it's a typo. I wasn't going to argue afterwards after we see that it was a corrective issue at that point.
Yeah, so
But
clearly, okay, do you understand my point? You agree that women on average are more selective than men, right?
yeah, I could say that that is a possibility that women
No,
do.
no, no, no. It is the case, right? It is the case that women are more selective than men on average. Okay?
Okay,
So if
I'll
it is the
concede
case that
that.
women are more
I'll
selective
concede
than
that.
men on average, would it
I
be the
will
case that their
concede
body
that.
count should matter less then?
I would concede that women are more selective, but it does not mean that their body count means anything less than what it actually means because they have a higher opportunity too.
Yeah, and they select less people given those opportunities. The point I was getting to is that you said earlier in this conversation, I asked you the specific question. Do you think that a woman who is less selective, it matters more for her? And you said yes, right? That's what you said yes to. Okay? We already discussed this. We already established that point. Given that we've already established that point, you're then entailed to a notion that body count should matter more for men comparative to women.
No, women's body count will
But men
still
are less
matter more
selective
because
on
of ease of
average.
access.
But men are less selective on average.
Okay, and that just means that we will fish from the bottom of the barrel, does it not?
What do you mean?
If we are less selective, we are still having
And
less.
no, no, no. Again, you said being less selective means it matters more, right? That's what you said earlier.
No, I didn't say
You
that.
did say
No,
that. I
no,
appreciate the little card. Thank you. I literally had this on recording,
no.
bro. Don't gaslight.
You
Come
said
on.
that
Come
women.
on. Don't
You
gaslight,
said
man.
you said women are more selective, and I said I'll concede to that. But their body count still matters more because they have an ease of
No, this
access
was
to it.
earlier than that. This was earlier than that. You literally specifically said this. I literally have this on recording, bro. Come on.
I may have misunderstood what you were saying.
No, come on.
No, I'm serious. I may have misunderstood what you were saying at that moment in time because I'm also trying to, I'll say, rant or ramble my data or information towards you.
I appreciate the corgi. Thank you so much, Bills Mafia. I appreciate it. By the way, I've given you multiple sources so far. Can you give me one that relates to the pair bonding? That says that there's a statistically significant distinction between men and women?
I can look one up and send one to you. I'm sure it won't be difficult to
You haven't
find
read
them.
one. You don't have one to source here. I've given you multiple sources just on this live.
No, I don't have one actively in my repertoire to be able to say, hey, this exact
Repertoire.
thing. Yeah.
That's tough.
Yeah, it's really tough.
Yeah. So is there anything else
Remember
you
low
got, bro?
IQ? Remember low IQ me because of, hypotheticals?
Hiroshima, man. I'm actually not joking, man. Maybe you haven't done this enough. I don't know, but like, bro,
I
it was
don't
kind of
typically
rough.
go around debating things like this with people.
No, I talk to people
I,
all the time that don't go around debating things.
yeah, I get that. I've bypassed some of your lives before as well as Dean's. I don't really typically hang out in people's lives, but it's a normal natural thing for you to debate with people very often. I don't do it.
Yeah, I know, and that no, so I'm constantly debating people that don't often debate sometimes, right? So
Yeah.
I know what it's like when someone just doesn't normally not debate. You know what I mean? I
Yeah.
don't think that's the issue, right? I think the issue is that you don't understand hypotheticals.
No, I fully understand hypotheticals. I just didn't follow yours. I didn't follow your one about a one person out of the entire earth because I wasn't okay with that
But
hypothetical.
I literally gave you the basis of it for before, and you couldn't give me the distinction between the two. But is there anything else you want to go over or talk about?
No, I'm sure I've gone on long enough.
All right, for sure, man. Appreciate you coming on. All right,
Yep.
let's go into the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. You already know the deal. You already know the deal. No, I don't think my IQ is high at all. I'm literally just making a point. But yeah, if you disagree, send a guest request right now. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes. If you want to help get out to more people, share the live, everyone. We have 275 shares and 275,000 likes. That's pretty wild, by the way, everyone. For each 1,000 likes, we literally got a share. That's kind of crazy. Yeah, thank you for the hat and mustache. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
How's it, man? How are you?
How old are you?
I'm 23. And yourself?
You're 23. Do you think that a high
Yeah.
body count should matter for women but not for men?
So this can go both ways, but I would say it's different. And the reason for that is, and ladies should not take this with any disrespect. If a car gets mileage, it loses value, referring to a female. If a driver drives more, it gets more experience, which is adding value. And from another perspective, men
Wait, I
can
have two
have sex
things. Okay,
without.
so why does
Okay.
mileage only apply to women and why does driving only apply to men?
Um, Yo, my man, we're on the live. I don't wanna, break it up into like a sound like a dick.
So you don't want to justify your position? You already sound like one.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but yeah. Let me rather not go deeper into it.
Okay, so I mean that's gonna make yourself look worse, but so again, why
That's
does mileage
okay.
only apply to women and driving only apply to men? Because women get more experience from engaging in intercourse. I appreciate the night. Thank you so much. And then you could also say that men also accrue a body count. Appreciate the hand art. Thank you.
100%. Like I wouldn't encourage anyone to actually just sleep around. As like I'm a Christian, and it's not good to have soul ties just going around. Um,
Wait, so then it would matter just as
but
much for men and women because each time you engage in intercourse outside the context of marriage is considered sin.
no, definitely,
And it's also adultery
100%.
to like remarry
Yeah,
outside of
I
the.
know.
There's only
Yeah.
like one exception that's given in like, it's either Mark or Matthew. I can't remember. I think Mark doesn't give an exception and Matthew does.
Yeah, I think it's only if the contract was unlawful, then you can actually have a divorce. But yeah, the thing is, male, like your dick's not gonna like fall apart if you use it a lot. But the opposite
Can't
direction.
you get ED?
Yeah, obviously, look, man, I'm not talking about like any diseases. I'm just talking about,
ED, the erectile dysfunction just means you can't get it up, bro.
yeah, well, that would be bad.
Yeah, are you saying that that can't be more likely to happen?
Depending. I think it's depending.
So you're saying men also wear down, right?
Yeah, obviously with age, anybody, male,
We weren't
female.
referencing age. You were referencing quote unquote mileage. Yeah, so mileage is seen as accruing a body count. Both men and women accrue a body count. If you're referencing driving to only apply to men, and that's based upon experience, both men and women gain experience from engaging in intercourse. So driving would apply to men, and mileage would also apply to. I mean, Driving would apply to women and men, and mileage would also apply to women and men. So I don't see how it's like not applicable to both.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Do you want to have a girlfriend that had sex with like 500 people?
Someone who's had sex with 500 people is unlikely to be like similar to me in terms of like the sexual values, drive, other things like that.
No, it's just a simple
Because
question.
I have a low body count. So I don't have an issue with someone who has a low body count looking for someone who has a low body count or similar to them.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, 100%.
What I have an issue with is someone having a 500 body count and saying the person that I got to be with has got to be a virgin, right? That's a double standard.
Yeah. Yeah, but isn't that actually the life we're living in today? Quite sad.
What do you mean? Thank you for the hand, I appreciate it. Most people do not have a 500 body count. A 500 body count is going to be like 0.01% of people.
Yeah, no, it's just an example. It wasn't a direct. But okay, let's take 50 then. Let's rather take 50. It's not hard to sleep with 50 people over the time frame of 10 years.
Alicia, I appreciate the Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I necessarily could be with someone, right? But it wouldn't be something that like would be like likely to be compatible with me in terms of like sexual values.
Yeah.
Again, don't have an issue with people who have low body count looking for people with low body counts.
See, what's another thing though, and a lot of people might agree and disagree with this, but men has a bigger chance of sleeping with someone and not getting emotionally attached rather than women. Women is much more emotional beings than men, and
if a woman doesn't get emotionally attached, does her body count not matter?
Yo, man, I know that could be quite scary if a woman does not get emotionally attached when having sex.
But would her body count not matter then?
Depending on the circumstances.
What is it depending upon?
Would you date someone that's not going to get emotionally connected to you after having sex?
I'm asking you specifically. I think sex is like it's like a huge part of it is emotional connection. So,
yeah, it is.
Like for you, I'm asking specifically, right? Because you said it doesn't matter in the case in which a man like doesn't develop that emotional connection. Well, so if a woman doesn't develop the emotional connection and engages in intercourse with people, does it not matter for her?
Yeah, no, I understand. I don't know. For me, it's personally disgusting thing of sleeping with a girl that's been with like a crazy amount of men. So that's just my personal opinion.
Couldn't you say the same thing for a man, right?
Yo, my man, I don't know, because I've slept with a lot of people in the past. Like
okay, so you're just hypocritical.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you literally are. Would you be accepting of the same body count that you have in the person that you're going to be with?
Yes.
You would?
Actually, I would not. Yeah, I do not criticize on it because I'm not blind to what I have done. So there's some questions in a relationship that I just don't ask because I don't want to necessarily answer them.
Okay.
So yeah, no, I'm actually like, you know, and I also.
So what's going to be the reason why it should matter for women but not for men then?
I don't know. I actually just wanted to say.
Don't have a reason? Nothing?
No, not really. I just wanted to actually put my intro. I didn't think he was going to accept me.
That's tough, bro. That's tough. We're going to go on to the next person. Only send a guest request. If you disagree, everyone, keep tapping that screen. Everyone, let's try to get to 500,000 likes. If you want to help get out to more people, share the live, everyone. Let's try to get to 500 shares as well. If you like my content, again, follow me if you haven't already, everyone. I go on live literally every single day, y'all. Every single day. Yo, Caitlin, thank you so much for the hand, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 29.
For sure. Do you think that a high body count should matter for women but not for men?
I do and I don't.
That's a contradiction.
It is a contradiction, but everything in life is a contradiction, my friend.
That's not true. Can a squared circle exist?
Depending on the size of the square and the size of the circle.
No, a shape cannot be 4 sides and have 0 sides simultaneously. That's a contradiction, okay? Can a cup be full of water and empty of water simultaneously? The same cup.
It's all about perspective.
No perspective difference, right? Can it be full and empty simultaneously?
If you may see a glass half full, but I may see a glass half empty.
I said completely empty and completely full.
Yeah. If it's completely
it can be completely empty of liquid and completely full of liquid simultaneously.
Well, here's the thing. If the cup is completely empty of liquid, then it is full of air. So either way, it is still full, but yet empty at the same time.
I said full of liquid, right? I literally I
Yeah.
specified, right? I specified.
Okay, so we're getting off base here. So the thing is that not too long ago there was a famous woman, I can't remember her name, but she was sitting there bragging about having slept with 35 men. Right? So now in her mind, whenever she gets with someone, that guy has to compete to top whatever those other guys have done.
There's the insecurity. So like when it relates to
No,
35, right?
no. No, it's not an insecurity. It's a fact.
No,
Because
it's like no.
like
What
you-
you're doing
like-
is you're
like
not
the previous
secure
guy was
in your
saying.
ability to compete, my guy.
Oh no, I know I can fucking compete, bro. I ain't fucking
Then
worried
why are
about
you
that. But
scared
that's
of the
not the thing.
competition, my guy?
Because I'm not looking at just me. I'm just a small minuscule amount of men. I'm looking at the 90%.
So you think
Okay.
your top 10% is what you just said?
No, I am excluding myself.
And where would you
I'm
rank
excluding
yourself
myself and those who think that they can compete. I am excluding that small amount of 10% because if I were to include that 10%, then I wouldn't be fair.
then? So you do put yourself a part of the 10%. There you go.
That's because I'm confident in myself. I
So
know I'm confident in
you
my
believe
ability.
you're a 9 or a 10.
No, I don't believe in being 9 or a 10. It's the fact that I know that in my capability as a man, that I know that I can provide more than multiple fucking ways.
Sure, bro. Good for you.
That's the
Good for
thing.
you. So when it relates to 35, right? Couldn't you say the same thing is also applicable, like in the scenario of a man? If a man's engaged in intercourse with 35 women, well, then it's also going to be the case that the woman that he's engaging with next, right, number 36, is also going to have to compete with the 35 other women.
Okay, but here's the thing. Okay? Women tend to go more with men that have more experience. If a man is less experienced, they are not going to be as happy with the experience, and if they have less experience, they are less likely to
That's
engage
false.
with that man.
That's
Now,
false. If you look at the
here's the
studies,
thing.
that's completely false. There is a point in which women say, I don't want to be with this individual, right, because their body count is too much. I can send you shit across the board that shows that statistically speaking, and you can just look at the comment section. Same thing's also true there.
Okay, but here's-
Women do care about body count. They're just less likely to go onto a podcast like Fresh and Fit and yell about men having high body counts, right? Women across
I've
the
sat
board
there and watched
are going to
Fresh
say,
and Fit. I've actually
Especially
seen women
women,
actually
maybe.
mention something about that on Fresh and Fit. So I'm actually a
Yeah,
devout
well,
follower
that's
of
going
Fresh
to be
and Fit.
that's going to be because Fresh and Fit and the whatever podcast, they look for specific types of people, right, to be able to portray a particular message on their platforms, right? Particular people that hold these particular opinions that is not representative of most women, right? If you look at the studies, if you look at everything in general, right, it's going to say that is the case that women at a particular point do not want to engage in intercourse with someone that has such a high body count. It is also the case that women across the board would prefer an individual who's not a player over a player.
Well, to be honest with you, every woman I've been with and every woman that I've ever asked, which is quite a few women, but I've never actually slept with a lot of women. I've actually have a body count of probably about like, I don't know, 8, 9. But most of the women that I actually engage in conversation with, I've asked them and they've all sat there and said they want a man that is experienced and know what they are doing.
Yeah, that doesn't imply that someone has like 500 bodies, right? Like Fresh and Fit, like Myron.
I'm gonna go off of this theory that the previous guy was talking about. Okay, let's say there's a car that has 500,000 miles on it. Are you going to purchase that car because of all the miles on it?
Yeah, so I don't think it's comparable to like saying that someone has like miles, right? I don't think
Actually-
that's relevant.
actually,
One,
hang on.
as it doesn't describe the whole context, right? Because there's more than just a particular number, right? And miles wouldn't necessarily relate to a particular number always, right? It can be the case
Okay,
that
so
you can
let's
have.
say a woman has slept with 45 men. You going to get with her?
It depends on their characteristics otherwise, right? But that person, just based upon the only indicator you're looking at, right, in terms of their body count, is less likely on average. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. To be sexually compatible with me when it relates to drive, value, stuff like that, because I have a relatively low body count, right? So it is the case that there is some notion of compatibility that is relevant to the context of relationships.
Okay, so body count aside, regardless of your body count or whatever, okay? That don't matter right now. Theoretically, if you had a, let's say, 15 body count, and a woman had a 30 body count, would you get with that woman?
If I had a 15,
Yeah,
yeah. Why would that be wrong?
theoretically speaking.
Yeah.
Okay, for the simple fact, now you've got to worry about if you've made her happy or not. Because believe it or not, in a woman's mind, regardless, a man has to compete for a place in her, for a spot in her life and in her mind. Women are like that, okay? Women are
Wait, everyone
emotionally
does that. Wait, like when you're
driven.
talking about whether or not you want to be with someone, clearly you are like necessarily speaking like competing with other people. I just think you're overthinking it too much, right?
No. Okay, here's the thing. No, okay? Because I'm telling you this now. I could sit there and take a woman, all right, take her out on this big extravagant dinner, maybe take her to a fucking movie and drive her around town and take her on a trip in a helicopter. I guarantee you, I'm going to end up getting that girl faster than the guy that would take her to McDonald's.
I don't think that's necessarily true as well as right when it relates to the different types of characteristic that an individual has. If you
Now,
just have good
here's the thing, though.
personality characteristics, if you're considerably attractive to that individual, right, things like that, those things are significantly more likely to end in things like relationships, right, or meaningful relations,
Okay, so
rather than just like the showing of
Who's
money.
more likely? Who's more likely? Okay, so you know what? I'm going to put a different analogy up here so that way you can understand, okay? There are more women than there are men in the world.
Yeah.
Hang on just a second.
Can I talk to you for a minute? When
Yeah,
you're done?
just a second. So, considering there are more women than there are men, men can always move up. They can always find a better woman. Women, on the other hand, since they outnumber men by so much, they ain't got no choice but to downgrade. Now, here's the thing.
Appreciate the train. Thank you
When-
so much. I appreciate it. I don't think that's true. Actually, this
When
actually
A
contradicts
woman
your
sleeps more.
By the way, this contradicts
sorry,
your
but-
note. Wait, by the way, this contradicts common red pillar's points in terms of hypergamy. Dylan, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much.
Common red pillars and what?
Yeah, it contradicts the common notions held behind hypergamy that women are constantly looking for like better individuals who are men, so they just constantly will go to the next man that's better.
They are.
Oh, okay. Well, then you just contradicted yourself. You said that women have to go for less.
It's a fact. It's a fact. They're always trying to look for someone better, but the fact is they're not going to. Why the fuck do you think Beyonce hasn't left what's his name yet? Because she ain't going to find anything better than that. She can't
I don't
get
think
any
that's
higher on
necessarily
that fucking
true.
ladder.
I don't think that's necessarily true. Jessica, I appreciate the Venmo. Thank you so much. I don't think that's necessarily true. Just because you're saying that one individual isn't leaving another doesn't mean that they can't do better, right? Clearly, like in this scenario, right? I don't think Beyonce is going to have a fucking issue with that. I don't think Beyonce.
If that was the case, after all the shit that he's putting through,
I
how
don't
come
think
she
that's
ain't
going to
left
be
then?
the issue. Wait, just because someone hasn't left doesn't mean that they can't be with someone who's better. Okay, it is the case that some people can be with an individual that considerably people might refer to as better, but still decides to be in this particular relationship, right? Because they love them. You understand that the person that you fall in love with isn't always going to be the person that's quote unquote always the best, right? They're not going to necessarily always be the most attractive person. They're not necessarily always going to have the best characteristics when it relates to personality, right? They're not necessarily always going to be the funniest, right? They're not necessarily going to always be all of these different characteristics that we would want, right? But it is the case
Okay,
that
so
you end up falling in love with that person for all the imperfections that they have in that context, right? Not for imperfections in which we would consider to be bad, but for those sorts of imperfections.
Okay, so you're saying that, but yeah, 85% of women sit there and say they want a man with 40K plus in the bank account, have to be 6 foot tall, dad bod with fucking tattoos. Do you think that is fair for the rest of the men?
Can you give me a source? Trust me, bro. Trust me, bro. Initiated. Woo! Let's go, chat.
Anyone who says trust me, I don't trust. First of all.
Well, you just did it.
And second of all, this has actually been proven on multiple different media accounts and media forums, including Fresh and Fit, where they actually sat there and ran a poll. And over 85% of women agreed with that.
Come on, dude. A fresh and fit poll. You understand how biased that is? They didn't
You
even
know how
account
biased
for
you're sounding right now, me
variables.
too?
No, I'm not sounding
Variables?
biased. I'm not biased
These
here.
were
I appreciate
random
the description.
people.
Thank you so much. Yeah, that doesn't mean
These
are
were
random
random people.
Hold up, there's an issue called selection bias. So these are random people that would want to engage with Fresh and Fit, that have engaged with Fresh and Fit's content, right? That would be a particular way, right? As they're, again, it's a selective demographic of people that would be engaging in this particular action. Does that make sense? That's selection bias. It's one of the first biases that you literally learn about within the field of statistics. If you don't even know that, that's
so
like, how the hell are we supposed to run like any type of
if
study
I were to
be able to determine whether or not someone has a particular set of characteristics within the population? Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much.
Okay, allow me to say this then. I am on 3 dating sites, okay? And out of all 3 of them, 90% of the profiles, if you do not have a dad bod, if you are not 6 foot tall, I do not want you. Over 90%.
Can you give me a source on that?
That's my personal fucking source.
So you're just saying that your experience is that most people don't want to be with you?
No, I'm not saying that most people don't want to be with me. That's the expectation. Okay?
So I think that it's an expectation that you might have because you're looking at like what people, right, are saying on the internet just particularly, right, in some circumstances. That doesn't mean that most people
No,
have
I'm
those
actually
particular
on these
things.
sites. I'm actually on these sites looking at this. I've even asked them, is it true that you only want a 6 foot tall man with a dad bod and tattoos and beard? And they said
You've asked
yes,
a few people?
every time.
You've just asked a few people?
Over about
I appreciate
75
that.
women.
The cowboy. Thank you so much. Wait, but then also, don't you have preferences that like are necessarily unattainable, right? I appreciate the little crowd. Thank you so much. You want someone
Yeah,
that's like
I have
supermodel
I
type
have preferences. I
attractiveness.
know what I want and I know what I'm worth.
Wait, so I mean, if they do have that preference, what's wrong? That doesn't necessarily mean that they're not willing to be with someone who doesn't fit that preference.
That's like saying that you want to. That's like saying that you want a fantasy knight in shining armor. Okay, it's
What do you
delusional.
mean? Yeah, wouldn't you? Do you have a preference for some celebrity models on Instagram?
No.
Yeah, you no. No
Because
celebrity
if
models
you-
on
if you
Instagram do you
actually
have a
look-
preference for?
If
None.
you look at the celebrity model pictures, they're all fucking Photoshop, dude. They're all fucking lies.
Come on, bro. Okay, come on. None. You don't find any attractive.
No. I don't find any of them attractive. They look like they're fucking anorexic. They need to eat a fucking sandwich, bro.
Yo, thank you for the fantastic. I appreciate it. Don't reference it that way, especially for people that literally deal with eating disorders that are those ways because they can't fucking control it. It's a weird. That's a
Okay,
fucking
I'm sorry.
crazy
It
way
looks
for you
like
to
that they
refer
are
to that.
intentionally starving themselves to appeal themselves to the
You
man's
don't
eye.
know that they're intentionally doing that, right? That's wild to assume.
Actually, believe it or not, they actually follow such a strict diet that when they do these like Burger King commercials and all that, the bite that
There
they
are some
take,
individuals.
they
There are
actually
some
spit
individuals
it
that do
out.
that, right? But that is not true for all individuals. I appreciate the little crowd. Thank you. So for you to assume that is pretty wild, given the fact that it could
I like
be
a
so
woman
many
that's
other
all
things.
natural.
What do you mean all
I
natural?
like a woman
Okay.
that's all natural. Yes, I like a woman that
Oh
takes
my
care
God,
of
oh my
herself.
God.
But
Wait, that's a preference. That's a preference, by the way. So let me ask you this question: Do you think any women are like super attractive? Any models? Anything? Any person, celebrity?
not
anything?
supermodels. No,
Celebrity, anyone? Can you name someone?
that's a tough one because honestly, there's probably only like maybe one that would come to mind.
Who? Name them.
And that was the old school Daisy Duke from Dukes of Hazzard.
I don't know who that is. I'm gonna have to look them up. Okay, let's look them up real quick. Let's see if you have any preference. Okay, you want them to be super attractive with the face, right? Like facial features look good, right?
Sometimes, yeah.
Sometimes. So you don't have a preference for attractive facial features.
I do. But
Okay,
the thing
you do.
is that's
So
not
wait,
always
wait.
that's not always the case.
Yeah, but okay, so the same thing also applies to the people whose preferences for people who are 6 feet tall plus, right? It is the case that they might prefer people who are 6 foot. That doesn't mean that they're not willing to engage with people that are not 6 foot. Sure, there are some people
The
that
only
say
reason why
minimum
they're doing
6
that is
foot,
just to
and that
satisfy
honestly that doesn't
their
make
need
much sense, especially when they're a lot
daddy
shorter,
complex.
right? But what's up?
Seriously, nine times out of 10, when someone's wanting someone like that, they're trying to replace something that they didn't have as a child.
What?
For example, if a woman only wants a guy with a dad bod and sister and wants that, right? Then 9 times out of 10, it's a fucking dad. They're trying to fulfill their daddy issues.
Can you give me a source? That was a trust me bro
It's
approval.
psychological.
That was a whipped right out of the ass, stamped with the trust me bro approval. You fucking threw it at the
It's
wall and let that shit
psychological.
stick. Like that's fucking wild, dude.
It's
Give me a source right now.
psychological.
No, I'm so
I'm
serious.
not kidding you.
Yo, give me a source right now. Come on. Give me a single one. Give me anything, any information right now. I'll give you time. You can go look it up. We'll sit here. We'll chill with the chat. Appreciate the cap. Thank you so much. Anything, literally anything.
Listen, what I'm saying is that
Trust
9
me,
times
bro.
out of 10, when a woman gets with
Trust me,
someone,
bro.
okay, there is
Trust
a
me, bro.
emotion attached to it.
Trust me, bro. Trust me, bro.
Women
Hey,
are
thank you for that
emotional
much. Appreciate it.
creatures, so
Hey,
therefore they are
so
going
are
to
men. Men are
attach their
emotional
emotions
creatures,
faster
right?
than they are logic.
Men are emotional creatures.
Actually, no, I'm actually a logical person.
You're not.
I much rather have.
I appreciate the cheer squad. Thank you so much. You're not a logical person. I appreciate the squad. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. No, okay. So if we want to talk about emotional, why are men significantly more likely to engage in violent crime? Why are men significantly more likely to slam their desk, to punch holes through the walls, right? To be super angry, not being able to hold back their emotions that way.
We are masculine. We are masculine.
Those are expressions of emotion.
We are
Are you? Wait. Why did you
man,
just attribute
women.
Wait. Hold up. Why did you just attribute masculinity to being emotional and to being violent?
Because for the simple fact, okay, men are masculine by nature. Okay, men are meant to be the alphas. Men are meant to be the muscle brawn, big guys that lay down the fucking law and that are enforcing. We are bred for war. We are bred to fight. That is what men
No,
are
we're
meant
not
to
bred
do.
for war. We're not bred to fight. This is fucking wild. Right? There's no intention behind us particular existing, right? The reason why we have the characteristics we do is because this is what happened to survive given the conditions that exist within our environment, okay? That's just what happened to be the case.
So over
It's simply
time,
descriptive. Stop
over
talking.
time-
Stop talking. It is simply descriptive. Thank you for the little crown. I appreciate it. So just because our particular characteristics are a particular way doesn't mean we should use it in any way, right? Because the characteristics in which we have are just derivative of the fact that there has been a need for survival throughout the context of history. That's it. That's literally the only context. Appreciate the love you. Thank you. And why do you refer to yourself as logical and women as like not logical and instead emotional? Right? I think you are emotional
Because women
and,
are
and anything
emotionally
less
driven.
logical than the average woman.
Women are emotionally driven.
Women, so are men.
Because a woman will not sleep with a man unless there is some sort of emotion attached to it.
That's not true. There are many women that engage that do not have an emotional connection. But sure, women are more likely to engage only in the context of there being an emotional connection.
Okay, men can
What's your point?
men can actually sleep with a woman with no emotion attached at all whatsoever.
Not true.
I can be with a woman.
Not true.
I can be with a woman and go
men-
sleep with
hold
another
up.
with
Not
another
true.
woman and
Not
come
true.
back home and still
Hold
love the
up.
woman I'm with more than I love the one the other day.
Hold up. Some men can do that. Most men cannot. Most men cannot.
Actually, believe it or not, it's more men than what you believe.
I don't think so. Right? But it is the case also, right, that many women can do that as well. And does that justify it when the women do it? No. No. So why does it
Allow me to
justify
say
it
this,
when
okay?
the men do it?
If men weren't logical creatures, then how
why
come
does it why does it justify it when the men do it?
Because we spend most of our lives being locked away in a fucking box because of fucking women. Women get to sit there and go out and figure out what they want, what they like at a very young age, while us men have to sit here and work and bust our asses off until we have a certain amount
women
of
fucking
bank
work
account and have
too.
this, and this before we can.
What do
even
you
do
mean? What the hell are you talking about? Women fucking work too, and they actually work more within the house. I appreciate the hat mustache. Thank you so much. It has been the case traditionally throughout history that men have been like, oh, women, just go into the kitchen. Just do that. You do this in the house, right? It is the case that women now, since they have the ability to be able to go out and be able to take care of themselves outside of the context of being dependent upon men's income, right? It is the case, right, that women not only working outside of the context of the household are also working more within the household, right? So women are having what's called a double shift. I appreciate the little crown. Thank you so much. So for you to claim that men are doing all the work and women are just sitting around is literally empirically speaking not true.
Really, who's the one that built the society that we stand on today? It wasn't women.
Yeah, who birthed all of them?
Yeah, but in order to birth them, they had to have the seeds from
Wait,
somewhere.
answer the question.
Yes, women birthed them. Okay.
Oh
But here's the
shit!
thing.
No. So all of
Women-
those men that built things wouldn't even have existed if it wasn't for the women. So why are you attributing it only to men when women were just as much involved in the process?
Because before women got into the workplace and before women started getting the equal rights and everything, it was the men who was building everything. It was the men who sit there and were cutting their lives in 3/4 or a half in order to be able to provide.
Hey, in terms of the building, it was only men that were recognized in building. Women were there building it too, right? Women were there. Women were there when it relates to the home, when it relates to building people up in terms of the people that were then in society to then do things, right? Raising them, the birthing, right? These things were predominantly women. And what actually demonstrates where society is going to be how people are raised. I appreciate the little crown. Thank you so much. So if anything, right, it is just the case. I appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. I'm gonna cut you off, right? Okay. I want you to let me finish here, okay? So if anything, it is the case that women are significantly more inclined to be like creating our particular society that we exist in today, based upon the idea that it led in terms of the raising for the characteristics that they would then have to be able to do things in society, right? Rather than referring to it this way where it's just men. I appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much, right? It's just unrecognized, right? So all you're saying is that throughout history, we've recognized men to do things, right? That's it. That's all you're saying. Let me go on to the next. Let me unmute you real quick. Everyone keep tapping the screen. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes. If you want to help get out to more people, share the live. Everyone, let's try to get to 500 shares, y'all.
Okay, so let me ask you something then. Name one society that was built by women and still lasting to this day.
Every society.
Actually, no.
Every society was built by men and built by women. So for you to only attribute it to men is fucking ridiculous. It's empirically speaking not true. Every single society was built by men and women.
If there was a society built by women, men would have already took it over already.
I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. So all you're just saying is that men are imperialist and violent and engage in war. You're not actually saying that men here have any qualities that are good. You're actually describing bad qualities that men have. But it is also the case that, again, you cannot recognize in this particular circumstance that both men and women created the society that we exist in today. When people just attribute it to women or just attribute it to men, they're not looking at. Let me finish. They're not looking at the whole story. I appreciate the hat and mustache. Thank you so much. And what you're doing is you're calling it a half truth here because you're only recognizing when men did things. Appreciate the hat and mustache.
The society we live in today is bullshit.
Only because of people like you. I appreciate the mocha. Thank you so much. I appreciate Lisa.
People like me? You got people looting stores. You got people fucking burning down fucking stores, flipping cars in the middle of the streets.
Yeah, a lot of those people, I appreciate the hitting lights. Thank you so much. I appreciate the hearts. Thank you so much. Could also relate to people that believe in the same stuff you believe in, but you don't recognize it when it relates to that either. Wait, do you support the civil rights movement?
Believes that everything should be handed to them.
Thad, I have a question. Do you support the civil rights movement?
I support civil rights, but in a civil manner.
No, so you
Not
do
going out killing
so
people.
I'm asking the particular No. I'm not talking about rights right now. I'm saying the civil rights movement. You remember? Do you know what the civil rights movement is? What?
There's multiple different civil rights movements.
There's one I'm specifically referring to within the context of history, right? When it relates to, oh my gosh, like you don't know what I'm relating to? The end of segregation, right? I'm referencing the end of segregation, right? Racial integration into school systems.
Segregation ended a long time ago. It's just the fact that
I'm referencing the civil rights movement. Do you know what I'm referencing when I say that? Hey, do you know what I'm referencing when I say the civil rights movement?
Yes, I know what you're referencing to.
You do know what I'm referencing. Do you support that?
If it was in a calm, respectable, civil manner, yes.
So actually, it had multiple times, I appreciate the corgi, thank you so much, rates higher of violence than the BLM protests, okay? So if you support the civil rights movement, right, then it's also going to be the case that you're likely to support the BLM, Black Lives Matter movement, right, as it had a significantly lower rate of violence.
If they were not being violent and sitting there tilting cars, killing police officers...
Wait, so you don't support the civil rights movement?
Burning stores. burning stores down, looting stores, and doing
And
all
that happened.
then,
That
yeah, I
happened,
would
by the
support
way.
it.
And
But
that, by the way,
here's
that
the thing.
happened in the civil rights movement. Do you support the civil rights movement?
In that form, no, I do not.
You don't support the civil rights movement, bro? What the fuck, dude? What do you mean?
Not if it is violent. I do not agree to it.
Dude, you understand that? Okay, so wait, I have the question.
Black Panthers
Wait, I have a question.
literally
Hold on, hold
walked
on.
into
Listen,
Congress
listen, listen,
fully
listen,
armed
listen,
in
listen, listen, listen,
615.
listen, listen, listen. I have a question, right? Do you support the overthrowing of oppressive dictators using violence?
Yes, I do. It's in our Second Amendment.
Wait, but it's
in our
using
Second Amendment to be
violence.
able to-
But you said the use of violence
Okay,
is not okay.
There are times.
Appreciate
There are
it.
times when violence is necessary, but there's times when violence isn't.
Is violence not necessary in the civil rights movement with segregation, with the lack of racial integration, with Jim Crow? Was it not necessary
There are ways
then?
of going. There are ways of doing things without taking the lives of innocent civilians and innocent people.
Okay, so
Or the
you're
collateral of
against the
people-
civil
or the
rights movement. You
collateral
don't
of
think it's
multiple
necessary
different-
then?
I don't think it's necessary for them to be violent.
You don't think in the civil rights movement it was necessary for there to be violence?
No, there was not There was nothing necessary about being violent.
I appreciate the sunglasses. Thank you so much. So you don't support the civil rights movement?
You're twisting my words here.
No, that's what I'm not twisting your words. That's what you're saying.
I do support civil rights. I do support civil rights.
Good afternoon. But
But
you
if
don't
it is
support the
done in
civil
the
rights
right manner.
movement.
If it is violent, then no, I do not.
There was some level of violence, but I mean, if you want to relate to the overthrowing of feudalism, there was some level of violence. I appreciate the elephant. Thank you so much. If you're relating to the French Revolution, there was some level of violence. American Revolution, some level of violence. Every single overthrowing of some type of oppressive type of government literally had some level of
here's the
violence.
thing. Here's
And
the
although,
thing.
hold
French
up. I just want to say,
Revolution, it was a
hold up. Although I'm saying in the society in which we exist in today, we shouldn't be engaging in this particular type of violence as we can change these things legislatively, right? I do think that we can change it that way. So it might not, you have an argument to say it's not as necessary now as it was then, right? But that does not mean, right, that just because there is some violence that existed within the context of the Black Lives Matter movement that then disputes the rest of the movement. It doesn't, right? The same way that with the civil rights movement, the level of violence that exists within the civil rights movement does not dispute the civil rights movement in general. I appreciate the hand arts. Thank you so much. Do you understand what I'm saying, bro?
Here's the thing, though. You were saying they're talking about the French Revolution. That was a failure because they only went back to live the same way that they were before.
I understand, man. I
United
appreciate
States
the
sent
hat
the
mustache.
British
Thank
home
you.
packing.
But what I'm showing you is that this is a process that exists within the context of overthrowing oppressive and authoritarian governments across the board. I was just using an example. I understand that how that went with the Jacobins, right? I learned that in history class. Trust me.
Okay, then then you can't use the French Revolution to sit there and back up your quota if it is for the simple fact that it failed.
No, it didn't fail in terms of the revolution aspect. It failed in terms of the establishment of a better system. Does that make sense?
So it was still a failed revolution.
Yeah, but not in the context in which would be relevant in with the analogy.
Hundreds of thousands of lives died in vain because the way of life still didn't change. That's what
Yeah,
they were
but
fighting for,
again,
was a change of the way of life.
the point is in which that it can change. The point in which is that in order for there to be some type of change, right? This has to, like, sometimes this does happen, or it does have to happen. I appreciate the crowd. Thank you. I appreciate that mustache. Like, would you be in support of violently over? Wait, I appreciate the Panther pause. Thank you so much. What's up?
I literally read up on a document. Okay, the Black Panthers walked into Congress loaded with firearms and not a single shot fired, and they made more progress and change than what is going on today.
But they had guns. It was at the threat of violence. I appreciate the Panther pause. Thank you so much. You understand that it's still at the threat of violence.
The threat of violence, but yet there were also armed guards there too, and they did not stop them, and they still did not even feel threatened either. No one felt threatened.
I don't think that's
That's
true.
the
That
thing.
no one in any context felt threatened. But it is the case that, yeah, it is the case that this is known.
Yes.
It's known that this particular thing was
It
going to
takes one
happen.
sword to
And
keep
it is
another
also the
sword
case,
sheathed.
hold up, in the
But-
same way, let me finish, man. In the same way that that was peaceful, most protests in terms of Black Lives Matter were peaceful. Most. An overwhelming majority. We're talking like 97%, dude. Or no, 90, 94, 97%, something like that. I appreciate the sunglasses. Thank you so much. So you taking this small percentage to then say that the rest of the movement is wrong, right? I don't think that's necessarily true. We can dispute the idea that people should be using violence, right? In necessarily like these types of contexts always, right? But in some certain contexts. But that doesn't mean that like I appreciate that the little crowd. Thank you so much. That doesn't mean again the whole movement is doing something wrong. Appreciate the sunglasses. Thank you. This is a composition fallacy.
Yes, but here's the thing: in this day and age, there are so many other ways of being able to put out a message than just to sit there and do what was being done.
Again, right? You can argue, right, that there are better things that you can do legislatively speaking than using violence in the modern era. That does not dispute the rest of the Black Lives Matter movement.
Anyways, we're off track here.
Okay. Again, if you want to, do you want to give an argument or something?
So, back to the actual subject at hand. Why should a high body count matter for women but not for men? I'm just going to say this, and I'm going to leave. I'm just going to let it sit there. Okay. No man likes a promiscuous woman. None.
Do you have a high body count?
No, I do not.
Would you be accepting of your body count within the partner that you have?
Depends.
What do you mean it depends?
If she's constantly talking about the people that she was with beforehand or constantly hanging all that over my head, then no.
Any person with any
'Cause
body
I'm not
count
her
doing
past,
that,
I'm her present.
yeah, any person doing that, that would not be okay, right? But when it relates to this, again, what is it something that you'd be okay with? I appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. Given it's the same body count as you.
Honestly, I would want someone with a less of a body count than me.
Okay, so that's exactly what I'm saying. That you're not holding yourself to the same standard as you hold other people. That's exactly what I have an issue with.
No, because I would much rather teach the person I'm with than to sit there and for them to sit there and be sleeping around with multiple other fucking men.
Well, then the same
and
thing can be
constantly
true with
sleeping
you.
around with other men.
Wait,
Because now
wait,
she's-
then the same thing could be true with you. You could just teach, you could just learn with each other, engaging in intercourse, rather than you having intercourse with a bunch of people prior to you doing this.
Yeah, but unfortunately, in this day and age, they don't see it that way. They say,
Who's
I'm going
they?
to do what I'm going to do. I'm an independent woman. I don't need a man, and I'm going to sit there and I'm going to sleep around with whoever the fuck I want.
Yeah, they are. If they want to sleep with someone, it is completely their fucking right to do so.
Okay, but yet,
What
but yet
do
they
you
want a
mean?
traditional man. If they want, but yet women want a traditional man. If they want a traditional man, then they need to be traditional themselves.
That's not necessarily true. If you want some specific traditional aspects in a relationship, that doesn't necessarily imply that you have to fulfill all the traditional aspects within a relationship. There are certain traditional aspects that people could attribute to that to be good.
If you want,
Scott, I appreciate the Venmo. Thank you so much.
I got a question. Okay, then I got a question for you.
Thank you, Riley. I appreciate the
I
love.
got a question for you then. If you want a traditional woman, but yet you don't practice the same traditions that you want in a woman, then how can you expect to receive that? You get what you put out.
So are you saying that you ought to hold them to the same responsibilities you hold yourself? Appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much.
I'm not going to ask someone to do something. I'm not willing to do myself.
Dad, I'm asking you the question. Are you saying that you should hold them to the same standard as you hold yourself?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, that's literally the whole point of the live. So why don't you do that when it relates to body count?
Because for the simple fact, I hold myself to a certain standard.
Yeah, and that standard should be the same as that you hold the other person when it relates to body count, right? As it's a standard you can hold yourself to the same as them. Because it relates to responsibility.
But the thing is, if they're going out here sleeping with 35 other guys, I'm not going to accept that.
Yeah, would
Because
you, I
I'm
mean,
not going out
again,
here sleeping
have you
with
slept
30
with
other women.
Okay, so it is the case that you're not holding yourself to a different standard than you're holding yourself them to. Okay, but when it relates to your body count, you said I want someone that has a lower body count than even me, right? So what you're doing is you're not
I would
accepting
prefer that, yes.
this. Okay, right, but do you require that? Right? Is that what you're
It's
saying?
not necessarily required. No, I would prefer it.
So
yes.
so you would be accepting of someone that has the same body count as you.
depending on how she proceeds with it. Yes.
So you see, that's where you don't answer it. That's you see. So you're not accepting of it. That's wild.
The only thing is that here's the thing. I'm not going to be second place in my own relationship. If she's going to be constantly saying, "Well, this guy was better, this guy was better," da 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 da.
Why would that? Why are we
You
assuming
kick
that someone
rocks.
just because they slept with people is talking about it?
Women talk about everything, dude. You may not hear it when you're around them, but they talk about everything.
Wait, so if you don't hear it when
Okay.
you're around them, when are you going to hear it?
I'm the oldest of 7 kids. I got 3 sisters. I know.
That's called projection.
But women, when they get around their women friends, they talk about everything. It doesn't matter what it is. Okay?
That's not necessarily true, but sure, many women do, as many men do as well.
Actually, believe it or not, my sex life and all that, I do not actually talk about with the people that I'm around.
Okay,
I keep that to myself.
neither do I, right? But that doesn't mean that there aren't women that don't do the same as us.
But
Right?
the thing
Are
is
you
that
are you scared of them talking about what? Why are you scared of them saying stuff like that?
I'm not scared. It's the fact that it's a thing of respect for the significant other. It's respect for the
Wait,
privacy.
what
of what
would you
goes
need to
on
respect?
between-
Because, like, for
between
example,
you
right?
two alone.
For example, I have a girlfriend, right? And if she talks about that with her friends, right? It depends on what they say, but like generally speaking, right? I'm not gonna have an issue, right? So, what particular reason would you have for an issue?
Because here's the thing: her friends are going to be more judgmental of you than she is, and then they're going to start talking about it, and then they're going to start getting in her head, and then it's going to start putting a wedge between.
Wait, what are they gonna be judgmental about?
Dude, women are judgmental about everything. Doesn't matter if it's fucking body. It doesn't matter if how your looks, your fucking size. It don't matter. They'll judge you over anything.
Okay, so this just sounds like what's called an insecurity, right? And when it
No,
relates to your own
I'm not
characteristics.
insecure about myself.
Dude, I'm gonna be real
That's
here,
the
right?
thing.
Like
I'm
I just,
not. But I'm not going to be in competition with someone who is not relevant to the relationship.
dude,
If
why
her
why
friends
would
want
it
to
be
sit there and
relevant
talk
that they're
negative, okay,
judging?
bye.
Is it because you don't feel like you're going to meet up to a particular standard? You're looking for internal validation?
No, it's because their standards are irrelevant and their standards are
If
how do I
their
say it?
standards are irrelevant,
Inadequate.
if their standards are irrelevant and inadequate, then don't hold yourself to that standard and give yourself some self-validation, right? Some internal validation.
No, that's the thing though. When that starts happening, guess what? She's going to start thinking that same thing.
Not necessarily. I appreciate the hand arts. Thank you so much. Well, I don't know why you're assuming that this is the case for all women. You just the Parasite. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Like it just sounds like maybe you have some past experience in which is bad though. But just because you have a past experience doesn't mean that we should generalize these experiences onto everyone. There have been past experiences I've had with people that have not
Okay,
been
then
good.
tell
Why would I
the
take
women the
that
same
and
thing.
then attribute that to all other women when it's clearly not applicable to all other women?
The women that you're talking about is 5 to 10% out of the entire 100.
What do you mean? What does that even
Just
mean?
for the simple fact, there's only a handful of women that won't sit there and do exactly what you just said. There's only a handful of them that will actually sit there and say, you know what, I don't care what my friends say, I don't care what you say, I don't care what anyone else says, I don't care what your body looks like. I
I'm
don't care
not
what your
saying
size
that it
is, I
won't
don't
care, right? But it's
any
the
of
case
that.
that even when people judge, right, you're still not gonna like back down, right? If one of my friends, said that like the person I'm with is unattractive, does that mean I'm not gonna be with this person anymore?
No,
Or if
it's
they
entirely
judge
up to
them in
you.
a particular way, they say I don't like their bangs or something. Is that gonna mean that I'm not with them anymore?
No, but here's the thing: because
No.
of him
So
saying that,
this is why it's an
your
insecurity.
girlfriend is not going to want him around anymore.
Hmm?
Your girlfriend's not going to want him around anymore. She's going to say, you know what? He said this. I don't want you being around him anymore.
I mean, if it was in front of them, maybe, right? I mean, but then the same thing would be true other ways around if you're judging like that.
But here's the thing: if I were to tell a woman, I
Depends on
don't
like
like
what
how
you
they
say
sit there and
generally.
they talk down about me, degrade me, and talk negative about me. I don't want you around them anymore.
Why are
You
they
know what
wait?
they're
Why
gonna
are they
say?
talking
Well,
so
if you don't like
negative
my
about
friends, then
you?
you don't like me.
Why are you worried about them talking so negative about you?
Because for the simple fact is that women are manipulative. Okay?
No, that's the
cannot-
generalization. Wait, there it is. There it is. Hold up. Thad, I
9
wanna,
out of 10 times.
Thad,
9 out of 10 times.
no. Thad, I want to stop you there. You have a past experience which is bad, and you've generalized it onto all women. You're saying 90% of women are manipulative because you've been through an experience with a particular woman that was manipulative, and then you're then generalizing that onto all women. That is not the case. Most women are not going to be manipulative within that particular context. Okay? Right? It is the case that you could point towards men that are manipulative and then make that exact same type of generalization, right? But I don't think that's going to be applicable, right? There are many men that are not going to be manipulative in that particular way, right? So to assume that every single man is going to be that way, you think is faulty reasoning, right?
No.
No, you think assuming all men are manipulative and narcissistic and violent, you think that's right? You think that makes sense?
Not all men are narcissistic or manipulative. There are those few that are.
There is a lot. I agree, right? But the point I'm making is it's clearly not every single individual, right?
But the thing is that just because of those guys, every woman thinks now that they have to carry a gun, a taser, or a fucking mace to protect themselves from us.
And it actually is the
So
case
if
because they are at a greater
like
wait,
that,
hold
then
up.
why can't we
Hold up.
generalize them like that?
Yeah, because there's a greater predisposition towards harm that we can actually statistically determine there. When you relate to this, can you give me that statistical determination in terms of the greater likelihood of harm for you? That women are more likely to be manipulative, statistically speaking, than men? Can you give me that evidence? Because I can give you the evidence that relates to the level of violence.
You can actually look it up right. You can actually look it up right now.
Give it to me right now. Give me a title. Go ahead.
More found. 85% of men are actually the number one victims of fucking in relationship fucking molestation and rape. We make up the 90 percentile.
Can you give me a source
of homicide victims?
Wait, can you give me a source for the claim that you just made?
Make up over 95% of the suicide.
Hey, stop
rates.
changing the claim. I'm asking you to justify that one claim. Can you please?
You can look it up.
Source Trust Me Bureau University. Can you please give me a source?
You can actually look it up with the men's with.
All right, I got you. Trust me. Hold up, I got you. Trustmebro.org.
There's been plenty of high medical universities that have done the same exact study.
Where?
Right.
Because I don't see Trust Me Bro University anywhere, bro. Where's it at?
I believe it was Harvard Medical University.
Yeah. So what's the title?
A lot of the top colleges all around the world,
around
the United States, have done it.
Do you want to justify it? Can you give me the title, please? Because I looked up trustmebro.org and nothing's coming up. Nothing's coming up, bro. I promise.
Well, if I exit out of the app, it's going to kick me out of this chat.
No. You can swipe up. You can swipe up. I won't be able to hear you, but you can come back. When you come back, I will be able to hear you. So go ahead. Look for it. You have a few minutes, man.
That's what I'm trying to do.
You got this, man. Everyone tap that screen in the meantime. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. If you want to help get out to more people, share the live. Let's try to get to 1,000 shares as well, everyone. If you like my content as well, follow me.
Yeah, it's not letting me. I only got the Moto G stylus.
You can scroll up. Just scroll up. I will literally see you go paused if you actually scroll up.
That's what I'm trying to do is scroll up, and it's not letting me.
Are you on an iPhone?
I don't have iPhone.
Oh.
No. I'm on Moto G stylus.
So your texts are green?
Like,
of course his texts are green, chat. Oh my gosh. Not the green texts. That was petty, Parker.
Thing is,
my texts are green, shush. I'm just trolling, chat. I'm just trolling.
Thing is that multiple universities and multiple different studies have proven that men are statistically more to go through more and worse situations and relationships than women are.
Can you actually give me any source?
Men don't speak up about it because we're raised from the time that we were born that you're a fucking man, get the fuck over it.
Wait, I agree that there is a huge portion that men are raised that way in terms of like you should not address this and whatnot, but that does not justify the evidence right here that says that men are more likely to experience things within the context of relationships in which are violent or negative.
I was suicidal because of a woman who's being narcissistic towards me and constantly beating me. And I
I'm sorry
went
to
and
hear that,
got
man.
help. They gave me 2 weeks of help, 2 weeks of help, and then sat there and sent me on my way. No, if a woman would have done that, they should have been in there for months on end, making sure they got all the attention they needed, all the help they needed, and everything. And when they knew that she was better, they would let her go.
Hey, man, I'm really sorry to hear that.
If
By
I
the
were to
way,
sit there,
but
if a
that
man were to sit there and say, I'm heartbroken, everyone would sit there and say, you're a man, grow the fuck up, get the fuck over it.
I'm not going to say
But
that
if a
to you,
woman were
right?
to
By the
sit
way,
there and say,
wait, Thad, no one.
if a woman were to say she was heartbroken, everyone would be cuddling to her. Oh, do you need this? You need that? You okay? Da 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 da. He's an asshole. Da 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 da.
I do understand that men are treated differently when it relates to expressing their emotions, but the thing I want to tell you is that is
And that's not.
exactly. Hey, Thad, I want you to
That's just
understand.
not in relationships either. That's also
Hey,
work.
Thad, can you please listen to me for 1 second? Right, what I said earlier, 100% accurate. Right, you had a particular experience in which was bad with a particular individual, right, and then you take that particular experience that you've had and you've generalized that onto all women. I've seen this before. I've seen other men that have similar experience like this. This is not the fault of all women. It's the fault of one particular individual who is a woman. Right? And
That's
same thing can be
I've
true
been with
again, right? People,
eight women.
what's up?
I have been with 8 women. Okay, 7 out of the 8 were narcissistic and abusive in one way, shape, or form.
7 out of 8. Were they diagnosed with narcissism?
Let's see here: multiple personality disorder, bipolar, schizophrenia.
Wait, so all
Some of them
diagnosed.
were just downright and no, some of them were just downright fucking undiagnosed and straight up fucking mean. I'm talking. I would wake up every morning with 2 new black eyes. I would wake up with a knife to my fucking throat, all because I cheated in their dream.
Yeah, that's definitely very abusive. That's very, very abusive. And you shouldn't be in circumstances like that, right? But
No.
that is not the experiences that most people have with women. Okay?
When I
Most
actually
women are
went to
not
go
like
get
that.
help,
I promise you, most women are not like that.
when I
Okay?
actually went to go get help, you know what they said? You're fine. Get over it.
I don't think that they should do that. I think that there should be systems set up to help you, right, for these particular circumstances.
Exactly.
Right?
But
There
yeah,
is.
okay,
And,
here's
and
the
it's
thing.
also to
But yet
identify,
women,
hold up, it's also to identify behavior in which can be violent, abusive, or targeted towards you in a negative way. And we do not teach this type of stuff within classes. We don't have psychological classes like this for children, right, in terms of the school systems. And you know how important that would be to make sure that kids don't experience abuse, violence, and harm in their own relationships, in their friendships, right? You know
well,
how effective that
where
would
does all
be?
that start? Where does all that
It
start?
starts in
It
school
starts in the home.
systems. It
No,
starts
it
in school
starts at home.
systems, right? We can't
A
change those.
child's
Wait, hold
first
up. But
learning
listen.
experience.
I'm talking about effectively what we can change in a society, right? We can tell people what they should do in their households, right? But effectively doing policy, we can't change anything about the household in that respect unless we regulate. So we want to invoke this amongst children by educating them with these particular things so that they have the ability to identify manipulative, abusive, violent behavior, right, in these types of
And
circumstances,
that's
and also how
why
to deal with these types of
and
circumstances
that's why
when
I
that
agree
does
with the guy
happen.
boy in a band with his song "Don't Stay in School."
No, I don't think that means school inherently is bad. What I think that means is that historically speaking,
Because
we
for
have
the simple
not
fact,
taught, hold up, listen. Historically speaking, we have not taught the correct things in school. Like, think about it this way, right? Why do we think of
have
school?
you actually listened to the song?
Hey, man, I'm gonna shoot you if you don't. Like, I'm trying to be able to explain something, man.
Oh, I understand. I was just asking that curious question real quick. That was it.
Yeah. So, do you remember what I was just saying? I kind of forgot. I was
Yeah,
just gonna say something.
it was about instilling that kind of stuff and teaching children in the school about how to be able to not not be that way towards other people and to
Why do we not like school as kids? Right? We don't like school because how the education system currently is. That doesn't mean school is always like that way. That doesn't mean school is always meant to be bad or boring, right? It just means what we've currently taught in school has not been effective for getting children to retain, sustain that information. Right, children. If you look at the teachers right now, they are way behind. Whether it be because of COVID, whether that because we're online now, they are way behind. I appreciate the cap. Thank you so much. We need to completely revitalize our education system. right, in general, and that can affect the types of families that exist in the future. We can't just snap our fingers and everything's fixed. This is the way that we can fix it for the future, for future generations.
I mean, if you look back in the old school days, you look at the cars from the 1950s to the 1940s, and you look at cars today, it's big change. Same thing with phones. You go back to the first phone and you look at phones today, it's a big change. But if you look at a classroom, classroom back from the 1930s, 1940s, and you look at a classroom today, it's almost identical.
That's not true.
Nothing has changed.
That is actually not true. We have changed. We just haven't changed enough. Okay, we've changed within in the aspect of math, in terms of the sciences, in terms of language. We've changed in terms of bullying methods. We've changed in terms of many different things, right?
Yeah, but they don't support creativity. They don't support to be yourself. They don't sit there and teach you to.
They're more likely to support those things than they were in the past.
They don't teach you any of that.
Right, but I agree. They
don't
should be
teach you
teaching
basic first aid.
Wait, Thad, what you're doing is you're saying that because there are still so many bad things that exist, that means it hasn't gotten better. Right, but this is faulty reasoning. But just because there are bad things that exist doesn't mean that it hasn't gotten better over time. There can still be bad things left over, even though you've gotten rid of specific bad things. Right? That's like we look at our society today. Right? It is the case that particular things like, say, homophobia has gotten better. Right? People have become less homophobic throughout society, and people have become more accepting. But it still is the case, I appreciate the handout, thank you so much, that's a lot of people are not accepting. That's why I go on live and I debate people all the time about these particular topics, because it's still so prevalent, right? But it is the case that it has gotten better.
That, man.
What's up?
I do appreciate you doing that. I do appreciate you raising awareness, going on and debating on stuff like this. I appreciate that, man, because it's people like you that actually get the knowledge out there. It's people like you that actually sit there and open people's eyes up to what is called the matrix or the system.
Yeah, but like what we're doing here is we're saying something to get to this end consequence, right? This end consequence is bad. Whatever is used to get to this end consequence is bad, right? And oftentimes things can be used in terms of a justification for something bad that necessarily was good in of itself, right? It can be the case that someone can use something that is good, like something like, oh, I'm going to help you out. I'm going to make sure everyone's going to do better. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this. And then when they get into office, they don't actually do that, right? They were using something good, right? These are different ideas. I appreciate, Emily, thank you for this prescription. I appreciate it, right? To justify them doing something bad later on, right? But in order to get to that point, they had to manipulate you, right? So a lot of people will point towards this and then will be like, oh, let me then call this bad because the other thing was also bad. And that's not a good way of looking at it. But yeah, so do you understand the point that I was getting to with like the body count point earlier?
I do understand. I do understand that, yes. I do get it.
Yeah, for sure. Is there anything else you want to go over or talk about, Thad?
So, just this one last theoretical question, because I have to start getting ready for work here in a few minutes. So let's say you go to get with someone and they got an OnlyFans, and doing this OnlyFans, they're sleeping with other guys and they're doing all this other stuff. Would you still get with them?
No, I probably wouldn't get with someone who's done OnlyFans.
All right, so I'm not the only one thinking that. Okay, cool.
But that's not me holding myself to like a double standard here, right? Like for example, right? If I did OnlyFans and then I said, oh, the other person,
if I did
right?
OnlyFans,
they can't do OnlyFans. That would be a double standard, right?
Yeah, I mean, if I was doing OnlyFans, then I can't really judge them for doing it.
Yeah, exactly. That would be hypocritical. That would be a double standard.
Just because I'm doing OnlyFans doesn't mean you can't. I'm not going to be that way. Because I'm doing something and I'm not allowing them to do so. So I'm not going to, like I said, I'm not going to ask someone to do something that I'm not willing to do myself. I was raised old school. I was raised that way. If you ask someone to do something, you better be willing to do it yourself.
If you ask someone to do something, you better be willing. What do you mean?
Okay, so in other words, let's say I'm in a work environment, right? And I look at someone and say, hey man, can you go and stack these pallets? They were knocked over. I need you to stack them up, right? I'm not going to ask that person to do it if I'm not willing to do it myself. Or if I'm
you're just saying that like, oh, hold yourself to the same. Wait, Thad, this is my point. You're now saying hold yourself to the same level of responsibility as you hold the other person to. And that's exactly what I'm saying here.
Yeah.
Right? Body count should matter the same for men and women, as men and women should take the same level of accountability, right, as they would expect from themselves. I mean, from their partner.
But
I
the
appreciate
thing
the
is,
galaxy
for
thing.
me,
They should take
is
the same level of accountability themselves as they would expect from their partner. That's what I'm saying.
yeah. But my big thing about the body count thing is it's a thing of self-respect. You know what I mean? If I see someone with a high body count, then I'm going to think that they have no respect for themselves. Because now they're just throwing themselves out there, and like I said, you get what you put out. If you act like you're going to sleep with someone, if you sleep with someone constantly and everything,
Hey,
you're
by
going
the
to
way,
get that in return.
I don't think that someone with a high
That's the
body count
energy you're going to get back.
Hold on, I don't think that someone with a high body count necessarily implies that they don't respect themselves or value themselves. Why do you think that?
For the simple fact, if you respect yourself, if you actually think about it, every time you sleep with someone, you're giving part of yourself away to that person.
No. That's not true. I think that there's a huge basis for emotional connection when it relates to engaging intercourse. I think it's important that relates to me, right? But I don't think you're giving something up, right? In most circumstances, right? When you disengage in intercourse with someone. I don't see that's true at all.
That if you were sitting there and you're going around and you're sleeping with multiple people, okay, and you put out that energy, you're going to get that in return. Because word of mouth flies quickly. Hey man, she's easy. She'll sleep with almost anyone. She's slept with 35 guys. She'll sleep with you. Da 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 da. That's the energy she's going to get back in return because of what she's done.
So why isn't that same thing applied to men? Why isn't it ever never talked about when it relates to men? Why are men never held to that standard?
Where I've come from.
Why do we hold women to that standard, but
standard.
we're so uncomfortable with holding men to that same standard?
Because men are kept in a box. Men have been held at a higher standard for so much longer that we don't know what it's like to be held to the same standard because we're always been held
men
to
are held to a higher standard.
Being men.
You're literally talking about how we're supposed to hold men to a lower standard right now. What do you mean men have been held to a higher standard?
Okay, men growing up are taught from the beginning to provide. If you don't provide, if you can't provide, you can't make them feel safe, and you can't satisfy them, then you're a fucking loser.
Okay, and those same types of traditional roles were placed upon women, right? That your particular roles within the house, anything outside of not having kids makes you useless, right? Those same types of things. Hold up, Lynn, let me finish a point. Stop talking over me. If you do it one more time, I'm going to mute you every single time I speak, okay? Do I have to do that with you? Do I need to do that? I've literally let you talk over me so many times, bro. Okay, so when it relates to this...
I wasn't done in the first place, but...
You literally stopped talking. What are you talking about? Okay, you could go man.
What I was trying to say is where I come from, I was held up to that if you hold someone to a certain standard, you'd hold yourself at that standard too. But in society, that's not the case. Why can't I hear you?
Yeah, because I muted myself. Society, it's not the case.
Oh.
I never disputed that society doesn't apply this double standard. The reason why I'm doing this topic is because in society there is a double standard. I'm arguing that it shouldn't be that way. We should hold both men and women to the same level of accountability. Do you think that men and women should be held to the same level of accountability?
I mean, they wanted equal rights, so yeah.
No, do you think that men and women should be held... Wait, so... Oh
yes,
God.
Men and women should be equally held accountable.
You did not just say they wanted equal rights, so... Like, acting like if there wasn't equal rights, then you'd be like, oh, then we can do a different standard. Like dude,
no, I'm just saying, if they want to be treated equal, then they should be treated equal.
Okay, so do you believe that they should be treated equal?
Yes.
Okay.
But if they want to be treated equal, then it shouldn't be just through relationships.
So you think that men and women's body count should matter the same?
Yeah. Like I said, I hold myself responsible for my body count, so I'm going to hold someone else's.
Have a fucking great day. We're going to go to the next person, everyone. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. If you want to help get out to more people, share the live, everyone. Let's try to get to 1,000 shares. We're going to go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. By the way, everyone, again, you have to have an IQ that is literally above the room temperature to join the live. Parker, you have a girlfriend? Yes. Yes, yes. Um, bro, people are freaking out. Please. Wait, it's only 62 degrees. It's 75 in my room. So so we have a little it's pretty high there. Okay, for some reason it's not accepting someone. Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. We're just looking for some debates. Again, if you like my content, follow me if you haven't already, everyone. Bro, Parker since when? It's only been like a week and a half, chat. That's why I'm not going to talk about it much because I'm not trying to like get everyone involved in everything, but I'll say I do. I can maybe I'll talk about it on my second account later. Or actually, I mean, I have class later. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, me, 44.
For sure. Are you driving?
I absolutely am.
You
I'm
gotta be.
about to
You
pull
gotta
over
be.
now.
Well, you gotta come on later when you're not driving. TikTok TOS. TikTok TOS. Only send a guest request. If you are 18 plus, if you're not driving, everyone. All right, we are just looking for some debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, for some reason this person's not here. We're gonna go to the next person. Everyone keep tapping that screen, everyone. We're gonna go on to the next person again. Only send a guest request if you disagree, if you do think that a high body count should matter for women, but not for men, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 43.
For sure. Do you think that a high body count should matter for women, but not for men?
Yeah, it does, but I don't think that a woman should be shamed for her body count. But there is a huge difference. And I think where that huge difference lies is in what it takes in order to get a sexual partner. I think that if
Before
you're a
you do, can
woman,
you can you can you mute the TV real quick, man?
sorry about that. Yeah, I think that if you're a woman, you basically go through the majority of your life choosing, like deciding who's going to be suitable for you. And if you're a dude, your experience is the complete opposite. You're out there trying to get it, experiencing the failure, the constant rejection. Not that women don't experience rejection as well, but from a sexual perspective, it's much easier for a woman to go out there and just choose who she wants to sleep with, where typically a man is having to work for it. So, from that perspective and that perspective alone, I would say that now, there's the one caveat I say is that there's an age division thing that has to go on too, right? Depending on how old you are, how long you've been sexually active, and then how many bodies you have. But from that perspective, you know, from a guy, the signal it would send to me is that you chose, basically, you just allowed multiple dudes to sleep with you. Where when it's a dude, you went out there,
You're
quote
sleeping with
unquote,
each other,
and
by the way.
conquered. Say again.
You're sleeping with each other, by the way. Like it's not just like women like choosing to
Oh,
let
that's right.
men
Yes,
sleep
yes.
with
It
them,
could be either or. Yes,
right? I mean,
that's
it's
true. Yep.
or women just choosing to sleep with men, right? It's the case that it goes the other way around as well. Jordan, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. So you just said it's
Yeah,
based upon
that's
ease
true.
of access, right? So if it is the case
Yeah.
that there is a man in which has a greater level of access to engage in intercourse than, say, particularly like the average woman, would it be the case that their body count should be looked at in a more negative connotation for having the exact same body count?
Well, what I would say is that the signal that it's going to send to a man. So let's just from an age perspective, right? Because there's a difference if you're have a body count of 20 and you're 20 years old, as opposed to having a body count of 20 and being 40 years old, right? Because there's years of time that you were able to acquire those bodies. But let's use the example that you've got two that are two people who are 23 years old and that girl has slept with 23 individuals and that guy has slept with 23 individuals, so it's all equal. So I think that from society's like perspective, that guy went out and experienced a lot of rejection and conquered, right, 23 girls, where that female didn't have to conquer. It was more of a selection and a choice thing. And that's, I think, is what's going to make most men insecure. From a personal perspective, for example, I have a really good friend. She's got a high body count. And she would tell you that she's a dude trapped in a girl's body, for example. Her mentality is different. And I think she's an outlier compared to most girls. I think there's also an aspect of how the
Are you
sexual
referring
act
to like someone
happens.
is trans, or are you referring to like
No, no, no.
someone?
No, a regular, straight, heterosexual girl that doesn't seem to get as emotionally attached as other girls do through the act of intercourse.
Thank you for the galaxy. I
Um,
appreciate it. Thank you so much. Okay, so
is
I mean, you can see men that get emotionally attached from the act of intercourse as well.
Yeah,
But
but
here, so let's
it's going
relate
to
to
be
your
a path.
language that you referenced earlier. So you referenced that like the notion of men conquering women is what makes men insecure, particularly here, right? So the point again I brought up is the case that again the man in this scenario has more opportunities. So if you consider that the man is still quote unquote conquering, even though he has more opportunities, what is your notion of conquer? What is that even referencing?
Well, it's referencing this. So for a guy, who might look at it as a numbers game. He can be in the bar. There's 100 girls. If he says the same line to all 100 girls, one of them might bite. That same girl, if she were to say, "Hey, I'm open. I'm available. You can sleep with me," it's like a guaranteed success. Some guy is going to want to sleep with her. The same isn't true for a guy. You, Parker, aren't going to go out there and be like, "Hey, I'm willing to have sex," and the girls
No one
aren't
does that
going to
in
be
general.
throwing up
No
on
one
you.
does that in general. I'm talking about can you at least acknowledge in the scenario that I brought up that this individual does have more opportunities?
No, the guy wouldn't have more opportunities. That's my point, is that the girl has more opportunities because there's guys constantly trying to get
Always,
with them
in all scenarios.
in many scenarios. Yeah, in
No,
a
I'm
lot of
saying in every
scenarios.
single scenario. Is
Of
there a
course
single
not. There's
scenario
no
where a
such.
woman
There's no one scenario that's an account for everything, right? There's not.
No,
You
that's
have
not
to
what I'm doing.
generalize to an extent.
No, I'm saying is there any scenario where a woman, right, has less opportunities than a man?
Where a woman has less opportunities than a man. There is no scenario, for the most part, where a woman is going to have less opportunities to get laid than a guy.
No scenario.
Well, what's the scenario, Parker?
Vinny Hacker, 15 million followers, right? You're saying that there's no woman on the planet that has less opportunities than him.
No, no. The woman has more opportunities than the guy to get laid. The girl's
But then
never
Vinny
ha-
Hacker
is
has
never going to
15
have to
million
work as hard.
followers. What are you
That
talking
means
about?
nothing. What does that have to do with
What
anything?
do you mean that means nothing? What are you talking about? You're saying that has no impact on the level of
What I'm
opportunities that
saying,
this man has to
so
engage in
Parker, so
intercourse?
so what you're saying is, Parker,
I
is
can't even do it.
that any girl that you're saying that if you two were to have a competition, who can get laid first, that you're going to get laid first and not the girl? Is that what you're saying, Parker?
Depends on the girl.
No, 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 Parker. Any girl. Almost any
Yeah,
girl
yes,
that you're with.
there are some women out there where it would be easier for
Okay.
me to engage in intercourse with someone than it would be for them.
Okay, yeah, and that's going to be the rare. You see, it's not going to be
No, but
it's going to be the
is there
exception.
even
It's
one
not going to be the rule.
circumstance? Is there even one circumstance?
But that doesn't matter. What we're talking about is why should a high body count matter for women and not for men? And my argument is that the reason why it should matter is because a guy is working 1,000 times harder in order to get laid than a woman ever has to work. And these are just facts.
That's not true. And
Any
also, dude, hold up. That's just not true. And also, even if, again, if you're talking about how hard someone works, I don't think that even matters to you. If a woman works really hard to only sleep with celebrities, but still slept with 35 celebrities, is it wrong? Do you think her body count doesn't matter?
I'm not sure I'm even understanding your
If
question
a
there.
particular woman only slept with celebrities, right? Say 35 people, right? And they were all celebrities, so they had to try
Okay.
really hard to be able to sleep with those celebrities, right? Is it the case that it shouldn't matter?
Even with a celebrity, a woman's not going to have to work as hard. I know a couple of girls
I
who
don't think that's
definitely hang
necessarily
out
true,
here
but
in downtown Chicago, hobnobbing with high society, and they make it their mission of finding rich dudes, whoever, celebrities, all of that, and they put themselves in the right positions, and they're going to get laid by that celebrity. The celebrity is going to take advantage of that they're a dude because like that's what they're doing, and they can because it's a conquest thing. So there is
so
no
cringe. I'm
reality
literally
where
cringing
there's
so
no
much.
reality from a generalization where a girl is working to get laid, and you have to
No,
acknowledge
there
that
really
because it's a
is, right?
fact.
But like,
No,
but
there's really
again,
not.
no, there really is.
It's
I think there really is. But again, the scenario we
you
brought up
think,
with
Parker. You think, Parker, but like you said,
And you
like
think
your body count
otherwise.
is pretty low.
Wait,
I think
wait, OG, and
otherwise
you think
because I've
otherwise.
experienced the rejection, man. Like I've been out there, I have a
I'm
higher body
sorry. I'm
count, and
sorry.
for that
You've
high body
experienced
count,
rejection. That's fine, right? Don't
no,
project that
no,
onto
it's
everyone
fine. I
else,
have no
right?
problem.
That
No,
doesn't
no, I'm
make me
not
wrong.
projecting it. No, no, it's a natural course for a dude. As a dude, this is the cost of trying to get laid. You're gonna get rejected. I'm not. It's not a hating thing. It's just how it is.
Appreciate the
I
galaxy.
understand
Thank you so
that.
much. I appreciate it.
It's like being in sales. You're gonna get a lot of no's before you get a yes. The difference is that
Yeah,
let's
so if you
say
care about body count, right, you shouldn't be the one just trying to sleep with women because again, if it was the case that a woman was doing that, then you'd look at it in a negative connotation, right? So you never
no,
hold
no,
yourself
no.
to the same standards when it relates to
No,
sexual
I do
intercourse.
hold my no, I absolutely hold myself the same standard. If my girl has a higher body count, it's not going to be a deterrent necessarily to me. But the question is, why should a high body count matter for women for not for men? And I'm just presenting the argument that the reason it should be, or the one logical reason that exists, is because of the amount of effort it takes for a dude to go out and get it, as opposed to a female to go out and get it. There would be a perception that the female is just sitting there and choosing and allowing it. Kind of like when people make the argument of why there's more of an emotional attachment with sex, or people try to say that females have more of emotional attachment, and you try to dismiss it when they make that argument. But the reality is that there's only
I
one of the
never disputed
sexes that
that. I
is
never did. Wait, hold up. You're lying.
there's
You just
only
lied. You
okay.
just lied. I'm gonna cut you
I
off because you
heard
just
you with the
lied.
other callers.
Yeah, and
Okay.
do you want me to, because you apparently didn't hear me correctly. Apparently need to clear out your eardrums, right? I literally
Okay.
said specifically, right, that wait, so restate what you thought I said?
That females don't have more of an emotional connection to
No, I
sex
said
than men do.
on average, women are more likely to have emotional connection when they engage in intercourse,
Okay.
right, than men are. That's what
All
I
right.
said particularly.
Why is that, Parker?
That just happens to be the case. We observe that.
No, it doesn't just happen to be the case. There's actually a deep psychological reason for that.
Right. I don't think
And
that you have the correct inference for that. So
I mean, I'm sure I can like mosey over to my computer and like pull up the actual like study. I'm
go
like,
for
the
it.
reality is that there
Go for it.
is a difference. I will in a second here. The main difference, and I'll find the study, is that there's a huge psychological difference with a female letting somebody enter into their bodies as opposed to a male who's doing the penetration into their bodies. It takes a lot more trust. It takes a lot more. It takes a lot more out of you emotionally in order to allow that invasion into your body as a woman. And that's
Invasion
what.
into your body. Can you
Well,
please
that's
just
what
give
it
me some
is, though,
evidence?
right?
Can you just give me some
But that
evidence?
is
Go for it. Go wobble yourself over to your computer, all right, and then find me that source, particularly that shows the statistically significant distinction.
that. Okay.
Everyone, in the meantime, tap that screen. Everyone, let's try to get this to 1,000,000 likes. Everyone, if you want to help get out to more people as well, you can share the live. Let's try to get to 1,000 shares, everyone. You can copy a link. You can send it to a few friends. It helps get it out to more people. By the way, everyone, if you like my content, follow me if you haven't already. Again, I go live literally every single day, y'all. Oh, in the meantime, I have a question, right? Why do you say females instead of women? Appreciate the hand art. Thank you.
Well, I mean, females are women, right?
Not necessarily.
Well, because when I say females, I'm referring to females whether they become official women, and
Do you
they're
think that
not
babies that
girls.
are do you think babies that are females are women?
Exactly, no, but they're still
Okay.
female.
Okay. So like
A
I mean
baby is still a
I don't even think that
female,
would be relevant
but
to
she's
refer
not a
you
woman. Well,
I mean
you're the
because
one
you
who
were just
brought it
referring
up,
to
and
adults, right? One.
I get it.
Two,
No.
also,
You brought
right?
up the
Like
baby thing,
women.
Parker. Don't try to move on to it.
Two,
You're
I'm
just
not moving
wrong.
on. I'm acknowledging this while you're still
But
looking
you're
it
just
up.
wrong. I know, but you're
And then
just
two,
wrong, though,
right?
right?
Women do not
Because
prefer to
do you
be
consider
called female.
babies to be
Hold
women,
up, hold
Parker?
up. Women do not prefer to be called female, right? So the
And
notion
that's
in which
coming
you are,
from you as a woman, Parker.
I'm
Why
not a
wouldn't
woman.
I don't mind
Do
being
you want to
called a
see the
male,
chat? Do you
Parker.
want to see the chat every single time you say the term, right? There are many
You,
women in the chat that say this.
but I will. Why would you care about being described as a female? Do guys care about being
I
called
appreciate the
a
little crown. Thank you
male?
so much. Because it's commonly used in a demeaning or degrading way.
But I'm not using it in a
Appreciate the
demeaning
hand
or
art. Thank
degrading
you.
way.
You don't think so?
But do you think I've been using it in a demeaning and degrading way?
I do think that when men hear that women don't like to be called that, and they still do so, it is absolutely in a demeaning way. Yeah. And like historically
Well,
speaking, right, I do think that there's some type of precedence for this being something that's meant to be used towards women to be able to like justify treating them differently, right? As I see this commonly to be used amongst men that actually typically argue this particular point, right? That it should matter more for women comparative to men, right? You don't
no,
commonly
no,
hear this
no. I'm
outside of
not
that
actually.
context.
No, no. I'm not personally arguing that that is the case. I personally don't care about a woman's body count at all. I don't believe in
You don't care about it
shaming
at
girls
all?
for it or anything. No, I don't personally.
Oh,
But
so
I
so
am
you don't even
against. But
hold
it
to the
doesn't mean
argument.
just because.
Well,
No,
I
no, no.
appreciate you
Just
coming
because
on,
I
man.
don't care doesn't mean that there's not an argument to be made.
Wait, but you don't hold to that argument. Right? I'm not looking for devil advocacy, right? I'm looking for people that actually hold the view to like change their mind, right? So since you don't even have that opinion already, I'm gonna go into the next person, man. I appreciate you coming on. Thank you so much, bro.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. Oh boy. I don't accept devil's advocates. Oh my gosh.
Hey,
Yo, what's up? How
hey,
old are you?
hey, all you weird ass hoes
How old are
in
you?
here
Hey,
happy
how old are
because
you?
this nigga telling y'all body count don't matter.
Hey, how old are you? Can you, hey, I want you to like just chill out a minute, chill out for a minute, right? I want you to tell me how old you are, okay? And then I want you to answer the question, do you think that a high body count should matter for women, but not for men? And then also don't use that term, it's TikTok TOS, and it's also wrong.
All right, look, I'm 26 and I'm gonna say it
What's your
again.
birth year?
Huh?
What's your birth year?
What did you say?
What's your birth year, bro?
97.
97, you're 26? Okay, for sure. So, and
26.
do you think that a high body count should matter for women, but not for men?
Yes, body count matters for men,
Oh,
not
okay.
men,
So why
and
so?
it matters for women and not men. All these girls in the comments are hoes.
Yo,
They
you can't say
literally
that
are
term.
hoes. That's why.
Hey. One, don't use that. It's not good to use, right? Because the same term probably applies to you. Two, right? If you want to reference this, right? Please stop doing that because again, that is TikTok TOS. Okay, that is literally terms of service. So again, I'm gonna let you speak, but you gotta use your brain for a second. Okay, there's 10 seconds, right? And I've told you what things you can't
Hey,
say.
look, hey, check me out. All the girls saying I'm mad. I've been with my girlfriend for 10 years. I'm about to marry her. I'm her only body. I have no reason to be mad. I have no reason. I'm taken. I'm gone. You hoes will be
Oh, he did it
lonely
again, right? So,
forever.
hey, you got one more shot. You do it one more time, and you're gonna be gone. Okay. Again, it is TikTok TOS, and again, it is fucking wrong, right? Would you like to like actually address that, or do you just want to like baby rage on my platform, right? Because now it just sounds like people in the
Hey,
chat pissed you off, and now you're getting emotional.
hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, dude.
No. Look, you're calling me emotional. That doesn't mean it's true. I'm just speaking my opinion like you have your opinion up here. And also, girls don't want to be called females. Like, what the hell? In 2023, people complain about everything. I can't call you a female, bro. You can't be called a female. You're a female. So I'm going to call you a female. You weird. Oh,
Okay,
you
you
guys
are
are all
ugly, so I'm gonna call you
weird.
ugly. Okay.
I look way better than you. 10 times better than you.
Wait,
I
no.
get more
I'm
hoes
just
than you.
calling it out. I'm just describing
I get 10
reality.
times more hoes than you.
Hey, I'm just
Stop it.
describing reality, bro. I'm just describing reality, man.
Stop it. Hey, I'm just letting you know. All these girls in the comments that are happy you're doing this, and I like you, bro. You're getting money from doing this. I see you, bro. I
Dude,
see
I
you,
do
bro.
different types of topics
Hey,
all the time.
look,
I don't
all
just do
these
this
girls
topic.
in
I
the
haven't done this
comments are
topic in like
so
a week or
happy.
two.
Hey, let me just say one more thing. Hey, you girls that are so happy he's doing this, it'll never be accepted for you guys to have 50 bodies. But most of the men in the world will never
Hey,
ever
Marcel,
accept you
can you
guys for
listen for a
this.
second? Because you're not actually. I want you to talk to me, not to the chat. One, two. When it relates to this, I'm saying that body count should matter for men and women equally. I'm not making an
No,
argument that
it
body
does
count
not.
shouldn't
No,
matter.
I have like 50 bodies. My girlfriend does not care
Yeah.
at all.
Just because your girlfriend doesn't care doesn't mean that it shouldn't matter for you.
It doesn't because I
Okay?
am a man and she is a woman.
Yeah, so can you
She
give me an
needs to
argument? Can you give
be
me an
a
argument?
woman, be a female. Why the hell you trying to be a dude and fuck everybody? That's weird.
Why do you associate fucking everybody with being a dude?
Hey, let me ask you a question. If my girlfriend punches me, should I just knock her the F out? Should I really beat her up in here? Is it to the best of my ability? Should I stump her out?
No one should hit anyone, right? It is the case that you can engage in self-defense, right? But clearly speaking, we can see a distinction in terms of the different types of hits. As again, I'm answering right now. I'm answering right now. As it is the case that one individual is stronger than the other one. If someone is significantly stronger and can apply significantly, holy shit, do I have to like mute him every time?
Fair, right?
Hey, dude, I want to have a conversation. Hey, I want to have a conversation, but it seems like you're almost unable to. Okay, so either I'm gonna have to mute you every single time.
I want to speak. I'm talking now. Let me talk.
You asked me a question, and I was responding.
If me and my girlfriend has a baby, she's gonna hold all the power in court. Right off the back, she's gonna get the benefit of the doubt about everything because she's a woman, and that's a double standard.
Wait, by the way, that doesn't mean I think it's a justified double standard. I think that there are inadequacies that exist within the context of the divorce court system.
So women need to be women and stop letting everybody fuck you. It's a double standard.
Hold up, no, I'm not. I don't. I said I said that I'm against double standards, right? So my view is that
with reality.
Hey, I am living with reality. Hey, Marcel, man, I am living with reality, right? I'm just saying I'm against all these double standards, okay? So in the double standards that are applied within the court system, right, I'm also against those, right? The double standards that are applied towards men when it relates to whether or not they can express any level of emotion, that's also true, right? But when you're expressing emotions in this particular way, this is clearly an irrational expression of emotion. This is not the type of expression of emotion that we would like men to engage in. Right? Men need to know that expressing their emotions isn't just expressing them in all ways. It's expressing them in specific ways to be able to progress and move on from them, right? Not just to express them for the fuck of it. That's what people don't understand, right? Expressing emotions doesn't mean just fucking throwing your emotions on everyone, projecting them on everyone. It means going through your emotions, reflecting upon them, right? You having a misunderstanding of that is likely showing that men have not been taught about emotional intelligence within society.
I understand. I get what you're saying. I just don't think it's the same thing when a man has a body count and a girl has a high body count. And let me just tell you this. Women, for the most part, like men. And when you like the opposite sex, you don't get to decide how they feel. Most men care about body count. So the women who want a man, you don't get to say, hey, it doesn't matter because I don't think it matters. You need to listen to the people that you're trying to please. If they say it matters, it matters. And it matters no matter what y'all say. It's not my fault y'all fucked 50 people, so now y'all want us to accept it. No, we will not. You will never get a man that's
You fucked 50 people. What are you talking about? You're a hypocrite as fuck. You're so hypocritical. No, you're so hypocritical. No, what you need to do, what you need to realize is that you can't take that away either. And if you consider that to be bad within the context of women, well, then the exact same thing you need to hold yourself accountable for. What you're trying to do, yeah, and that's exactly what women have a preference against. Most women have a preference against players. And also, you're saying that most women don't care about body count. That's false. It is actually the case if you look at the evidence that most women do. Hold up. No, it is the case that most women do. It just is the case that the level in which they will apply or the threshold for the high body count in which they would say is too much is a little bit more lax than it would be for men. Okay, so men are more strict in terms of applying a body count, right? But women absolutely do still care. And it is empirically true.
If a girl likes some guy in school and she knows he's having sex with Sally, that's not gonna stop her from going after the guy she likes most of the time. When a man
and that doesn't necessarily that's not true with the man either.
Sex with Nick, no way he wants her anymore.
That's not true. That's not true. That's clearly not true. That's clearly not true.
Yes, it is.
Okay, because it is the case that it is the case that both men and women, right, have a particular preference when it relates to body count that is similar to the one in which they have. It's not necessarily zero, actually. If you look at the data, it's not that all men or most men prefer people who are virgins. It's like, actually, there's no empirical basis for that claim. Okay?
Everyone calling me emotional, I'm having fun. I'm ADHD, very hyperactive. That's why I'm yelling.
And that's why you didn't hear a single word I just said, too.
We could have been talking about aliens right now, I'd be yelling.
Yeah, so did you hear a single word I just said?
No, I didn't hear anything you said. I don't care about what you said. You'll pick me, dude. You
Okay,
think
yeah,
these
no,
hoes should
clearly
be
that
able
has
to get
nothing to do with
hoes?
the fact that you're
I
ADHD. There
don't
are
think
many
so.
people, hold up, there are many people that have ADHD that come on my platform that I talk with all the time, right? It's not just because you're ADHD, you're not listening. You're just trying to debate the comment section. You have an issue with the comment section right now and you're trying to debate them.
I
I don't
hate
think it
these
relates to your
hoes.
ADHD.
You hear me?
Yeah, I do hear you.
You
Appreciate the
hear
hand
me?
art.
They need to learn how to be women, bro. It's real simple.
Did you
Man
just
is a
hear a single
man,
word that
a
I
woman
said?
is a woman. There are double standards for men and women, and they just gonna have to accept
Hey,
that.
can you justify that to me? Like, hey, I know you're screaming to the comment section right now, but can you
Okay,
justify the double
why
standards?
is it okay for a man to do what he does?
Yeah, so just because people in the society have preferences, that doesn't mean that we ought to live in accordance with those preferences or that those preferences are necessarily right. For example, it has been the case that men have preferred women between the ages of 12 through 16 throughout society, as it literally has been the case that that was like the age in which women were married within biblical times, within many times throughout history. But we think that's fucking wrong, right, for adults
Hey,
to
let me
engage in
say
intercourse
something
with
real quick.
minors, right?
Let
So
me
just
say something
because
real
they
quick.
preference that,
100% wrong.
yeah,
100%
so just
wrong.
because they have that preference does not mean that we should act in accordance with that preference.
Hey, let me say something real quick to everybody in the comments because I've seen a lot of Free Marcel's girls comments. Listen to me. My girlfriend just got an $8,000 ring. My girlfriend doesn't pay any bills. My girlfriend lives stress free. You girls don't even have a
I
man.
don't think
If
it's
you
stress
girls
free.
had a
I don't think
man,
it's stress
you
free. I
wouldn't
disagree.
even be on here
Hey,
defending
Marcel,
a
I
body
actually
count
disagree. It's
argument.
definitely not stress free. I promise you.
Oh, 100%. My girlfriend loves her life. She
But that
would
doesn't mean
laugh
it's
at
not. Wait,
these
wait. You
girls.
can love your life and still have
Hey,
stress.
hey, shrimp. Hey, girl just called me shrimp. I'm a big 8.5 inches. If you
You,
want
oh,
proof,
please do not
message
say
me.
that online.
I'll give you
Please,
my
that's so
snap.
cringe.
I'm giving
That
out
is
proof.
so
I
cringe,
love
dude. We need to put him in a fucking playpen. Someone please stop him. He did not just fucking do that. That is so gross, dude. That is so gross. Please stop. No,
yes.
you're staying on mute. You're staying on mute, dude. You're staying on fucking mute, dude. You're
Snap.
actually staying on mute, dude. That was so gross. That was so fucking gross.
Hey.
Okay, chill out. Chill out.
Then
Settle
tell your
down.
comment section not
Settle
to
the
talk
fuck
about my
down. Yo,
private
settle
parts.
down. Settle down. Answer my questions. If you
Tell
don't
your
answer my
comment section
hey,
not to talk about my private parts.
you stop talking about it. Why'd you give the fucking
They
measurements,
brought it
dude?
up.
You gave the measurement. Shut the fuck
They
up, dude.
brought. Oh
Hold
yeah,
your
I get a
hold up, hold
measurement.
up.
This
Marcel,
motherfucker is huge. I'm African.
Marcel, hold the screen. Okay? When you hold the screen, click clear display. Okay? And
Clear
look, all the
display.
comments will disappear. Did you see them disappear?
Thank you for that. Thank
Maddie,
you.
thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Okay. Holy shit. Let's go. All right. Okay. So,
hey, these lonely, bitter women in the comments trying to convince men.
Marcel, answer my questions. Justify the double standard. Okay, justify the double standard.
Justify the double standard. Why is it okay for a man and it's not okay for a woman? Because a man don't no man want no used up woman, and women nasty creatures. They don't care who.
Wait. Women don't want used up men then.
Yeah, they do. Women.
What do you mean? Yeah, they do. What are you talking about? And also, wait, Marcel. We just went over this.
Bitches than you.
Hey, Marcel, I don't care that you've been with more people than me, right? I have morals and values,
more
right?
than you do.
Hold up. I have morals and values, right? And I'm looking for someone to engage in intercourse only in the context of an emotional connection. That's my morals and those are my values, right? Okay.
So hold
up. Let me finish.
Want.
Can I finish?
This is a fact.
Appreciate the crown. Thank you so much. I want to respond to some of your claims, man.
Respond, bro. Respond.
Okay. So can you restate the first claim prior to the fact that you're just yelling? Because I kind of forget whenever you like scream over.
Men want men that other women want. This is a fact. You guys can act like this isn't reality at all. I know on the internet we all pretend, we all make up this false reality, but in real life, women want men that other women want. That's what they want.
Hold up. So it is the case that there is a notion of the fact that other people find this individual attractive or find good characteristics with this individual, so you might be more likely to feel validated in your liking of that individual. But the same thing's also true with men. Okay? So can you give me any evidence to indicate that there's a statistically significant distinction in terms of how this affects men and women?
It affects a man because nobody wants to be with a girl who has 30 bodies. Nigga, if my girl had 5 bodies, I wouldn't be with her.
Okay, this is wild. This is wild. So, yeah, appreciate the epic GG. Thank you so much. You have 50, and then you literally expect a woman to have 5. This is exactly
Yes,
what I come on here to
yes,
argue,
I have
right? But one
50,
thing I want to
but she
reference,
can't have more than 3.
Marcel, let me finish. One thing I want to reference, exactly what I argued earlier. Remember, we gave you a scenario. Just because people want a particular thing from someone does not mean that we ought to act in accordance with that particular individual's wants. I appreciate the sunglasses. Thank you so much. So just because you think that nobody wants this or everyone wants a woman to have a low body count, that doesn't imply that it ought to be that way. You have to actually give me an argument as, again, throughout history, just because people, men, adult men, wanted little children doesn't mean that it should be that way. Doesn't mean
You
that you
keep
should marry
using
your
that
child to an
argument. I
adult.
don't care about that argument. Men don't want sluts. It's just that simple.
Again, I gave you one more. I get literally. You have that's your last fucking try. If you say it one more fucking time, any of those terms, again, I literally told you that you cannot say. You're gonna be off the live. I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. It's literally TikTok TOS. It's fucking wrong as well, right? So do you want to like again acknowledge what I'm saying? Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Thank you for the cap as well. Clearly speaking, right? You just don't want to engage with the argument, right? You just said I don't care, right? Would you engage with the argument? Do you have any position to actually justify here?
Justify what? Why it's wrong for
No,
men?
no, no, no. You said, remember the argument was, oh, women want this or women don't want this. Therefore, you should act in accordance with that particular want. Okay, but we just pointed back throughout society, it is the case that men, adult men, wanted little girls, children. Okay, so is it the case that you should act in accordance with that, i.e., marry your daughter to an adult man in that particular time period, given the fact that that's what men want? Do you think that's what you should do?
I didn't live in that time period. I live in
No, if you did,
2023.
hypothetical. Thank you for the hand. I appreciate it.
I listen, what people were thinking back in those times has nothing to do with me.
Dude, it's a
Nothing.
hypothetical, bro, to demonstrate a concept, man.
I don't like to go into hypotheticals. Let's leave it at reality. Because a lot of people don't live in reality.
Thank you, human
Let's
being. I
talk
appreciate the
about
subscription. Thank
reality.
you so much. This
How
is reality.
these girls,
Hypothetical scenarios are reality.
no.
Yes,
Reality is
because
the fact.
they're relevant to reality. Absolutely. Like, for
You know what
example,
the
right?
reality is? Most of these girls on this, they like the bad boys at their school. They like the boys that get all the girls. They like the boys that are really attractive. They are not after the boys with low body counts because they're good boys.
That's
Boys
false.
literally
Actually,
go
that's so
after
false.
girls
By the way,
that are
that's so
good
false.
girls.
Hold up. Thank you for the hand, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I think that's so false, right? Thank you for the hand, I appreciate it. I think that you're not able to
100%
recognize,
true.
I appreciate the hand, thank you, that a lot of men out there are just trying to play women, right? And women recognize that and they acknowledge that. So when they see that a man, right, is trying to only engage with people that they have an emotional connection with, right, that can develop a sense of security for women, right, or stability in terms of wanting to be with that individual, right? There are many women out there that seek men that do not just engage in intercourse with a bunch of women, right, off of that basis and off of that particular reason. Okay, so for you to say that and not acknowledge that is clearly fucking not taking into account most women in terms of the way that they view how men act sexually speaking.
These women don't respect themselves. These girls in the comments will never be happy when
Doesn't respond to a single thing that I said.
when they get
Only
hey, when
comments
these
that, yo,
girls get
clear display. Clear
when
display. I
these
appreciate
girls
that
get
mustache.
married, they're just
Clear
gonna be
display.
thinking about
Clear
those
display.
40
Marcel.
bodies they had.
Marcel.
These girls
Clear.
are some
Yo,
freaking hoes.
Marcel.
Get 'em
Marcel.
off. No,
Yo,
no, you listen.
yo.
Stop.
Yo, what it do? Hey, just can you please clear display real quick?
All right, hold on. How do I do this?
You hold the screen and you click clear display.
I did it.
Hold the screen.
There's no comments. It's
No
just me
comments.
and you in here.
It is just me and you. Okay. All right. Woo! All right. Say what you're saying. Did you hear what I just said?
Huh?
Did you hear anything I just said?
No, I didn't hear you, bro. I was reading the comments.
Yeah. Stop reading the fucking comments, bro. What was the last thing you just
My
heard?
argument is with the girls. Listen, bro, I'm gonna be honest. I'm not trying to convince you that men body count is just as important as girls. If you're gonna tell yourself that, bro, have fun with your wife that has 50 bodies. She's had a nigga like me in her who you could never live up to. Have fun with her. Because when you don't
Dude, yo,
satisfy
Marcel, you're
listen,
not actually
let
making
me
any
say
real
something.
arguments
Let me
here,
say
right?
something. When
You know, you're not
don't
making
get
any
her
real
off,
arguments.
she's
You're not
going to
making
be
any real
thinking about
arguments.
me as she plays with her toy. Okay? She's gonna be thinking about me and
Marcel,
thinking about
you
how
are
I
literally
long stroked her.
you understand, Marcel, no individual is going to hear what you just said, right? And be like, "Yo, that's a man that I want to raise the children that I'm going to have in the future." That's a man that I look up to. That's a man that's virtuous.
Okay,
What
so
the
let me
fuck
let
do
me
you
ask you a
mean?
question. You
Everyone
really
looks
think
at that. Hold up. I
you
want you to
really
stop. I
think
want you to
what I
stop. Everyone looks at that and we're like, wow, that guy's immature. Wow, that guy has some insecurity issues. Wow, that guy's not stable in his own sense of masculinity insofar as that he has to try to tear down other individuals to try to build himself up. Right? That's exactly what you're showing right now.
you
You're
really think
showing, hold up,
you
let me
really
finish.
think me
You're showing red flags in your own character and the way that you treat people. You're not showing green flags. You think you did something there? You really fucking
Okay,
didn't.
okay, let me say something. You really think me thinking women body count matters more than men means I can't raise my kids? I have
No,
more
no, I know.
money
I'm
than
saying the
you.
way that you're currently treating right now, the way that you just referred to women, the way that you've been constantly referring to women, the way that you've been
Means
treating
I can't
me on
take
this
care of
live when I've just
children.
been clearly just patiently describing things to you is exactly the types of qualities that people would say are not good in the context of the individual that they want to be with long term. I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Come on, these are complete red flags. These aren't just me just randomly saying these things.
So I
I'm
can't take care
observing
of
the facts of
children.
reality.
So I can't take care of children because I'm gonna tell my daughter that she shouldn't sleep with
No, they
everybody.
wouldn't be this person. You wouldn't be what someone would consider a viable candidate for someone that they would want to be with as a lifetime partner because of the characteristics that you've
I've been
expressed
in
on
a
my live.
relationship longer than 100% of you, pretty much.
That doesn't mean that you have characteristics and necessarily are valuable, right? I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. There are many toxic relationships that have been around for a long time. I'm not necessarily
Toxic.
saying your
Me and my
relationship is
girlfriend.
toxic.
Me and my
Hold
girlfriend.
up. Hold up, man. I'm not necessarily saying that your relationship is toxic. What I'm
Do you know?
saying is
You
that
want to
it's
know what
not
we do?
necessarily
In a day,
indicative of
we
good
go to the
values.
YMCA. We
Hey,
work out.
so it's not indicative of good values. My point is that you've shown very clearly that you don't have these values that I'm referencing. Right? You
Cool.
apply
In a
everything to
day.
women, but you don't apply it to yourself.
Okay, cool. And one day, me and my girlfriend, we go to the YMCA. We have picnics. We go on dates like daily. Very, very, very healthy relationship. You, are you single?
No, thank you
A
for the subscription.
single
I appreciate
man,
it.
a single
I'm
man who
I'm
can't
not
keep a
single.
girl, do not tell me, a man who's
Um,
about to be
did he
married.
can he hear me? Can you hear me?
Oh, you're not. How long have you been with your woman?
I've only been in a relationship for like a week and a half, 2 weeks.
That's not even a relationship, little bro.
We've been
That
in a relationship for that long. I've known them for longer, right? But I just got out of a relationship a bit ago, like a few months ago, like over like about
so
four
you
months ago.
just relationship from relationship. I've been with the
Dude, it's
same
been
girl
four
since I was
months.
16.
It's been 4 months.
I've been with the same girl since I was 16. I am 26. You are
Okay.
not in any place to tell me if I'm in a place where I can keep a girl, little bro. You are a little boy to me. I've been here.
A
I
little
knew you.
boy.
You're a little boy to me.
Wait.
I
I have
have
a
more money
question.
than you.
Wait,
I
I have a
own my
fucking
house.
question.
I have
Hold
an
up.
apartment complex.
Hold up. You said your fucking body count was 50, but you got with her at
An
16.
apartment. You need a place to live.
Hey, I live in an apartment. You just said your body count was fucking 50, and you
Apartment.
said that you got with her when you were 16. So did you rack up 50 bodies before you were 16, or did you cheat on her?
I made some mistakes in the beginning.
Oh, there we fucking go!
100%.
Exactly what I fucking mean, dude. Literally
What's your
fucking knew
point?
it.
Why are
I
you
fucking knew
celebrating?
it. I fucking knew it.
Why are
I
you
fucking knew
celebrating?
it. I fucking knew it, dude. No
What you
fucking way.
celebrating
No
for?
way. He's like, oh my god, you can't keep a relationship. I literally knew it. I fucking knew it, dude. There's no way. How the
Yes.
hell are you? Oh, I made a few mistakes. Cheating's not a fucking
Yes.
mistake. I appreciate the cap. Cheating is literally not a mistake. How many fucking things did you do? You took off your clothes. You set up even being with them in the first place. You engaged in intercourse with them. You continue to do it. And apparently you did it so fucking much that you have 50 fucking bodies, right?
No,
When
no,
you
no,
met her
no,
when you
no,
were
no, no, no,
16.
no.
What do you mean, bro?
I didn't do it that much. Now you're making assumptions. I didn't do it that much.
How many people? Say it right now.
2.
You cheated with 2 people. So how the
Yeah.
fuck do you have 50 bodies before 16? How'd you do
Because
that?
let me
Push the boxes up,
explain
thank
to
you.
you. 13, 14, 15, all I did was partied every night with my boys. And
But
stuff happened.
no, I'm not. Come on, 50, dude? When you were 13,
Yeah.
14, and 15.
Yeah, bro. Things get
Nah,
pretty
bro. I
crazy.
don't. Nah. No. What?
I mean, maybe not for you, but you gotta think, hey, let me explain
I
something.
was playing Fortnite, bro.
Let me explain
I
something.
wasn't even talking to
When
anyone.
I was
Like,
14, bro, I'm on the varsity football team. I'm buff as fuck. I'm the biggest nigga. Like, yeah, bro, it was pretty easy for me. I'm fucking grown bitches at 14. I would probably could have fucked your
So
mama,
you're
bro.
no, wait, dude, you're actually a victim, man. I'm not joking. Like you were literally having intercourse with adult women when you
My
were 14.
babysitters. My babysitters. Yes. 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 And I loved it. And I wish I could do it again. But I'm a faithful nigga now. I've changed. I've changed. I've changed.
Dude,
I've
that's actually
changed.
so
I would
fucked.
never
That's
mess
actually
around
so
again.
fucked. That's so fucked, dude. That is so
I loved
fucked.
it.
That is actually I'm so sorry for that, by the way. Like I understand
I
that you
loved
think
it. I think about it. You hear
you should not promote that in front of 6,000 people. That's fucking wild.
You're
Especially
right. You're right.
no, for
You're
you to
right.
fucking
You know
say
what?
that in front of
That
6,000, you don't you have no, come on, man. You have no fucking clue how that can literally impact people. You should not reinforce this standard in which says that like men when they're 14 years old engaging intercourse with women who are adults is fucking a good thing. Right? That's literally
You know what? You're
victimization, okay?
100% correct.
That's literally P3O. You understand that,
That
right?
was wrong by them.
Clearly,
that was wrong
yeah.
of them to do that.
Yeah, like can't we acknowledge that? That's absolutely fucked up.
Yeah, that was wrong. I liked it.
Okay. Oh my god, bro. Dude.
Hey, but look,
Dude.
Let me tell you something. Let me
So
tell
no,
you
no,
something.
I want to address what we just referenced. So you just said like, oh my god, the relationship's so good. You have nothing to say, but you literally have fucking cheated in the relationship.
I mean, that
right?
was
So,
9
come on,
years
bro.
ago.
What do you mean? Oh my god, it was 9 years. It's still the case that you fucking cheated.
That was almost. How old were you when I did that?
I was literally like probably 13, 14.
Bro, that was 9 years. That was a long
You still
time
cheated.
ago.
I like how a lot of people do this. Just because it was a long time ago doesn't fucking mean that it didn't happen. Doesn't mean
You
that
know
it wasn't
what?
bad.
Me cheating in the beginning of our relationship is
It's
way
like no.
better
It's
than
like
these
no.
bitches
Why do people
that
do
get me
this? Like
behind.
actually though, like we say, oh my god, it was so long ago to like diminish the fact that it's still bad, right? That's you trying to avoid the accountability of in this particular circumstance and avoid responsibility. Why do people do this? I really don't fucking get it, dude. I really don't get it.
I didn't avoid accountability.
You just did. Vanessa, thank you so much for the
No,
Venmo. I
didn't.
appreciate it. Thank you
This
so much. Anthony as
conversation
well. I
has
appreciate it.
nothing to do
Heather,
with my
thank you as well.
accountability. Me and my girlfriend and what we do in our personal lives and what we went through in our room, that's where my accountability came into. And me actually changing as a person is where my accountability came into. This conversation has nothing to do with my accountability.
No, it shows that you also still have an issue with taking that accountability because you literally were trying to reference how long ago it was to diminish the fact that you legitimately cheated on them.
And niggas make mistakes. I'm a man.
It's not a mistake to cheat on someone.
I'm a man.
That's a volitional action. I appreciate the Galaxy. Thank you so much. If it was a
My
mistake.
boy by the Galaxy. Hey, I'm not gonna lie. I'm about to start a new TikTok and
Appreciate
do what
the Galaxy.
you're doing
Thank you so much,
and
Abby.
take
I
up for
appreciate
the
it.
women and get some galaxies.
You're not going to be able to do anything because people see right through you, my guy. I
It's
don't
only
go on here to make
6,000 people on
Yo,
here.
Marcel, I don't go on here to make money. I appreciate the superpower. Thank you so much. I literally
Shut
don't at
up.
all. I literally,
You don't
dude, you know
do
how
this
fucking
every
long?
day to make
Marcel, you know how long I went on live in front of 5 people, in front of 6 people, in front of less than 10 people, right?
Gaining
Literally
a
arguing
platform,
these things,
building a
engaging in this
platform.
stuff to build a platform to be able to be here in the first place. How long? I didn't make anything at all. I appreciate the cap. Thank you so much. Literally
Yeah,
fucking
'cause
nothing.
you knew the long term.
Appreciate that
you knew
mustache.
the
Thank you.
long-term
What do you
benefit.
mean a long term? Making 10 cents on a 5-hour live?
Yeah, when you actually
What long
you
term
haven't
is
made
that?
10 cents on this live.
If I was thinking the long term, I would have gotten an internship, right?
No,
I would have gotten a
no,
job.
No. You want that money, boy. Hey, I respect the game is game.
What, there literally wasn't
Game
a
is
debate
game.
community. No, I'm not
Game is
joking.
game.
No one, but when I was first starting, not a single person on TikTok in terms of debates actually had a job on doing debates. Not a single person. I'm not
Hey,
joking.
hey,
Literally no
before I-
one.
hey,
So
before
who was I
go,
looking
bro,
to say that, oh, I'm going to do this and make so much money from when literally no one did it?
Hey, before I go, bro, I'm gonna let you know, bro. I fucks with you, bro. I loves you. Everyone in the comments, all the girls that I called the H word, I apologize, but you guys shouldn't have racked up so many bodies. And when you guys get a husband,
You
it's
shouldn't
gonna
have
be
racked
really
up so
hard
many.
for
You
them to
shouldn't have been used
satisfy
so
you.
many times, Marcel. You shouldn't have been used so many times.
Yeah, man, I shouldn't have, bro. But I got a big meat, and they like that. You know how much? You know how much
Can
play
you
I've got
stop
just
talking
off
about
of.
that, Marcel? Why do you have to keep mentioning that?
I'm proud
I
of
think
my big
what
meat.
you're trying to do here is you're trying to make up because you have a sense of a lack of masculinity. You're insecure in your sense of masculinity insofar as they have to use characteristics like that to try to make yourself feel better about yourself in terms of a masculinity standpoint.
I'm not gonna
It's an
even respond.
overcompensation.
I'm not gonna respond to that because there's literally no reason to. I know I'm comfortable in my masculinity. So I mean, it is what it is. You
Then why do you keep
saying
mentioning
I'm
it?
not
Why do you
means
think? Why do you
nothing.
keep mentioning it?
My meat, I'm proud of it.
Yeah, you can be proud of whatever the fuck you want. That doesn't mean you mention it on a live in
I'm
front of six
proud
thousand
of my
people.
meat. I'm proud of it.
That's
Only
so cringe.
1% of niggas
Like,
got
dude,
this meat.
imagine your girlfriend listening to this on live right now. She sees this
My
on her fucking For
girlfriend,
You
you
page.
want to know something? My girlfriend would laugh her ass off. She would laugh
Yeah, if
her
she wouldn't
ass
be
off.
cringing, she wouldn't be
No,
cringing.
no, she's a troll too.
I appreciate the jellyfish. Thank you so much, Alicia.
That's
Thank you
why
so
we've
much.
lasted 10 years. I found the person who completes me. I hope you found her one day, bro. Because this girl, 1 week,
It's been about a week
hopefully
and a
it
half, 2
works.
weeks.
2
Yeah,
weeks?
I'm fine, right? But like, yeah, I'm not gonna get into a relationship with someone if I don't want to be with them long term.
Yeah. They said, but he cheated on her. Nigga, Jay-Z cheated on Beyonce. What that mean?
So that kind of shows something bad there too.
Man, y'all lame as hell. How about y'all go create
What do you mean
yourself?
lame, bro?
Listen,
It's fucking lame to call out cheating? No,
a
you're just a fucking
relationship
cheater
is
that can't
not
take
all
accountability.
rainbows and butterflies. That's not what a relationship is. A
What do you?
relationship
It's not rainbows and butterflies to ask someone not to cheat on you. What the fuck?
That's cool. I
That's
told you
called
that
not
was
being a
9
shitty
years ago.
person.
Anyway, a relationship is going to go through some tough times. A real relationship, you'll get through it.
Nah, bro, fuck off. No, you should. If you actually fucking love someone, you would not stay with them given the fact that you've cheated on because that have how much that can really impact someone. I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. I think it's wild, bro. Like it's fucking wild. Like if you got cheated on, you'd be sitting
You
there
sound like a
crying.
bitch.
If she cheated on you, would you be saying the same shit? No, you
I'm
fucking wouldn't be.
gone.
You'd be.
When?
Oh, exactly. You're gone.
She can never get a second chance because she's a woman and she shouldn't be doing
The
no
double standard is fucking wild. The hypocrisy is wild. Rules for thee, but not for me.
Exactly.
Oh my god, she should stay
Just
with me.
like
A
if she
real
punches me in
relationship,
my
she
face,
stays.
I shouldn't beat her down.
Hey, by the way, a real relationship never, she'll always stay, right? But I'm gone. I'm fucking gone. Like, what? What are you talking about, bro? You literally can only apply things to other people, but you can't apply it to yourself. You have the lack of an ability to actually take accountability. I appreciate the money gun. Thank you so much. Absolutely wild, bro.
Hey, bro, look, this is the way I live my life. I respect the way you live your life. Keep going, bro. Keep going. See how it works out for you. You want to know there's a quote throughout human history, and it's very correct. I've seen it living my life. Good guys finish last. You know that?
Nah, I don't believe that's true. I
How
appreciate the
long you
handout.
been
Thank you
on
so
Earth?
much.
How long you been on Earth?
Appreciate the elephant. Thank you so much. 21
How old
years.
are you?
21 years have been born.
My boy, good guys finish last. Trust
Yeah,
me.
so that's like a cringe statement
Good
that is
guys
meant to
finish
justify.
last.
Wait, hold up. That's a cringe statement that's meant to justify men still engaging in bad actions, right? But the thing is,
No,
right? If you're engaging in
This
good
is
actions,
facts of
hold up. I
life.
want you to listen for a second. I want you to listen for a second. If you're engaging in good actions, you are more likely to attract people that are also engaging in good actions, right? Because the thing is, people are more willing to see the fact that, oh, this person is being nice and genuine. Let me also be nice and genuine back. Appreciate the Corky. Thank you so much. And the people
Okay,
who are
let
nice
me
and
say
genuine
something
will
real
pick
quick.
up on that and will want to associate themselves with you because of those good things. If someone doesn't want to associate themselves with you, I appreciate the hat and mustache. Thank you so much. Because you're being nice and you're being a good person, well, then that is showing of not you having bad characteristics. That's showing of them having bad characteristics and showing that you don't want to be with that person. Right? You will literally attract the right people if you do good things in most
Let me
circumstances.
say
There are
something.
some
Let me
people
say
that you
something.
will attract that will do bad things and will take advantage of the fact that you are good. But what you need to do to be able to keep yourself safe is be able to recognize that they're doing something bad to you in that circumstance. Right? But the thing is, if you do something good, you will attract people in which see that good in you.
Okay.
That will not turn those people off.
Okay. Um, the people in the comments saying 21 and has more respect for women than Marcel. No, I have
Not
utmost
Marcel
respect
reading
for
comments
women.
again. Marcel, literally
No, wait,
fucking
wait.
clear display.
I'm gonna come to you after this. I have
And
the
then clear
utmost
display,
respect
okay?
for women. You whores who have 50 bodies.
Oh my god, bro.
No
I gave you
respect.
one more shot. I gave you literally one more shot, Marcel. I gave you one more shot, right? I literally gave it to you. Should he be gone now, chat? I gave him literally one more, and he literally did it again.
Oh, chill. Calm down. Bro, you're still a boy, bro. You're one of the guys.
No, I'm not joking. If you do it literally one more time, you're going.
You gonna kick me
I make sense
overseas?
because I'm nice. I feel nice today, right? If you do it one more time, you're going.
You know what?
Nice.
I think you like me, bro.
No, I don't. I don't
fucks
like
with
you.
me.
I actually really don't. I actually
think
really
you
don't.
fucks with me.
No, you know what I fuck with?
You
I fuck
me,
with
bro.
being able to call out your shitty behavior. That's what I fuck with. I fuck with being able to
think
literally
you like
use
me,
this
bro.
interaction to be able to call that shit out and be able to hold men accountable and hold men responsible.
you
That's what I
fucks with
fucking
me,
care
bro.
about. And that's what I fucking like. I don't fucking like you. I don't like you. That's why I'm on here fucking debating against this
love
shit.
me, bro.
I wouldn't be on here debating this shit if it wasn't for this fucking
You
shit.
love me, bro.
No, I don't. I love
love
being
you.
able to fucking tear down this fucking misogyny and this patriarchy shit. I appreciate the hand. I appreciate the sunglasses. Thank you.
defending
No, it really
HOEs,
is.
bro.
You not holding men accountable is literally an aspect that's derivative of the patriarchy. Appreciate the hand. I appreciate the hand.
King.
Boys will be
We up
boys.
one.
Boys will be boys. That's men not taking accountability
We up
for
one.
aspects of the patriarchy in which have negative impacts upon women and men. Right? That's men not taking accountability. Men taking accountability is the very basis to affecting these types of systems that exist. You see how he has no arguments? You see how he's just like literally just not acknowledging anything? Appreciate it.
City Boys up one.
Appreciate the
Y'all
hanging
will
lights. Thank
never
you.
be happy. Hey, I'll see you later, though, bro.
I am happy,
I'll fuck
bro.
with you.
I am happy. I'm a very happy individual.
I'm not talking about you. I believe you're happy.
Thank you for the Venmo. I appreciate it, Scott. Thank you so much. Appreciate the Galaxy. Thank you so much, Lindy. All right, we're going to go on to the next person. Marcel's gone, everyone. Marcel's gone. We're going to go on to the next person. If you like my content, follow me. If you haven't already, everyone tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1.5 million likes. Kaylee, thank you so much for the rabbit. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. If you think that a high body count should matter for women but not for men, make sure to send a guest request right now. Again, if you like my content, follow me if you haven't already. I go live literally every single day for like 6 hours, everyone. We've got like 2 more hours left on the live or so because I do have to have class. I have class at like 7 o'clock, everyone. Kelsey, thank you so much for the confetti. I'm going to go on to the next person. Again, only send a guest request if you think that a high body count should matter for women but not for men, y'all. All right, we're going to the next person, everyone. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
How's it going, man?
How old are you?
21.
For sure. Do you think that a high body count should matter for women but not for men?
Yes and no. Okay.
That's a contradiction.
Yeah, hear me out. I believe it should matter for both.
All right, we're just looking for like the same?
Do what?
The same? It should matter for both the same?
Yes.
All right. I'm just looking for people who disagree. Only send a guest request if you disagree. We're just looking for some debates. Y'all already know the deal, everyone. Keep tapping the screen. Keep sharing the live, everyone. Let's try to get to 1.5 thousand shares, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, we're going to go to the next person. Again, only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Keep tapping that screen, y'all. Help get out to more people. Y'all already know the deal, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, for some reason it's not accepting them. We're going to go to the next. Again, only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. We're going to the next person, though. You already know the deal. Keep tapping that screen. If you want to have access to the sub-only chat that I do put on for the last hour of the live, subscribe to me if you haven't already. Thank you for the confetti. I appreciate it, Kelsey. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Yeah, how old are you? You got a huge echo, man. Come back when you fix your mic, man. Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. We're going on to the next person. Give it a second, everyone. Yeah, we did hit 1 million likes. Keep tapping that screen, everyone. We can easily get to 1.52 million, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh my God. I
How
am
old are you?
61 years old.
For sure. Do you think that a high body count should matter for women but not for men?
No.
All right, I am
think
just looking
we
for
have
people who
the right
disagree.
to enjoy sex as much as anyone else, and I don't understand why anybody's telling anybody their body count to begin with. It ain't nobody's business. That's the past.
For sure, I am just looking for people who disagree, but I appreciate you coming on. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. I'm going on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. W, honestly. Yo, Rose, I appreciate the Venmo. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, for some reason that person's not here. We're going to the next one. Keep tapping that screen, everyone. We're going to get someone up here very, very soon, y'all. Just keep tapping that screen. Keep sharing the live. We'll get someone very, very here soon. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, how's it going? I'm 33.
Yeah, do you think that a high body count should matter for women but not for men?
No, I agree. And
I am just looking for some debates. Appreciate you coming on, man. Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. Again, literally the live, everyone. I'm only looking for disagreeers. If you do agree, everyone, we are going to be going to the next person. So please only send a request if you disagree, everyone. That is like one of the biggest boundaries of the live, y'all. Yeah, what's up, how old are you?
42.
Do you think that a high body count should matter for women but not for men?
Let me just say this. I disagree with you on 99.9% of everything. But this is the first time I've come on here and agreed with you. So
for sure, man. I do appreciate it.
Shout out.
Make sure to come on another time when you disagree, man. Let's go to the next person. Again, only send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
For sure. Do you think that a high body count should matter for women but not for men?
Yeah, I guess so, bro.
Why so?
Because women are more emotional because they need to take care of babies and they're like caretakers and stuff. So when anything emotional happens, and you can't divorce sex from your emotional like life, and it affects women more, I think, in that way. So men can have more of a chance to fuck around and not really get attached. So yeah.
Okay, so if it is the case that a woman doesn't get attached when she engages in intercourse, right? She has like a 50 body count. Does it not matter? Because she didn't get attached, she doesn't really get emotional connection from engaging in intercourse.
What? Yeah.
So her body count doesn't matter?
No, her body count does matter because the more she
So it's not about the emotional connection then.
No, I'm saying it is about the emotional connection.
But even without the emotional connection, it still matters.
You can't have sex without emotional attachment.
Okay, then men can't have sex without emotional attachment.
No, they can get away more with it because they're not caretakers.
Men are caretakers. I appreciate the mic check. Thank you so much.
Not
Some women aren't caretakers. Some women
They're
are
not
caretakers.
driven
Some
primarily.
men aren't caretakers, and some men are caretakers.
Yeah,
For
but
example,
generally-
are single fathers caretakers?
Yeah, obviously, but I'm saying it's not their like primary evolutionary
I don't think that matters. Even if it isn't a primary evolutionary thing, it doesn't matter, but it is. Men are caretakers evolutionarily.
I'm saying they can get away more with it because they're not like emotions don't affect them as much.
They do, right? Can you give me any evidence that women are like less emotional than men?
Because they have
right?
to
Because
be-
I would have evidence that like that men are less emotionally expressive, right? Why? Because society teaches them that they shouldn't express their emotion within certain respects, right? But within other respects, they are absolutely more emotionally expressive, right? And they're absolutely more emotional, right? Like for
Like
example,
what?
right? Like when we associate the idea that women are significantly more like, or men are significantly more likely to engage in violent crime, right? They're significantly
Mhm.
more likely to be in bar fights, significantly more likely to be yelling at people and screaming and slamming desks and punching holes through walls, right? Those things
Well-
are significantly more associated with men, right?
Okay, think about like this, like men are like the sperm count or like how often they can fuck around without having to. Men get I mean women have to like whenever they get pregnant they can't really have sex like when they're pregnant, I guess, because
You can have sex when you're pregnant.
yeah, but I mean like I'm saying women has to wait like every 9 months to actually like have
To get
free
pregnant?
sex. Yeah, whereas
Yeah, but body
men-
count doesn't relate to just pregnancy. Particularly, I appreciate the hand. Thank you so much. Because most intercourse does not lead to reproduction. So if you want to talk about body count, what could be more
Well,
applicable
evolutionary
is like
is different.
orgasming, right? And women can orgasm multiple times within one sitting, whereas men can only go for a few times.
How about the
Women
shape
can
of the
continue to
penis?
keep going.
How about the shape of the penis, bro? It's made to clean out other men's sperm. Like it's
Yeah,
literally
other men that were engaging in intercourse with a particular woman. So that indicates
Yeah,
that women
exactly.
are engaging in intercourse with multiple women. I mean, multiple men.
No,
If
that
anything,
means the
again, why do you?
function of
Okay,
men-
why are you making that point? That point actually literally makes it so that women are
No,
engaging in
'cause the
intercourse with multiple
function,
people.
no, the function of men is to fuck as many women as they can. Evolutionarily.
No, the function of men is to pull
Evolutionary.
out the sperm of other men that were trying to do
Yeah,
it so that they
exactly.
might win.
Yeah, exactly. So their function is
So
to
no, the
fuck as
function is for
as
women
many
to engage
people.
in intercourse with multiple people, and for men
No,
to try their hardest to get to there.
yeah, exactly. It's a race. So men get to fuck around while women they only
Yeah,
like.
but again, wait, dude. The whole point is that just because we see this evolutionarily speaking, does not mean it should be that way.
Well, you can't divorce that from that.
You absolutely can divorce the actions that we engage in today from the actions that have existed traditionally or historically. Lindy, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much.
You're talking about like recently, like just like the pill, and before the pill, women couldn't really get uh like the pill changes everything basically for women.
What do you mean? Appreciate the sunglasses. Thank you.
Because now like sex is free, but sex isn't really free.
What do you mean sex is free? Like clearly it's free in most circumstances. I mean, like people pay for it, I guess.
Okay.
What's your point? I'm so confused.
I'm saying that whatever you're talking about is like recent. In these 100 years that have like gone, like the evolution of science has helped women to become more has helped women seem like they can have sex freely,
Same
whereas
thing with men, right? Same thing with men. You understand that
yeah, but
men
this is
can engage in more sex, right? And it'll be safer for them to do so if there is birth control and if there is different types of contraception.
yeah,
The
but this
same
is
thing is true
only
with men.
recent. This is only recent. Like before then, you can't like the history. I'm saying like yeah, the history is more like all these millions of years versus this only 100 years. Like you can't erase the past of how they should function.
Yeah, no. So, you're saying that just because it has functioned this way, like evolutionarily speaking,
Yeah,
that means
a
it
hundred
should
years is
function this way?
nothing. A hundred years is a blip
So it
in terms
also
of
was the case
what happened.
evolutionarily speaking that grape plays a role into the genetic code that exists today. Does that mean it should?
No, obviously,
No, so
but
just because
that's
something has existed traditionally or historically speaking evolutionarily, I
yeah.
appreciate the
You
paper
there
crane.
are
Thank you so
lots.
much. Does not mean it should be
Yeah,
that way.
no, I'm saying it, yeah. Of course, it should be that way because you'd have to wait other millions of years to counter that.
What do you mean?
Like these 100 few years that have passed already, they can't counter what we're evolutionarily like functioned how we function
That was
before.
incoherent gibberish.
Okay, that wasn't, but okay.
It literally was. What? Appreciate the paper crane. Thank you so much. Like it literally is gibberish. Can you explain that to me?
Okay, are women more emotional than men?
I don't accept that. Appreciate the corgi. Thank you so much.
You
They
don't
might be
accept
more
that?
emotionally expressive within certain respects, right? But I don't think that they're more emotional.
I don't know. I feel like that's a pretty normal claim to for people to approve of. Like, how are women and men different for you?
Like in general, like in terms of the ways they
Yeah, yeah,
act, in
yeah,
terms of the ways they behave, or the characteristics they have genetically. Like, what are you asking for?
yeah. Not physically.
Like behaviorally,
Yeah, yeah.
women are more likely to wear makeup. They're more likely to wear nail polish, right? They're more
Uh,
likely
okay.
to wear dresses, right? They're more likely to wear skirts. They're more likely to wear I don't know. It just depends on the scenario we're referencing.
And you taking that as a social construct too, or
Yeah, those are socially constructed norms, like around like the different types of behavior that
what's a
women and men engage in.
what's a non-social construct behavior?
Non-socially construct all behavior here is going to be socially constructed when it relates to like the social norms that we're referencing, right? But are you asking like what behavior is biologically determined?
Yeah, or yeah, evolution. Yeah.
Okay, so what biological determinants are there for action? Someone's sexuality? Appreciate the sunglasses. Thank you so much.
No, you're saying you gave
Someone's
all these
taste
examples.
preferences?
So are women and men different for taste preferences?
Not necessarily. I'm asking like what are you asking for specifically? I was trying to clarify.
Yeah, non socially constructed biological difference in terms of behavior.
Do you want to give any? Appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much.
The emotional stuff, I feel like.
I wouldn't hold to that. I would say that there's different terms of like emotionally expressive behaviors. Oh, we could relate to this. Like men are more likely to exhibit anger.
Okay, and I feel like women express it in different ways too.
Sure, right? And the ways in which men express it aren't recognized as emotional. So we should recognize it as emotional and say that both men and women are emotional. Anger is actually an emotion, right?
So you wouldn't. So who would you say is more emotional though?
I don't have. I would say that like they're relatively similar, like men and women on average.
Is there like a paper or anything, or just?
Yeah, I can send you stuff on that.
Okay, like you can't like cite it right now, or
you want me to?
Yeah.
Are women more emotionally expressive than men? Let me just go back to this. Yeah, so here I can send you stuff right now. This is from NCBI, NIH, National Institute of Health. Would you like me to?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, you can just look up gender and emotion expression, a developmental contextual perspective.
Okay. So if you were to counter, if you were to like steel man the other point of view, what would you say if anything?
In terms of women being more emotionally expressive?
No, in terms of your question, like, do you have a
like saying that body count should matter for women but not for men?
Yeah.
I don't think there's any good position.
There's anything?
Nope, nothing. Like ultimately speaking, I could provide an argument that might be convincing to some people, but I would have arguments against it.
Okay, like what?
Like you might be able to run some arguments in relation to like the level of opportunities or selectiveness, right? That if someone doesn't have proper analogies or hypotheticals to bring up, it might seem like they apply.
Okay. Okay, I think I'll let you go for that.
All right, for sure. We're going to go to the next person. Appreciate you coming on. All right, if you like the content, everyone, follow me. If you haven't already, keep tapping that screen. We have 5.4 thousand people in here. Just keep tapping that screen. Let's try to get to 2 million likes. If you want to help get out to more people as well, share the live, copy link, send it to a few friends. It will help get out to more people. Let's try to get to 2,000 shares. Plus, if you like the content, everyone, follow me if you haven't already, everyone. Marcel, what do you want back? Why? What's up?
I knew you would let me in here because I'm the life of the party.
Well, no, maybe I just wanted to hear what you're going to say, and then I'm going to kick you off.
Oh, I didn't want to say anything, but I'm back. I wanted to see their reaction.
All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. You already know the deal. Let's go into the next person. Again, only send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 23.
For sure. Do you think that a high body count should matter for women but not for men?
This was quite a convincing live. I just want to ask you a question, if you don't mind.
Real quick.
So I've been, yeah, it will be real quick. Just a quick segue. You guys said that females derogatory, and I just want to know why.
Here's the cap. Thank you so much. So it's used in a derogatory manner many times, right? To like dehumanize women, necessarily speaking, right? Because it's meant to like refer to women in a context in which is like that they should necessarily be treated differently than like men, right? Because it will be referred to in terms of man and female. So it's meant to like degrade in that respect. Because if they were just referring to it in terms of general context, like male and female, right, in terms of some sort of descriptive or conceptual like process, like they're specifying, right? It would make sense, but they're not specifying. They're using it in some sort of general connotation when they know that like this particular group or community doesn't like to be referred to that way.
Totally. Because for context, I live in South Africa, so I don't really get the updates, the world updates on what's wrong and what's right. So I just want to
that's fine. That's why the internet's good. But yeah, appreciate
but the reason, why I'm confused is because, I mean, there's so many misogynistic. Sorry, my accent's so bad. There's so many misogynistic memes where people would mock like women's driving and things, and then they would just say, "Huh, woman. So I just see a lot more derogatory things with the word woman instead of the word female, which is quite interesting to me. But yeah, I don't know. I'm confused by that.
Yeah, so in that context, the word woman wasn't what was derogatory. It was the way that they were referring to it, the concept that they were saying, like the fault of women, it would be the issue, not necessarily like the word. So when you relate to the word female, right? One, it doesn't specify human. Two, it doesn't
Right.
specify adults. And then three, it's because it relates to like an idea that's like not meant for the context of the conversation, right? Because it
Totally.
doesn't specify anything conceptually, right? So the way it's being used here, right, isn't just to refer to the individual, right? It's meant to like make like some sort of broad stroke. Does that make sense?
Yeah, totally does. My girlfriend does try to teach me a lot about this stuff, and it's kind of crazy because I grew up in a Christian household. So I think about a couple years ago, I would have come on this and argued that yeah, no, women can't sleep with more men than guys because it's just wrong kind of thing. But it's really cool that you guys get to be. I get to come on lives like this, and you guys can teach me, and it's just cool to see progression. Um, yeah, no, it's really cool. I really appreciate you
Appreciate it, man.
answering
Thank
my
you so
questions.
much.
And yeah, hopefully you don't get any more bigots and dumbasses.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it, man. All right, we're going to go to the next person. Again, if you like my content, follow me. If you haven't already, keep tapping that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 2 million likes, y'all. By the way, Anthony, thank you so much for the Venmo. I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. We're going to go on to the next person. Again, if you like my content, follow me if you haven't already, y'all. We're going to go to the next person. Keep tapping that screen, y'all. Are you going live with Dean today? No, we're not. No, we're not. We didn't have a time to set it up today. We're going to do it like very, very soon, though. Very, very soon. So make sure to watch out for that. Because there's like a big little, you know, crossover episode that's probably going to be happening here. We're going to be debating some people that you probably might know on TikTok. Not like in the debate community though. So you'll see, you'll see. It will be a little bit less serious than like my other debates because that's clearly how it goes normally. Why does Marcel want to keep sending requests, bro? Marcel, why are you sending requests again, bro?
I love you, bro. I love you. I'm ready to debate you, bro. I'm
Okay,
ready.
give me an argument.
I'm ready. All right. So this is what I want to say, right?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
27.
Do you think that a high body count should matter for women but not for men?
I'm going to make it more contextual. I think that heterosexual women are at higher risk than heterosexual men when they engage in sex more often with multiple unknown partners.
So do you think that a high body count should matter for women but not for men? Appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much.
I think women who have a higher body count put themselves at more risk than men who have a high body count.
And do you think that it means it matters more for them?
Yes, I would say it matters more for women.
Okay. So if it is the case that, what particular risk are you referencing? Pregnancy?
Yes, pregnancy, STIs, as well as societal stigma, as well as exposing themselves to more men. And men are typically more likely to commit acts of sexual assault against women.
So pregnancy, STI, and then like violence targeted towards
Yes, I
women?
do think men are a risk factor. So women being exposed to more men through sexual intercourse puts them more at risk as well.
Okay. So I have a question, right? If it is the case that a particular subset of men, right, are not likely to engage in violence towards women, right? Is it the case that if a woman engaged in intercourse with a bunch of men from this particular community, their body count would matter less?
I'm sorry, you have to repeat that. My DoorDash order just came through.
Yeah, so if it is the case that like there is a particular community of men in which are significantly less likely to engage in violence targeted towards women, if a woman engaged in intercourse with a bunch of men from this particular
From that
community,
community?
yeah, would it be the case that her body count matters less?
Yes, it would be the case that her body count matters less because she would be putting herself less at risk. I'm strictly just saying that I do think that women put themselves at more risk when they engage with more men. And I'm exclusively talking about heterosexual, or I guess women who engage with intercourse with a man. That's not exclusive to heterosexual women. You put yourself more at risk because men are more likely to do harm.
Do gay men's body counts matter more too?
I think we should stick on topic because you're discussing women as in relation to men, right? Heterosexual people or
I'm just asking
bisexual
because
people.
like they're engaging in intercourse with other men, which are at a greater likelihood to engage in this particular same violence. Do gay men's body counts matter more too?
It also does matter because they're putting themselves more at risk.
Okay, so it is the case that the risks would
Um,
then
I mean,
mean so. Okay,
just to
so
address something, someone said it was victim blaming. I mean, it's just the fact that, men are more likely to commit sexual assault. So, I mean, it's not
you have to say
necessarily
essay,
victim
by the way.
blaming.
It's
I'm trying to,
TikTok
sorry,
TOS.
men are more likely to commit SA. So it's just like by less exposure, you are limiting your risk. So, I mean, it's not necessarily victim blaming if this is something that's happening and someone's trying to reduce the risk.
Yeah, so I have a question. Is it the case that someone's body count matters less if they're in a rich community?
It could possibly if they are if they're less likely to put themselves at risk by engaging with other people. I mean,
Yeah,
I
you
guess you're
agree,
trying to
right?
say that
People who are
yeah,
in wealthier
potentially if
communities are at less likelihood of being at risk.
I mean, if I that's kind of a tricky one because I think that wealthy people commit kind of the same rate of crime. It's just that their crime is not against the law, but it's like crimes of morality. So it's like, yes, people in poverty are more likely to commit crimes of need, and they're more likely to be caught for it, and they're more likely to get sentences for it because they don't have proper legal defense. That doesn't mean
Can
that
you give me
wealthy
any
people aren't.
evidence to indicate that like rich men are more likely to engage in violent action, particularly than men that are less good off?
No, I just explained that pretty much rich men are more likely to get away with it. So
So
there's not going to be any
you believe it's
evidence
the
for
same
that.
amount? Can
That's
you give
just
me
a
any
belief.
evidence?
There's no evidence, there's no study for that. That's just a pure belief. I don't believe that
Okay.
rich people are more moral or less likely
I'm
to do
not
harm.
saying
I
they're
just
more
think there's
moral.
evidence.
I'm saying they're less likely to do that because I mean there are like many different reasons that could be for that. Right? I'm not indicating any reason. I'm just saying this is what it is. These are the associations. I'm not
Yeah,
saying
and my counter to that is simply that they do commit crime. They're just more likely to get away with it.
yeah, but like that doesn't actually respond to my point here. Statistically speaking, we do see that there is less likely to commit crime.
Of course, yes. Evidence
So
would
given
favor
that that's
your.
the case, would it be true then that wealthy individuals would be their body counts would matter less?
Yes, it would matter less. They also have the insulation of being able to control their image because they have more resources. I mean, if you want to get publicity or if you want to control shit, if you want to get a PA, you're more likely to do that because you have more resources to do that. Wealthy people always in society had more control over their image.
Should men who are skinnier like should they their body counts matter more than men who are buffer?
You lost me on that. What would be the
They're at greater
context?
risk, aren't they?
Greater risk? How so?
They're more likely to be able to get taken advantage of because they're not as strong. They're not as
By
they don't have as good of
women?
an ability to like protect themselves. Yes, even then, but it's still at a greater risk. So is it the case that men who are skinnier should be looked at in a more negative light for their body
Women
count?
are women are simply not assaulting men to the point where it would be a risk. I think it's completely negligent.
Oh, so you just don't think it even meets the threshold?
Yeah, I don't think it meets the threshold. I think truly they've taken the cake.
So we just don't recognize it at all,
I'm not
essentially.
saying don't recognize it. I do think the risk is
No, you
more
said
so
it's
of an outlier.
negligent. You literally said it's negligent. That means not don't recognize it in this context.
Okay, it's an outlier.
What you mean is negligible, right? By the way.
Well, I just think it's just not something that happens as frequently
Okay.
as the other.
Yeah. So again, but I mean, there are other things that are like less frequently, but we do need to recognize the fact that there are male victims. Clearly.
Okay, so in that context, I wouldn't say skinny men. I would just say men that are weaker than their
Yeah.
female women partners, then they are at more risk. I wouldn't necessarily say skinnier.
Would their body counts matter more than men who are like stronger?
Yes, because they would be putting themselves at risk.
So at greater risk. Is it the case that like a man? Here, I mean, we can reference this. Um, Here I do want to address the chat. Engi, statistically speaking, it does say that statistically speaking. So that's like observably true, right? But like it can be the case that like it's like they aren't reported as much or something like that, or they get away with it more, right? That can be the case, but statistically speaking, that is indicated.
So my thing is, you disagree that well, are you saying it matters the same level, or just, I mean, me personally, I'm not one to
No,
shame anyone for
can I
that.
just ask you this question, right? Is it
Sure.
yeah, is it the case that people asking for a source? I can actually indicate a source. Yeah. Like I'll do that while I'm talking. So sorry, can you just say what you just said again?
No, I was going to ask you a question. I do think that, and actually, that's why I said it's very contextual for me, because I do believe people should do what pleases them as long as it's not harming them. And if they doing something that harms them, they should seek therapeutic behavior for that, or they should get that assessed. But I do think that truly women put themselves at more risk for several reasons. There are contexts in which women can protect themselves and be safer, but STIs are more prevalent in women. Unintended pregnancy. Not only are you, and you can pass STIs to your child, so that's more people at risk just there. That's if we do. I mean, I guess if we do consider at
Yeah,
some
so
point the
would
fetus
you,
does
okay,
become a
so I
human.
mean, here we can relate to this. So for example, right, would you say that someone who is wearing a condom who is a woman, since they're at a lower risk of getting an STD than a man who is not wearing a condom, would their body count, again, given that they used a condom, be looked at in a less negative connotation?
It would be a less negative connotation, but they should still consider the risk of the damage to their cervix. Like, that's a lot of ramming on your walls. Why would you want to get your walls constantly rammed like that?
What?
You just said a woman using a condom would be contextually like less risky, right? And I'm telling you, like, if she's having
Yeah, in
multiple
relation to
partners,
STIs and STDs, yeah, and
I
pregnancy.
mean, I was just giving you a physiological component that her walls will be like, why would she want to lose her walls?
You don't lose your walls from engaging in intercourse. What are you fucking talking about?
I think you can get damage on the walls, and basically I think you can pretty much not,
Can you give me
you can lose a
evidence?
certain, can I give you some evidence?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I can try to look up some evidence, but that would take a while. I mean, are we talk? I mean, I think. Let's see. You're essentially saying that regardless of the amount of sex a woman has, there would be no change to her, that like her. I don't know what I can say and what I can't say, but there would be no change to her anatomy. I completely disagree.
No, I'm not saying. So can you give me evidence scientifically?
I feel like if
No?
you have, let's just say, I feel like
Nothing?
if you have 60, let's just say 16-inch like schlongs going down your hall, you're going to lose like some anatomy. Like that's just gonna happen.
The average person
Like
is not
especially
close to that, right? No one's got that. So can you like,
okay, so I guess if it's just like 1 inches and it's just like, and it's just like, then I guess you may not be losing, but
you understand that
we have to
average
consider.
is not 1 inch, bruv?
I was just giving an example, but if we're gonna be very literal, I do think that at a certain point, if she's consistently having multiple
So
interactions with
so
multiple
actually
men,
here, let's refer to this. So if you actually look at like if you look this up, it's a muscle, right? So like loosen up given the time that they're engaging intercourse, but it goes
and
back to
yeah,
its
Kegels,
original
it can
standpoint.
tighten back with Kegels, but why put
No, it's
yourself
not
through
just
that in
with
the
that. It
first
goes
place?
back itself, right? That's why given pregnancy, right, it expands and then it goes back to what it was.
I disagree. I
That's
know what
literally
you're
that's like
talking about.
factually true.
Okay. So let's say someone had like 8 pregnancies, a woman had or just someone who can give birth has had 8 pregnancies. I do feel like it would heal and I do feel like it would return to a certain form, but I feel like her partner would still feel the difference.
Wait, say that one more time. Sorry, what?
A woman who's had like 20 pregnancies, yes, her walls would go back to a certain consistency, like it would get smaller, but her partner would still feel the difference. Like they would be able to tell like a
No, no, no,
baby
no.
has
So
been
can you give me
eating
any evidence?
that. I
Give
mean,
me any
like
legitimate
I can
evidence.
I only have personal evidence. I don't have any like NCBI or PubMed for that because this is very contextual. I don't think anyone's going to do a study to like how did it feel to have, intercourse with your partner after like 5 pregnancies? Like no one's doing studies like that, unfortunately.
No. There's studies about like whether or not it leads to people considerably being quote unquote looser. So they do studies when it relates to that. They absolutely do. Give me any. I'd love to see it because again,
I
from what
just
I've
feel like
seen,
it doesn't
absolutely
prove
nothing.
things.
Oh, and then also I did want to say for the people who were asking for the study, household poverty and non-fatal violent victimization from the U.S. Department of Justice, the Bureau of Justice Statistics, 2008 through 2012.
Your mom pumped out 7, but I'm pretty sure your dad felt the difference. And I also feel like that may be a reason why people are more likely to cheat.
What?
No, I was addressing something in the
Why are
comments.
people more
Someone said
likely to
their mom
cheat?
had 7. Because they're used to a certain consistency, and if it's not as tight as it used to be, they're more likely to like engage with someone that they feel would give them a tighter feel.
Do you think that's justification for doing that?
No, I don't think it's a justification. I just think that's what happens. I'm
Yeah,
not
and
in the
I
business.
think that's fucking gross. One, two. Again, when it
That's
relates to this,
completely
again,
fair.
can you give me any evidence? Zero. Anything. I'm hearing zero is what I'm
So,
saying.
what is the evidence you're looking? You got to give me some time. Like
Can you
I
have
can
me
actually.
evidence to indicate that someone becomes quote unquote looser given the fact that they've engaged in intercourse like with a bunch of partners? I'll give you time to look it up. In the meantime, everyone keep tapping that screen. Let's try to get to 2 million likes. If you want to help get out to more people, share the live, everyone. Let's try to get to 2,000 shares. It will help get out to more people, everyone. Plus, everyone, again, if you did want that particular study, it's household poverty and non-fatal violent victimization, 2008 to 2012, from the Department of Justice Statistics in the U.S. Department of Justice. I appreciate the paper crane. Thank you so much.
Okay, so you remember how I said the whole thing about like having multiple pregnancies and how that can affect the tightening of the walls? So, vaginal laxity is a sensation of vaginal looseness which may develop after pregnancy and after vaginal delivery and may be affected by prior pelvic surgery, menopause, and aging. Pelvic organ prolapse is a disorder in which pelvic organs descend from the normal position. This is an NC. This is a national.
Is this
Yeah,
from
this is a
intercourse
PubMed study.
or is this from pregnancy?
It's from birth, which
Okay.
is
So
a result of intercourse.
yeah, so
So
this is different circumstances. This is different comparative to engaging in intercourse. This is after literally like a prolapse.
well, not. I mean, also after delivery.
Yeah, because of this reason, because that happened due to delivery. So that's
Okay.
not engaging in
So
intercourse, right?
I will concede on the whole
And
intercourse
also,
part. That was more, that was
is
more
that
so of a
permanent?
quip. I
Hold on,
will
hold on.
say
Is that permanent?
so. The vaginal laxity. Let me go further into the study because that was just the abstract. Let's
Yeah, let's see
see.
it. In the meantime, again, everyone keep tapping that screen. We're gonna get to 2 million likes very easily. We got 4.4 thousand people in here. We'll easily do that, everyone. You already know the deal. Again, if you like my content, everyone follow me if you're ready. I go live literally every single day, y'all. Literally every day.
Okay, so the conclusion is that there's been limited research on vaginal laxity symptoms in the context of POP. Vaginal laxity, as measured by the VLQ, was not correlated with symptoms of physical exam findings. Sexual dysfunction was common in this population despite normal VLQ scores, suggesting that sexual function is complex, and VLQ is either measuring a symptom of finding distinct from those evaluated in the study, or that VLQ may be an imperfect measurement scale. More research should be done to better define the symptoms of vaginal laxity and assess if there's are any objective measures which are correlated with this subjective complaint. So, I guess for the audience, essentially, vaginal laxity and the symptoms of what causes it specifically need to be further studied. I mean, this is something I would say is, believe it or not, cutting edge. Let's see, when was this paper published? I'll just go to the
So
site.
when did it say that it's permanent?
This paper was this was published in 2021 on vaginal laxity.
Did it say it's permanent?
And to be quite honest with you, I've never actually looked this up. There's nothing as I mean, that would be a long-term study. This study was more so just trying to study the symptoms of what causes it, and if this is something that actually occurs. Like I said, it's kind of cutting edge. That would be probably further papers.
So we don't have any
But
evidence?
I don't think in this case absence of evidence is necessarily proving your point. I just think this is
That
something
means you're
that
agnostic. So
could be
you can't make the
researched.
claim that it does make people quote unquote looser.
No, it's saying that it does make people looser. You're asking me if it's permanent. They have
No, I'm
just
talking about in
begun to.
terms of body count, right? You're talking about in terms of this with like pregnancy, and then I asked you whether or not it's permanent then. So the original point you were meant to justify was the
Yes, I
body count
concede.
point.
Although, like I said, I think it was more of a quip. Sorry, I think my Wi-Fi got slow. Sorry.
Yeah, it is cutting a
Were
little
you
bit.
talking? Is it still cutting?
Yeah, you're good now. Try for it.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say like it was more of a clip. I wasn't too serious. I don't think that obviously like the average size is more like around 5 to 6. That was just to make it a little bit interesting. But I do think vaginal laxity is more likely correlated to pregnancies, and people that have higher body counts are more likely to have higher pregnancy rates. So women are more like, I mean,
So does
pregnancy
it
in
not
itself
matter
is
as much in the
dangerous.
context of them using a condom or using
Infertile
contraception?
women, yes.
Infertile women, so it doesn't matter as much?
Depending on the contraception, yes, it does not matter as much in the case of infertile women.
Yeah, so okay.
And
Go ahead.
I also think it matters with the type of contraceptive that's being used, because not only is not all contraceptives foolproof, but there are side effects to birth control.
Sure, and are those risks taken into account as well?
I would say so. I mean, any medication is risky, and just because, popping birth control like pills
Wait, so if you
is
put yourself
just
at any risk, is it wrong?
if it's avoidable risk, then in a way wouldn't that be like self-harming if it's avoidable risk?
Is harm through pregnancy avoidable
Like,
risk?
could you repeat that?
Is harm through pregnancy avoidable risk?
That is not an avoidable risk unless you just don't have,
Okay, so that's not
intercourse.
relevant to bring up. Next, can you bring up the point about just the body count point?
I mean, but you could limit your amount of